He was uppish for a while, but he was in the gap, so safe in the end, and he will take the 4 runs. But it's a shot that I'm sure will not deter the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, as it gives them a chance with those 4 slips. Well, 3 slips and a gully in place.
Well, having seen him quite a bit, Alanson, I think that's a shot that he actually favours. We mentioned that he's both very good off the front and back foot. That back foot punch, a trademark of his. Perhaps was looking to punch that more in front of square. But as you mentioned, just got the outer portion of the bat and went backward of point. But in the end, good timing. So he's off the mark. But Philip once again in that corridor of uncertainty on a good length. Stefan Pascal, the vice captain in this encounter. So a bit more responsibility on the young man. As you mentioned, 3 slips and a gully. There's a man there at backward point. Man in the covers. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and the fine leg. This one again outside the off stump. A bit of movement as well. Away from the right-handed Pascal.
Yeah, that's the general line that you'd want, but maybe just a tad bit fuller. Does have quite a few feelers catching behind point on the offside. So you would want to concentrate on that line, but I think just a little bit fuller. 10 Pascal into the drive. There would be some movement, especially with this pink ball. Is known for having just a bit more movement, especially as we get later in the evening.
This one again, just on that line outside the off stump. So just a boundary coming from that over. And at the end of it, Windward and Volcanoes, having won the toss here at the Adams Bay playing field, they are 4 without loss.
Yeah, seeing what we've seen from the early exchanges in terms of the pitch so far seems to be, at least from these 2 overs, quite similar to the one that we saw last week. The bounce seems even. The pace, doesn't seem to be a rapid pitch by any means, but the pace seems good enough. I think both batsmen will be thinking that if they can get through this first little session or so, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half, that they can be in for the long run. And then there'll just also be that ticklish point in the play, just around that twilight time.
Jaden Seals to continue. It's once again outside the off stump. We spoke about the pitch at length in the last game. It's what we will consider a good cricket wicket. Had a bit in it for the seamers up front. Saw the likes of even Blackwood getting some wickets. Offered some opportunity for the spinners as well. None more so than Tamari Redwood, who finished in that second innings with figures of 7 for 75. But batsmen were able to get in as well, and that's important. As long as you're able to get in on the wicket, get used to the pace and the bounce, there's a lot of runs on offer.
Just coming back closer and closer to that off stump. Seems to be working on the theory of just starting a bit outside the off stump and just gradually working his way back towards the off stump. Seals does get that ball to move back into the left-hander. Maybe something that you could think about as well as going over the wicket and looking for that LBW as well.
I was just about to mention that I think he has a preference for the right-handers. Not that he's not effective against the left-handers, but what we have seen from him is the ability to take it away from the right-handers. This one is outside the off-stump. A naughty shot there, Solozano. But outside the off-stump, looking to force that one off the back foot. A bit of bounce as well, going through to wicket-keeper De Silva. Yes, he normally gets the ball to move away quite sharply from the right-handers. Bows are very full length as well. Haven't seen him against Pascal as yet. But so far he's more concentrated against the left-handed Solozano on that line just outside the off-stump. And as you mentioned, going around the wicket, the natural angle will bring those deliveries back into Solozano. This one is a bit fuller and beating him again outside the off-stump. So 2 false shots in succession there from Solozano.
Yeah, that is what we were talking about. Just like what I mentioned a little bit earlier in the over, that you should try to get a bit fuller to Solozano. see if he could tempt him into the drive, because he will attempt that drive. He's usually very circumspect in his stroke play, but I think the drive may be, based on what we have seen from him, his favourite shot against the Pacers. So he may be tempted there as opposed to some other areas in his batting. So it's a good line from Seals so far, and a better length.
This one is full again and beaten outside the off stump again, Solozano. So take number 3. Guess the only positive there from Solozano is that he didn't manage to edge it to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, just having a little chat with each other there, Solozano and Pascal. It's reinforcing to each other what their plans are. Doesn't want to get carried away and lose his wicket early here, Solozano. The team does depend on him to play long innings. Most of the other batsmen are a bit more of dashers than he is. But there will, of course, be the added pressure for him of playing against his home team, so to speak, being from Trinidad and Tobago.
It's the end of the 3rd over, and at the end of it, Windward and Volcanoes winning the toss, electing to bat first here at the Allensville Sporting Complex. Remember, this match is a day-night encounter, the first of its kind here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They are 4 without loss.
Yes, 4 without loss, and I think the most important thing for the Windwards, they would like that part that says without loss. They would want to forge as big an opening partnership as possible. Still some inexperience in the team, so the openers and the other the experienced batsmen would definitely have to put their hand up against the Trinidad and Tobago side. This one, Pascal's forward and just pushes it back to Seals, who is at a silly mid-off position. No run is taken.
Well, we mentioned the importance of the opening partnerships. Even in the last encounter, they managed to get the team off to a relatively good start. Not an extremely good start, as some would say, with 46 and 51. I'm sure they'll be looking to build on that. So always important to lay the foundation, really.
Yes, in 4-day games or even test matches, if you get the side to around 50, it's not that you're going to say, well, you're satisfied. But if you get there, generally speaking, as an opening partnership, I think that you are doing your job. Definitely you'd want to carry on for longer than that, but at least 50, if the number 3 comes in, then he's coming in better than being 20 for 1 or 15 for 1 or 10 for 1 or none for 1. So they would want to put on a bigger partnership because they saw that it was insufficient in the last game, and then the middle order needs to put their hand up.
This one is short again, looking to force that one off the back foot. Not timing it. Just getting it out to the man there. Seals.
See a little discussion between the bowler. Just wants to reinforce the offside just a bit. He will now have a 7 to field with that adjustment. He's looking to... I think he's going to put in another player in the cover region, or is that he's going to put in another slip? Let's just wait and see where Goalie, I think that's the man who is being moved. So it's an extra gully. So 3 slips, 2 gullies. Not a bad feel considering that he's looking to punch those shortest deliveries, Pascal.
It's driving at this one, getting it past the diving Seals in the covers, and should get to the boundary for 4. So his second boundary, Stefan Pascal, and his score moves up to 8 without loss.
Yes, that's the way that he bats. Once he's there, runs will come. That's a half volley. He was forward, driving it in a very flowing manner. Got it all the way to the boundary for 4. So that's very good batting there from Pascal. Mentioned before in some previous games that he tends to look good for 20, 30. And sometimes ends up giving it away. He would want to put that right in this innings for the Windward Islands. And on the other hand, Anderson would want to dismiss him.
This one is punching it. Should be able to get a single, it is. Yes. Just pushing that one up the pitch. And gets himself a single. So it's the end of the over. End of the fourth over. Windward Island Volcanoes. They are 10 without loss. Oh. It's actually one delivery remaining in this over. Apologies. So it's 9 without loss. Solozano facing up to Philip for the first time.
So we do have what seems to be a passing show. Let's hope that it is. It doesn't stay with us.
That's a beautiful delivery. Just pitching and leaving the left-hander. Fullish length. And all is well that ends well for Solozano. So it's the end of the fourth over this time. It's 9 without loss.
There's another over there from Anders Philip. Seemed to be searching for some wickets. He's been experimenting a little bit with his length. It's come fuller, but did overpitch on that occasion when he was driven for 4. Would want to find that in between length where he's neither too short or too full. That's 6 meter length or 6 to 8 meter length, thereabouts from the batsman.
It Seals to continue from the backway end. He'll be bowling for the first time to Stefan Pascal. But having been shouldered with more responsibility in the form of the vice captain, I'm sure Pascal will be looking to put up a good total here for the Windward Islands. Just get the feeling that he just needs that big score under his belt just to prove to him that he can excel at this particular level. Sees it is good. It's a good delivery coming back and he's out. LBW. So just as he was saying that he hasn't faced up to Javon Seals so far. Jaden Seals so far. This delivery coming back into Pascal quite sharply. It will be interesting to see that replay once again. Pascal looking to drive at that one. And delivery once again full. I think it's a close one. Maybe just heading down leg. Alan, some not to show what you think about it.
Yeah, I think that Pascal will count himself just a little bit unlucky based on where we are. I don't think that camera angle was exactly behind the bowler. But he would count himself just a little bit unlucky. But it was an excellent delivery. He has been getting the ball to move away from the right hand. Although he was bowling to the left hand, he got it to come in. But that's the direction of his general movement. But showing his class there, getting that one to nip back at Pascal, who was probably playing for the ball to leave him. He was struck on the pad. The angle seemed to be heading maybe just slight past the leg stump. But umpire Crawford adjudicating that to be LBW. So a massive early breakthrough here. We mentioned that in the last game when the Windward Islands batting didn't do well, that the openers put on 46 and 51. So to get a wicket this early, it puts a lot of pressure now on the rest of the batting that didn't look too confident in the last game, although they now have the return of the international batsman, Hodge, who has just walked to the crease.
So now the breakthrough here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Sure they'll be pleased with that. Stefan Pascal stroked a couple of boundaries in his previous over. But on this occasion, facing up for the first time to Jaden Seals. As you mentioned, perhaps playing for that outswinger. But just managing to get this one to nip back at the tall right-hander. And taking his wicket. So it's Hodge. One of those players who we recently saw in the Pakistan Test Series. Looking to build here for the Windward Islands. This one is coming back again. A bit of lift. Really in the middle of a very good spell here. Good start for Jaden Seals.
Yeah, very good delivery. That one just left it on length, I think, Hodge. But testing spell so far from Seals. He has bowled 2.2 overs, 2 maidens, and has 1 wicket for no runs. So they're yet to score off him. So he's providing that big challenge for the Windward Islands batsmen, as he has done at the higher level for batsmen in the top order across the world.
This one is full. Walked it past the man there at mid-wicket. Carrier should be able to get a second. So he's up and running. Hodge. 2 more runs added to the total. 11 for 1.
Yeah, seemed to just got a little bit greedy there. Was looking for that magic, maybe outswinging Yorker delivery, and just on the pads there of Hodge, who just tucked it neatly for 2. So he's off the mark, and those are the first runs against Jaden Seals for this game.
It's good to see 2 players who part of the West Indies setup go up against each other. This one again hitting the bat quite hard, Jaden Seals, but can't prevent the single on this occasion. Hodge just walking that one into the leg side. They'll need a bit more of that. Just walking the ball into the gaps. Something we saw the Jamaicans did quite well in both of their innings in the last round.
Yeah, something that you will see from Hodge when he's batting. He's always looking for the single, looking for 2, looking to push the fielder. Sometimes to his detriment. Saw him get run out in one of the games against Bangladesh. But it's from Taijul Islam, I think, ran him out from fine leg. But it's something that he tends to want to do. So as long as he judges them well, then Steve would be pleased with that, because it will keep them having to adjust between the right and left-handers who are out there at the moment.
Solozano comes back into strike. He's yet to get off the mark. 13 deliveries faced so far. This one's a short delivery. Well played. Once again, good carry through to wicketkeeper De Silva.
Yeah, just looking at Seals' bowl here, we tend to say these things and we observe them, and much is made of the fact that when a player who is an international player comes back to the lower level, that he should look like an international player. And so far you're looking at Seals' bowl, and he does look like an international player playing against first-class cricketers.
Agreed. Seemed to have settled quite quickly here at the Annisvale Sporting Complex, as he's been driven but straight to the man there at cover, Solozano. So he remains on naught. And at the end of the 5th over, Windward Island Volcanoes, having won the toss this afternoon, they are 12 for 1.
12 for 1, as you mentioned. Very big wicket of Pascal, taken by Seals. And I say very big wicket, although Pascal is quite inexperienced. We do know that he tends to get the scoreboard moving along nicely. So what you will see now is that the pressure can be applied a bit longer against these batsmen, because you have 2 batsmen who generally tend to walk the ball around, especially at the beginning of their innings out there at the moment. So the bowlers can settle into a line and into a length and try to exert that extra pressure. 3 slips, gully, and at point. At one point there were 2 gullies for Pascal against Anderson. So Anderson will continue. Fine day here at Arnesville. Lovely views all around, as is the case every time you come here to this beautiful venue.
Philip, it is a short delivery, a top edge, but just evading the man there at fine leg. For a second there, I'm sure Hodge would have been quite worried.
Yes, that one seemed to rush him just a bit. It's a dismissal that has worked against him in some of the games at the international level, and even we saw him repeatedly being dismissed like that in the last 50 over competition, the Super 50. He was out about 3 times pulling quite early in his innings. It's something that he takes on, but he'd be well advised just to set himself before he takes on the pull shot. He's usually very good on the pull and the cut, But I think it's something that he should probably wait a little bit until he's settled to take on.
Agreed. This one is on a good length once again. And Sir Philip so far has managed to bowl a consistent line. We saw the previous delivery. Perhaps a plan by the Trinidad and Tobago team against Hodge. Right away electing for that short delivery. Solozano, 3 slips, a gully, I'm on that backward point. Mid off, mid on, square leg, and the fine leg. Can't score once again. 17 deliveries so far, Solozano.
I don't think he'll be too perturbed about that, Jeremy Solozano, about not scoring just yet. I think he'd recognize that his job is to make sure that he's there when they break for tea. And also for the dinner break, maybe a little bit later on. So he's trying to bat as long as he can. That would be his aim, Solozano.
Another good delivery from Sir Philip. Spoke about the importance of partnerships, not only batting partnerships. What we've seen so far from these two seamers is that they're bowled in tandem, complement each other very well. Managed to keep the pressure on the Windward Island players. Current run rate of 2.29, so they haven't gotten away to any sort of flyer. This one again is in that channel. Well played by Solozano.
Yeah, and Sir Philip, he has played 2 test matches. So he has had occasional selection for the West Indies. Has 3 international wickets. Well, 3 wickets in tests, 4 in ODIs. So he's one who has been thereabout in terms of this being on the team. He'll also probably want to put his hand up in this tournament to show that he could be a good prospect at the international level. There's a lot of competition for fast bowling for sure around the region. Well, the bowlers generally, I think that if we're honest about West Indian cricket in the last maybe 12 months to about 36 months or so, that the bowling has done very well in the longer version of the game. And I think that the batting is where the concern has been. And the opposite is probably true in the shorter, or let's say the shorter version, but the mid version, which is the 50 over version.
Agreed, as another over is completed. End of the 6th over, 13 for 1.
Hodge, West Indian batsman. I don't think he'll be very pleased with his returns in the last few series for the West Indies. Did get that very good century in England, but since then has been a lean trot for him. Has gotten a few starts, some 20s, quite a few 20s even in that last series in Pakistan. Pitches were difficult for batting, admittedly. But he also got that 1 half century against Bangladesh, not much in the other games, the other innings, so, and didn't get a lot against South Africa prior to Bangladesh. So there's a bit of pressure on him, I think, to score some runs and to get back into some rhythm. He has 11 tests, an average of 25, so definitely some pressure on him. Athanaze is not in this game, but I think the same can be said, although he has scored a few bigger innings, in recent times than Hodge.
This one is punched nicely down the ground. Should be able to get 2 once again. Does so comfortably. Another full length delivery there from Jaden Seals. More in line with what we have come accustomed to from him. Looking for that ball to move away from the right-handed Hodge. 3 slips in operation. Mandate gully as well. But Hodge so far he has gotten into line quite comfortably and just stroking that one down the ground. Not looking to overhit it to any extent, just showing the full face of the bat.
So then, mention the deliveries that he's bowling. He's bowling just around that off stump. He has found his length, he has found his line. Hodge is a player who likes to play off the back foot primarily, especially against the fast bowlers. Loves to cut, loves to pull. So I think he would tend to explore a much fuller length versus Hodge as opposed to somebody like Pascal, who is a taller player and tends to play off the front foot more often than not.
$15 for 1 in the middle of the 7th over. This one again is on a full length. Covers up. Hodge gets it out to the man there, and it covers, and there's no run. Crowd trickling in. Hopefully, with this encounter being a day-night feature, hoping that we could see quite a few more persons coming down to watch the game.
I think so. I think that would happen, and you do have one or two international players in this game. So you'd expect that you'll see a few more persons out here, especially if the game goes into the weekend. If it goes into Friday night and Saturday evening, then you definitely have a lot of persons here.
This one is pulled down to fine leg all the way for 6. So you were mentioning his efficiency against the short delivery. Sometimes can be his own undoing, but on this occasion, that one was well played by Kavim Hodge all the way for 6.
Yeah, excellent shot. He got inside the line, pulled it around to the fine leg area. So he was well positioned, was able to pivot well. I think he was probably expecting that one more so than the one that he got against Anderson. So Philip seemed to be rushed there a little bit. Philip probably just a half a yard or so quicker than Seals as well. But there's now a man down at the fine leg area, and there's a deep backward square leg as well.
This one is short, and he's pulling again. Taking his gloves, I would like to think. Wait for the signal from the umpire. Yes. So a risky pull shot again from Hodge, but all is well that ends well for him. Ends the over with a boundary. He moves up to 16, and the Windward Island Volcanoes, they are 25 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, I think that you may say that he's living a little bit dangerously here. Maybe you could say that he's taking the bull by the horns. But I think there's so much that depends on him with this batting lineup that his team probably might want to see him being a bit more circumspect at this stage of his innings, and probably to be more expansive as he gets later on in his knock. As I'm joined by Stacey and Adams here in the commentary box. Good afternoon to you, Stacey.
Good afternoon to you, Alanson, and hello to everyone joining our broadcast this afternoon. And you're right in saying that when you do a comparison in the first round between these two teams, Trinidad and Tobago, their top 4, they went on to convert their starts as Anderson Phillip running into Solozano, who is yet to get off the mark, but as you rightly said earlier, I don't think that will bother him too much.
Yes, and we were talking about the possibility of the crowd coming in and so on. It's a good pitch to bat on, and you do have De Silva in the team for Trinidad. You have Django, those players. You have for the Windward Islands, Hodge. Ambris is a local man as well, knows the conditions very well, and does extremely well at the first class level, generally speaking. So I think that there are enough players here on show that persons can become enthralled and come down and view this game a little bit later on.
That one just directed down the leg side, and generally it is a cricket-loving area, a cricket-loving destination, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You saw the sort of crowds that we had when West Indies toured here against Bangladesh in December. But yeah, so far the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack, the opening pair of Anderson Phillip and Jaden Seals. I mean, we haven't seen in the first over any hint of express swing, prodigious swing rather. And the bowlers have just kept their plans in practice for a long period of time. So really disciplined display of bowling by the opening pair so far. Solozano yet to score. And Pascal was dismissed earlier. But as when you look across the scorecards in this West Indies tournament, I must say it's really good to see the players back, with that renewed determination. It speaks volumes about their commitment, their passion and hunger for the game, and certainly that intensity will only add to this level of competition. Philip runs into short delivery. First short delivery I've seen them bowl to Solozano, and it's been signaled wide.
It's outstretched arms there of umpire Dayton Butler from St. Vincent. Former West Indies left arm pacer. The other umpire is umpire Crawford. Yeah, you mentioned that's the first time they've gone short to Solozano. I don't think he's likely to take it on as much as Hodge would.
Yeah, what you're seeing with Hodge is the West Indies players knowing the areas that they need to bowl to him, and right away they've gone to that plan. Few risky shots played by him, but he's still there, 16 of 10 deliveries. Gets nicely behind that one, and he's finally off the mark. Should breathe a sigh of relief there, Solozano. He's 1 of 24, so he's up and running now in this innings.
Yes, that ironic applause coming from Jaden Seals there. Big applause to Solozano as if he had made 100.
Yeah, so we mentioned that plan of attack, that short pitch bowling to Kavim Hodge. Two fielders going back, fine leg and deep square to him. I think this innings for him, you mentioned how important it is to the Windward Islands, but it's also very important to him to get a score behind his belt as Philip runs into him. Decides to go fuller on that occasion.
It's not about ploy to be quite full to him. I think they tried that over with the short delivery, those couple overs, and they will go short to him again. No doubt they still have the man at deep backward square leg and the man at fine leg, because they're aware that he will take it on. It's both, I think, probably an area of strength and an area of weakness, because sometimes, of course, your strength can be a weakness, as we know.
Yeah, and it's also a case of unsettling his footwork as well. He's expecting the short delivery to come to him, so he's set deep in the crease perhaps, and just pitch that full one up every now and again. So Philip runs into Hodge and a good length to end the over. Windward Islands 27 for 1.
So not a bad start here from either side. Both sides, I think, will be pleased so far with the exchanges. 27 for 1. Early wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. And the partnership now between Hodge and Solozano is growing. Hodge already on 16 of only 12 deliveries. Has taken on a short delivery. Has played a few pull shots. One over the boundary, over the fine leg boundary for 4. Well, for 6 actually. Correction. So I think that might be the way that he will be approaching the first part of his innings. Can start frenetically at times, Hodge, at the beginning of his innings, and then settle down, based on what I have observed from him in his career up to this point. So the Windward Islands will be hoping that he settles and that he can forge a long partnership with Solozano, because they will need to get a good score on this wicket. So far it's looking like a good batting pitch.
Yeah, I concur with you. Alanson Seals into his 5th. Yeah, he's just been really disciplined, a really disciplined bowling effort from him so far, recognizing there's not a lot of swing on offer, but just kept his lines and length well in play too. Solozano in particular just keep mixing up that length, going fuller, bringing it back slightly, but he's been in and around that channel of that 4th stump or off stump line to him. There you go again. We've seen him just playing at deliveries outside the off stump, not opting to leave it alone as much in this inning so far, Solozano. Just narrowly missing that one on that occasion.
Yeah, that's a bit uncharacteristic from him. We also saw him just play a very loose cut shot, almost a prodding kind of shot in the first innings in the last game. So it's something that's a bit uncharacteristic from Solozano. Tends to demonstrate a bit more judgment outside the off stump. But so far in this innings of only 26 deliveries, he has played and missed quite a few times. Deliveries that he could have left alone.
Firmly behind it that time, Solozano. But yeah, just going back to Windward Islands and the way they approach their batting innings in that first game and comparing it to Trinidad and Tobago. Windward Islands, few of their players got starts. Captain made 55. You had Descard 46. Jeremy Solozano himself got up to 26. Pascal in the 30s in both innings, but none of the players were able to convert. So that's an area that they'll be looking to put to right in this match. Trinidad and Tobago, in comparison, their top 4 players got starts and pushed on as well. So Seals, short delivery. Every now and again, you don't mind a short pitch delivery to the opening batters. As I mentioned, there's not a lot of swing happening here so far. So just getting that short one in the over. Not getting too carried away so far, both of these bowlers. Yeah, so going back to the top 4 for Trinidad and Tobago, Vikash Mohan, unfortunate for him, he had to miss out in this game. Scored 66. He had Cooper scoring 80, Gooley 121, Jason Mohammed 176. So all of the batters for Trinidad and Tobago, they went on to score runs. Windward Islands, on the other hand, got starts, looked good, failed to convert. So something they'll be looking to put right in this match. Quick single there. Easy single taken in the end.
Yeah, I do agree with you. And when you're looking at the Trinidad and Tobago batting, I think the Windwards need to be mindful of that. There's quite a bit of experience there. And you have the likes of Mohammed, who has been around in regional cricket for quite some time and tends to perform extremely well in the regional competitions. And has done so consistently over a prolonged period of time. You do have young batsmen who are coming through their ranks. People like Cooper, they're not having played many games but showing good talent so far. And of course, you also have the West Indian batsmen in the team, current incumbent West Indian players. So De Silva, those in the squad, De Silva, Django. So it's a batting lineup where if you're playing against them as a Windward Islands, you have to think to yourself, I really want to get a first inning score of maybe 350 against a batting lineup like this, just to give myself a cushion, because there is a chance that one may get in, and if they get in, they would tend to score big. So at the end of 9 overs, it's 28 for 1.
So Philip to get a 5th over here. Yeah, and when you look at last year's tournament, Trinidad and Tobago, they placed 5th on the table, Windward Islands 2nd. You know, big money up for grabs in this tournament, $250,000 for the winner, as Philip runs into Solozano. And you look at the players that scored runs last year, you have Amir Django, scored 500 runs last year, best of 218. He's definitely not missing out on a chance to score runs, you know. As I mentioned, these players that were away for Pakistan, our reports are they came in on the 1st of February, and these guys have decided that they're not going to miss out. They want to be a part of this competition, and they want to get there, you know, want to hit the ground running as quickly as possible. And you have Jason Mohammed, he scored 443. The best for Windward Islands was 441 for, well, last year, Sumil Ambris. It's a full delivery, but tailing on the leg side.
Absolutely. So they have players who continue to dominate at this level. Some of them have been given that opportunity at the higher level as well. I'm sure for players, for persons here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines who tend to follow cricket, that they probably would want to see how Amir Django is going when he gets to bat. Having heard of him, but he has never played here in St. Vincent, I don't think, in first class cricket. So they'd want to see for themselves, as you would say, what type of batsman he is, having seen him do well against Bangladesh.
Short delivery, but well left there. So they're trying out the short ball ploy to Solozano every now and again, Trinidad and Tobago. But he's looking to just leave it alone. I haven't seen him play that one just yet.
Yeah, and he has been comfortably under them. So it means that they have been just a tad bit too short for him. He's not the tallest of batsmen, is Solozano. So he has been really comfortably getting under them. Doesn't look threatened at all by the length. So maybe if they want to go short to him, then it needs to be a bit fuller. Maybe a meter or two fuller.
Driven, but well stopped there. They'll get a single. Good hand there they actually get back for two. So good hand there by Jaden Seals, but nicely timed there by Solozano.
Yes, excellent work by Seals in the field. I think that outstretched arm of his prevented 2 extra runs, because if it had beaten him, there was no way that he was going to cut that off. One of our fellow commentators spoke about the outfield and the pace of the outfield in the last game, that it was a bit slow. But I'm telling you right now, it's in this game so far, it is a beauty. It's the ball is running across it very quickly. So you must commend the ground staff.
There you go again, another short pitch delivery.
Yeah,
but still too short, as you mentioned.
Yes, a bit too short, Stacey. Just looking at it there, just seeing that short ball early and under it with a lot of time. As we mentioned, it's not the quickest of wickets. There is bounce, but it's not quick bounce. And so your length has to be precise if you're going to attack the batsman with the short delivery. Mentioned that the prize money is $250,000 US. If you had that, what would you do with it, Stacey?
I'll probably, it sounds like a diplomatic answer, but it's really the truth. I'll try to open some sort of youth academy here in St. Vincent, cricket that is, and I'll be sort of biased. It'll probably be a female cricket academy. That's one of the things I'll look to do with that money. As the 10th over has been bowled, Windward Islands Volcanoes 30-1. What about you? What sort of ventures will you get up to if you won $250,000
US? I was going to
dollars?
ask you if you're not going to buy a piece of land and build a house.
well, for sure. I mean, who knows if I've already have a piece of land and house somewhere. You didn't get down to that, Alanson.
I don't want to talk about your business on the live. Yeah, at the end of 10, it's 34-1. We're going to have the introduction of Joshua James. James has played at this venue before, a few times, or several times actually, but in a different format in the T10, the Dream 11 T10 competition here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So he'll be a bit familiar with the conditions to some extent, although the pitch has been relayed since those tournaments, which was relayed before the 2024 T20 World Cup. So there may be some slight changes in terms of the pitch. But James, a talented all-rounder, tall, strapping young man, does hit the ball a long way, can bowl quickly as well.
Yeah, and his brother, I think, is the under-19 captain for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yes, similar build as well, but not as tall as he is, but also quite strongly built young man. The first delivery is on the mark. Hodge will be able to extract a bit more bounce off a length than the other two bowlers because of his height. Does have an action that comes over the top as well, which we'll look at as we go along.
just stuck into the leg side. But Hodge, she should be aware that the short ball is coming at some point in time in the over to him on that occasion. Just opts to ride it into the leg side for a single.
It was actually a very well lined delivery. They don't have a short leg in place, which I think is something that they could think of if they want to go short to Hodge occasionally, because it opens up the possibility of a dismissal in that region, whether directly off the face of the batter or off the inside edge onto the body.
And so the Windward Islands should be saying, they've done a bit of a job. They've only lost 1 wicket, in the first 10 overs. Seeing off the threat of Seals and Phillip. Well, don't know if Phillip will come back for a 6th over. They should be thinking to themselves to really cash in with their batting in this match. They've won the toss, decided to have a bat. Now it's up to them to bat well as James run into Seals. Sorry, Solozano, a bit too wide there on that occasion. Won't threaten Solozano into playing any sort of stroke to that delivery.
Yeah, that one was just...
Tempt,
I think
rather.
he just lost his action probably just a little bit there. I think he was looking to go outside the awesome, but probably not as far as it ended up going.
Yeah, it's not a bad length to Solozano, but his line needs to be tighter to him if he is too tempting into playing any sort of drive to that delivery. Yeah, that one was better, but that one was marvelously met there by Solozano. Don't think he will race away to the boundary, but he'll pick up 2 for his efforts. So, well placed there by Solozano.
Yes, just a check drive. Didn't really play it with any ferocity, but well placed, as you mentioned, just to the right of the man that mid-off. Mohammed, senior statesman now for the Trinidad and Tobago team. I remember Jason Mohammed playing here at under 19 level for Trinidad and Tobago, along with Darren Bravo and others. So the under 19 and Kyron Powell as well. So that generation of under 19 players.
So, a bit too short there, but played to that man Seals. As the over is completed, Windward Islands 33 for 1.
So 33 for 1, as you mentioned. Hodge, after a brisk start, 17 off, only 15 deliveries. Solozano with the lion's share of the strike, but has 6 off 39. Doing his part in the partnership. At first, over from James, we saw some bounce from him, as we would come to expect. Was just looking to see if he will get the ball to just seam around just a little bit. There is some grass on the pitch. But as we said before, it seems from what we are seeing so far to be a good pitch to bat on. Doesn't seem to be any extravagant movement. We'll wait to see how much spin is extracted when the spinners come on to bowl. Karaya and others.
Yeah, well, for now it's a change of hands for Jaden Seals. Decided to bring him from the administrative centre end to Kavim Hodge, give him a 6th over. It's good to see the fitness being shown here by Jaden Seals, running into bowl a 6th. Nicely lined delivery.
Yes, your main strike bowler. Just trying him from the other end to see if he'll be able to extract something more than he has been doing from the southern end or the Beckwith end. Bowling to a similar field to what he had from the other end. 2 slips, a gully, man at backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square leg is in place and the man at fine leg. So they will test the middle of the pitch from time to time in this over, I'm sure.
Yeah. It seems as if they've come up with a plan and they've stuck to it for Kavim Hodge. They're either going to dismiss him on the short delivery or they're just going to continue to bowl it full, probably getting bowler LBW from what I've seen from the bowlers in operation to him so far. So it's good to see that Trinidad and Tobago, they've come up with a plan and the bowlers, they're executing as well to the plan that they've laid.
Yeah, I think what Hodge would have to look out for here from Seals is that one that straightens or the one that comes into him. They'll be looking to have him trapped on the crease, looking for that short delivery. He has to be mindful of that.
Just missing there, just a bit of a bottom edge that flew to the slip cordon. A play down to ground in the end.
Yes,
So lucky there from Hodge.
yes, he was looking to shoulder arms, but he was late in taking his bat out of the line. It was well stopped by Brian Charles at second slip. If it had beaten him, it would have gone to the boundary for 4. So excellent diving stop there from Charles.
Pitched up delivery, driven straight back to the bowler. So you've seen the plan here from Jaden Seals. He's been full to Hodge for 4 balls in the over. So I think Hodge in the back of his mind will know that at some point in time that short pitch delivery is going to come.
But it could be a double buff. It could be that he'll bowl full for the entire over.
Or that as well. Bit of deception being shown here from Trinidad and Tobago and their bowlers. Some mind games being played as Seals runs into Hodge. Goes full again. This time he finds the gap. Didn't time it all too well. It'll get close to the boundary. In fact, it just gets to the boundary there. And he picks up 4 runs.
Yes, it seemed just to be a push, really. Not much venom in the shot initially, but it was well timed. His weight was coming forward into the shot. And raced away in the end to the boundary for 4. No chance for the man at mid-off to reel that in. He wasn't even close in the end. So Hodge again continues to keep the scoreboard moving. He's now on 21 of 20 deliveries. A bit of a counter-attack after the early loss of his countryman, Stefan Pascal.
Yeah, well left there. So you call it right, Allenson. Double bluffing that over. You had the 2 men out, but went full to Hodge in that over. 37 for 1 after 12.
37 for 1. We're nearing a drinks break now. So it will be the first hour, maybe after this next over. So 37 for 1, I think. If they are to get to the drinks break with just 1 wicket down, I think the Windwards would be satisfied. I don't think they'll be pleased, but I think they'll be satisfied given what had transpired in the last game. They don't want this partnership to be a very big one. It's a crucial partnership for them. I think these 2 batsmen who are out there now, Hodge and Solozano. Trinidad, on the other hand, would want to get rid of this pair because I think this is the pair in the Windward Islands team that you probably could think of when you think of the word solidity. You have many other players who are dashers and they will give you more chances.
Punches it, but straight to point. Yeah, I don't think Trinidad and Tobago will be too upset as well with what have gone on as well. They've picked up that first wicket of Pascal, but they've managed to keep the scoring rate in check as well. Not really serving up a lot of boundary balls. So good from both teams. Windward Islands will be happier not losing wickets in clusters as they did in that previous game. This one is full, driven nicely. Good hand there by the tall, fast bowler, Joshua James.
It's a big hand coming down there, swallowing the ball.
It's a long way down as well. Did well.
That's from Tobago. As a matter of fact, when you're from Tobago, I realized that when I was living in Trinidad and Tobago for a while, that when you're from Tobago and then you say, well, this person is from Trinidad, then that causes a lot of problems. So you have to always remember to say Trinidad and Tobago. And Joshua James is from the island of Tobago.
looks to drive it, and he's gone. A full delivery. We've talked about this full pitch delivery to Solozano. He's decided to play at one, and a good catch taken in front of us by the Silva. And on the stroke of the drinks break, Solozano has to go back.
I don't want to say that I'm a prophet, but Solozano is making me look like a prophet, because I told you that they will try to feed him with the drive. They would know him very well, of course. Remember that Solozano is from Trinidad and Tobago, has played a lot of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago and for Trinidad and Tobago. So they would know his strengths, his weaknesses, and that's an area he likes to go for the drive. Although he's generally a patient batsman, that's the area that I've noticed that you could probably tempt him into something injudicious. And that is what happened there with that full length delivery from Joshua James, getting the nick and seeing the back of Solozano.
And it was a delivery that he could have left alone, especially knowing that first hour is coming up and they're about to go to a drinks break. But Trinidad and Tobago, they've managed to pick up 2 in the first hour. Windward Islands 37 for 2, and we'll take a break here as well.
Tell him ready.
All right, welcome back to the Arnesville Sporting Complex. And we have the Windward Islands Volcanoes batting on 37 for 2. The wicket of Solozano just falling prior to the drinks break. Cottoy comes out to bat. James will continue. So when he leaves us outside the off stump, there's the run. Joining me in the commentary box now is Kenroy Martin. Good afternoon to you, Kenroy.
Good afternoon to you all, Lanson, and good afternoon to the viewers of this broadcast. Interesting day so far. Interesting hour play with the pink ball at Arnesville playing field. Volcanoes 37 for 2. Hodge and Cottoy at the crease doing battle here at Arnesville. And this is the first pink ball here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Interesting times.
Being left alone outside the off stump, so he has found his line now. Has been consistently back of a length, and then just served up that full delivery to Solozano. He couldn't resist it, and if you couldn't resist what seemed to be a nice treat, then sometimes you could find yourself in problems.
He has played a few shots that missed outside the off stump, and the Trinidadians continue to just plug away on that off stump line. Kieran Cottoy just played his first ball in the middle of the bat. Seemed like he's been batting all day, and really he fell to a trap that was set for him all morning. Unfortunately for the Windward Islands, but that is good steady cricket from the Trinidadians.
Yeah, 37 for 2 at the end of 13 overs. Cottoy new to the crease. Just a quick glance at the scorecard and some of the other games. Combined campuses and colleges taking on the Guyana Happy Eagles. They are 172 for 4. Johan Jeremiah, skipper, dismissed for 84. Shikari Paris dismissed for 56. Corbin and Richards at the wicket. Leeward Islands Hurricanes was the Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions 155 for 1 at the Civiv Stadium in Antigua. John Campbell not out on 91. Kurt McKenzie not out on 26. It's full driven. Lovely shot. May not get to the boundary. Actually, yes, it would. It would. Timed well enough there by Hodge. Just over pitching there. Guilty of that was Seals. And duly dispatched to the boundary.
Yeah, a fine shot there by Hodge. Not looking to overhit it. Just coming on his front foot and punching it through the covers. Timing it sweetly. And it ran off the face of the outfield into the fence for 4. We have seen that before. He continues to bat well here, Hodge. We know him to be a very a batsman who's always on the go. Really, but he looks good here coming back into the Windward team. He's now on 25 from 22. He's always somebody who scores runs, and that would always be a part of his cricket. Always busy at the crease.
Yes, and in the other fixture, Barbados Pride, they're 58 without loss. Brathwaite is on 23. McCaskey on 32. They are playing against the West Indies Academy at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. This one is full, but not as full as the one that he drove previously. He defends it out onto the offside. They still have the deep backward square leg and the man at fine leg on the onside for Kevin Hodge. So just letting him know that there's a short ball coming at some point. Has been patient in terms of when to utilize it as Seals so far. Really wants to make it a surprise delivery.
It seems to me that they are sort of double bluffing, where there's 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a short extra cover, and a man at mid-off, and there's a backward square.
Shortish, but not that short delivery. It's played onto the onside. Yes, you mentioned the double bluff.
Yeah, it seems to be they're looking to get him out on 2 deliveries. The one that is pitched just wide off the off stump, looking for that drive where he brings a slip on the gully, and the man at short extra cover in, and that short pitch delivery that we see Hodge these days taking on. Yeah, there's a man at fine leg and there's a man at deep square leg. So actually 2 deliveries they're looking to bowl at Hodge here.
Defended nicely there to the man at extra cover.
So Trinidad and Tobago coming off a big win in the first game. So they are full of confidence here coming into the Windward Islands team, who have lost badly to Jamaica. Really played an awful game against the Jamaicans and went down in that first game. Trinidad played an exceptional game and came out victorious.
Yeah, contrasting performances in the first round from the 2 teams. This one is short. He's looking to pull again.
That is what
on that occasion.
That is what I was talking about. That ball short delivery just on the off stump. Hodge, from what I'm seeing from his cricket, he was never that aggressive player pulling the ball and so on. He has picked that up in his cricket as he goes on. And he's now taking on the short delivery. They have seen that They're working with that, and they're still working with that ball just on the off stump. So 2 deliveries they're working with. That one was a short one, and Hodge went for it. It went into the keeper's glove. He didn't make any contact.
You have to be careful with the length that he tries to pull to. That one was short, but wasn't really an out-and-out short delivery. Short of a length as this one now is well in control of this one. Excellent feeling there by Anders de Philip. Keeps it down to 2. That was brilliantly done by him. I think that's a different feeler that may have gone to the boundary for 4. He's very quick over the ground, Philip.
Yeah, I do agree with you. There's some excellent feeling there by Philip. Actually saved 2 runs at least. Hodge, a very quick runner between the wicket. Picked up 2 with Kieran Cottoy, who is also an excellent runner. And Windward Islands continue to bat here in the second hour of play here in Arnisville. 43 for 2 in this day-night encounter. First one here at Arnisville playing field. And actually, I think this is the first day-night game I am seeing live here, Alanson.
Yes, it will be the first day-night game that has been played here in St. Vincent. We had some night fixtures during the World Cup, the 2020 World Cup, but those were night games, total night games. And of course, we had in the recent series against Bangladesh, the T20 series. Those were full night games, but this will be the first day-night fixture here. Interesting to see how the pink ball reacts on the lights here at Arnisville. James to continue to Cottoy. He's groping at this one outside the off stump. It's a good line to maintain to Cottoy. The type of batsman who likes to play at the deliveries.
Yes, he's a busy fella as well, as I described Hodge. Cottoy, he likes to get things going. But this looks to me a different Joshua James that we saw early in his career in St. Vincent and the Grenadines playing VPL. He has really grown, and he seems to be adjusted to his job here in this Trinidad and Tobago team, hitting some nice lines and length and really taking off the wicket. Some good deliveries being bowled by him.
As you mentioned, good line and good length. Just outside the off stump in Jeffrey Boycott's corridor of uncertainty.
Indeed, causing some problems for Kieran Cottoy, asking him to think about what he's doing. 2 slips a gully, square cover, short extra cover, fine leg, a man at mid-wicket, a man at mid-on, mid-off. So really bowling a nice tight line just on the 4th stump and picked up that wicket in his first over just before that break.
This one just a little bit wider and picking it up early was Cottoy. Left it alone outside the off stump. So not as tight as some of those ones that he has bowled earlier in the over. So far, James has figures 2.3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3. So he has done a very good job coming on as first change bowler for his team so far. This is what you want to see. You mentioned it, growth in his game.
Yes.
Still a young man, still learning his craft, but you could see that there has been improvement. Another excellent delivery on the off stump there from him. And the length is good as well. You know, he's not giving you half volleys to drive easily. Not too short either. So that in-between length, which is good.
Yes, and that testing length for the batters. Kieran Cottoy just coming into the crease. He's bowling, as you said before, the uncertain area where you look to just play the delivery safe and really cause no trouble to yourself. He's hitting a very good line and length. Here is Joshua. Again outside the off stump. Good delivery. Alanson. He seems to be the man who would come in and hit the line and length and bowl tightly and pick up wickets. Someone like a Kenroy Peters. Reminds me of that sort of bowler.
Yes, Kenroy Peters, the coach now of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, left-arm pacer. Did play, I think, a test match or 2 for West Indies. I remember him playing in South Africa.
Yes.
For West Indies. Good tight bowler. Gets the ball to nibble around just a bit. Left-arm bowler. James is in again, just outside the off stump. Left again by Cottoy. Brings you over to an end. At the end of 15, the Windward Islands Volcanoes winning the toss and electing to bat. They have gotten to 43 for the loss of 2.
Well, That was a good decision by Windward Islands. Do we know? That will have to be told a little later on in the game. This is day 1 of 4. They are 43 for 2 after coming off a loss to the Jamaicans, winning the toss and electing to bat. That's a big decision, Alanson.
Yeah, I actually think it's the right decision. Whether it proves to help them in terms of the fortunes of the game, it will be up to their own performance. You're looking at the dismissal really so far. That delivery, I think Pascal was outfoxed by the experienced Seals, but when you look at the dismissal of Solozano, he really gave it away. So I don't think that there's any demons there in the pitch, really, so to speak, and maybe they are cognizant of having to bat last on this pitch, probably against the Trinidad spinners, and that would be a challenge for them for sure. As we have the introduction now of Carrie Pierre, called the Frenchman by Danny Morrison. The farm orthodox spinner. Not a very consistent bowler.
Changing his nationality.
There's a short leg, there's a slip, there's a man backward of point, there's a cover point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the deep backward square leg. He comes in for his first delivery. Hodge just plays it down the pitch quietly. Not one to give you a lot of free scoring deliveries, Carrie Pierre.
Has done well for Trinidad so far since he's been playing for them in this tournament. One of the better bowlers.
This one, Hodge pushes it in the covers. There was some hesitation there, not too sure why. There's always a long single on there.
Indeed. It was a long single.
They almost made it into something different for their team.
A ball took eternity to get out to covers, and the batsmen took eternity to make up their mind whether they want to run a single or stay at their creases. So it was indeed a long single. But all worked out good for them. 44 for 2.
Cottoy to face up to Pierre. So when he gets it down too long on. At one point it seemed as if Django may intercept it, but had enough pace on it just to pass him down to the man at long on for a single. So Cottoy gets off the mark. He's now 1 of 10 deliveries.
Really see this pink ball in your eyes. You really can't miss it. It's pretty bright, Alanson. It's part of one of the innovations for this tournament.
They had their first pink ball match some years ago in the Caribbean, and since then they have been using it. It's very important because when you go to some countries, you will have pink tests. Definitely do have one in every series in Australia. And so you need to make sure that you are familiar with the way the ball reacts at the different times of the day as well, the pink ball.
So you're saying that you're in agreement with the introduction of the pink ball to the West Indies tournament?
Yes, definitely. And I think that we should also consider when we host people for test matches, maybe having a pink ball match. Probably not yet, because I don't think our players are as comfortable with it as some of the other countries, because it may give them that advantage. But definitely as they become more familiar with it, give them that opportunity to have maybe one test that is a pink ball match. The issue is that right now we do not play a lot of test matches, and we usually have like 2 test match series or maximum 3 test match series.
Yeah.
So that tends to be the issue. We don't have like 4 and 5 matches that we used to have a few years ago. James to continue to Hodge. With a tight delivery.
And it's not one of those introductions that you could say that would work or would not work. It is one of the introduction that is necessary.
Yeah, it's just about moving with the times, because if you don't do that, then you are always exposing your players to what is essentially totally foreign and alien conditions when they play in a pink ball game when they tour.
Yes, indeed, and really happy to see that, making sure that your players are comfortable and know what they're about and what to expect.
Just on that line. He's not moving from there. Good
Yes.
discipline being shown here by James.
And then there are a few other questions that comes up with the pink ball. The introduction of the pink ball in this tournament is the atmospheric conditions moving from the day into the night. You will see that little later on how it affects the players playing with the pink ball under the light. And really, it has to do with the body as well.
Well, it is reputed that it moves a lot more once it gets dark. So left to be seen whether that is the case or if it's just a mental thing. Psychological thing that is in the mind that it does, and you think so, even if it doesn't happen in reality. But we'll wait to see. We have seen in some of the pink ball test matches wickets fall very rapidly after that twilight period when it's transitioning from daylight to nighttime.
Well, the atmosphere gets a little bit heavier then and there. That's where the dew factor comes in. And then it causes the effect. So you just...
Excellent delivery again from James. Just walking and honing on that off stump, top of off stump length and line. Has been able to maintain it in this over. So he has made the adjustment from right to left-hander immediately. Didn't bowl too straight to Hodge. That first one was around the middle stump, and then he just worked himself to the off stump. So these are good signs from the young man in his development.
Yes.
Showing good control.
Yes, seems to be learning his craft, his art and craft, and understanding his responsibility in this team.
So he's a bit shorter, pulled by Hodge, but not that full-blooded pull shot. It wasn't an out-and-out short delivery, but such is the mood of Hodge at the moment that he was able to pull it away to the man that got deep backward square leg for a single. Score goes up to 47 for 2. One delivery remaining in the 17th over.
It's important that these two batters for the Windward Islands have a very good partnership between them here. Reasons for that, because it's early stage in the game and you really need to take some time out the game as well. You can't allow yourself to be at least 195 in the last game being bowled out on the first day. That doesn't make much sense, you know. So another good delivery. Quick single taken there by Cottoy. Gets home safely. 2 good runners between the wicket. Score moves up to 49? 48 for 2, really. So good run in between these two. I was saying before that the Windwards just need to bat as long as possible in this first innings, take out as much time as possible, and score as much runs as possible here in this first innings, because the introduction again this year for the West Indies is the first innings points for this series. So another over has come to an end. Hodge is unbeaten on 30 from 37, and the Kieran Cottoy is on 2 from 11. 17 overs have been bowled in this game so far.
Yes, and you mentioned the first innings points. When you bat in the first innings, what you score tends to set the game up. It doesn't necessarily win you or lose the game unless you really make a very paltry score in the first innings. But it does set the game up, and then when the second innings come now, it can mean that you have done most of the heavy lifting already.
Yes.
Forward is Cottoy, just plays it back to that extra cover. Carry Pierre continues.
Trinidadians looking rather patient, not rushing much. Seems like they have their game down pat, knowing what they ought to do.
Beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery there from Pierre.
So that one pitching on the off stump, not really turning as the first one did. And Kieran Cottoy playing in the inside of that delivery into the keeper's glove. And he whipped those bills off rather quickly. So a good delivery by Pierre. This one a little bit more turn and just changing the line and the length and the speed, the trajectory of that ball. Cottoy looking to whip it through mid-wicket, only finding the man there. No run. So Pierre just pulling a few tricks out of his sleeve against Kieran Cottoy. Straighter delivery, slow one. This one now, there's a loud appeal. He's out caught. A straighter, quicker delivery this time by Pierre. Kieran Cottoy hitting the outer portion of the bat into the keeper's glove, and he's walking back to the pavilion. Wicket number 3 has fallen.
Yes, you can see the edge there, visible edge. And that's another important wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago team. I would say now Windwards are in some trouble here at Arnisville, 48 for 3. Cottoy just didn't look settled at the crease in this innings. And looked uncertain with his footwork, whether to go back or forward. I think that delivery may have been better so being on the front foot, considering his height and his reach.
I agree. The delivery prior was a slower delivery. He got back on his back foot and he turned into the man at mid-wicket. This one was a quicker delivery, a flatter one, and it kept his line and length, and Kieran Cottoy played on the inside, hitting the outer portion of the bat into the keeper's glove, and really some smart bowling there by Pierre as well. He can't take that away from him.
Yes, Pierre is a seasoned operator. He also be quite familiar with some of these Windward Islands players. He did play for the St. Lucia team in the Caribbean Premier League. So he would have some familiarity with them. Some of the players. St. Lucia actually won that last CPL, but Pierre was an integral part of that. So he would be more familiar with them than probably he was with some of them prior to that engagement.
Well, that brings Captain Sunil Ambris to the crease. This is where things get rather interesting here for this game. The 2 senior statesmen for the Windward Islands. Skipper Sunil Ambris, former test player. Still at it, Kevin Hodge, current test player. These two really need to put a partnership together here for the Windward Islands at 48 for 3. Pierre continues to bowl well. This one is a flighty delivery, bringing Sunil Ambris on his front foot. We know Sunil Ambris to be a very risky player. And how he goes about playing Pierre would be very interesting here in this period. He's in again, bring him on the front foot, and that brings you over to an end. A successful over there for Pierre. He has bowled 4 overs so far, 2 maidens, 5 runs, measly 5 runs for 1 wicket, that of Kieran Cottoy, and a very good start for him here in the first innings of this 4-day encounter.
Yeah, well, Carrie Pierre, he has traditionally been viewed as more of a white ball bowler, but in the recent seasons he has been given his chance in the longer version for Trinidad and Tobago. Now, in terms of his first-class games, he has played 28 first-class games. He has a very good bowling average of 25.14 with 78 wickets. So, good performer, solid performer is Carrie Pierre. You know what to expect with him. Doesn't really give away anything.
Joshua continues as Hodge just plays forward. Hodge looks rather compact in his defense, and really, I must say, this looks like a Hodge is very much more mature than the one we saw a couple of years ago.
Well, that is what playing international cricket can do for you. And as I said before, he comes into this innings with some pressure on him. Scrutiny will be up for in terms of his place on the West Indies side. Definitely no scrutiny about his place in the Windward side. And so he would want to prove here that he is this test batsman coming back down to the level below that.
Yes, I do agree with you there. It reminds me of Desmond Haynes in a couple of years ago when his position became questionable in the West Indies team. He came to St. Vincent and the Grenadines on this set ground and scored double 100. Batted 2 days for that, Desmond Haynes. So similar situations here with Hodge at the crease. Probably looking to do similarly here. This one is a good delivery outside here. Seems to be bowling with a bit more pace than we saw him a couple of years ago, which should be, once you're playing cricket over a period of time, the improvement.
Yeah, it doesn't seem as if he bowls consistently quick, but definitely when he bends his back on one, he can get it to go through. That last one seemed to have a bit more effort in it than some of the other deliveries that he has bowled. James, a very strongly built young man.
Hodge just turning that one again. 2 mid-wicket, easy single. He calls for it. Gets another single, moves up to 31, brings skipper Sunil Ambris into strike. As we spoke about Joshua James, seems to be very comfortable with running in and hitting the crease, just hitting that uncertain area. He reminds you somewhat of Holder, West Indies ex-captain. I think he could have bowled a bit quicker as well. Holder, with his height and his the build. Josh here, James, similar build, rather big fella he is, 51 on his back. Ambris not yet off the mark.
Yeah, so he has bowled 4.5 overs so far, 1 for 6, Joshua James. So he has been doing a stellar job for his side. Has been able to put some pressure on the Windward Islands batsman. Got the wicket, that key wicket off Solozano. Low shot in the end, I must say. And I think now as you think of yourself being in the dressing room now, you'll be thinking to himself, I could have still been there and we could have been 50 for 1. That's the thing with batting, you know. Batting quite often, you make a mistake and that's it. The bowler gets another chance.
Well, that's the thing with cricket.
You have to be very precise when you're batting.
You have to make the right decision at the right time, play the right shot to the right balls, and you really have to be concentrating, understand what to do, how to do it, and when to do it as a batsman, really. So, after just about 19 overs, Windward Islands Volcanoes are 49 for 3. 49 for 3. Hodge is on 31, and the skipper Sunil Ambris yet to score.
Yes, and I welcome in the commentary box back with me here, Osnet Kato. Lots of wickets have fallen since you left, Osnet.
Yes, unfortunately, from a Windward Islands perspective, that has been the case. So, having won the toss this afternoon, they wouldn't have envisioned losing 3 wickets, 3 big wickets as well. This partnership, very important in terms of the outcome of this first innings total. This one is cut in behind point, and a bit of a misfeel, and in the end, gifting a boundary there to Hodge. So he goes up to 35. And the 50 comes up for the Windward Island Volcanoes. They're now 53 for the loss of 3.
That was a good shot from Hodge. Just giving him a little room, and as we mentioned previously, he loves to cut those horizontal bad shots. Dispatched it.
It's been a good start to the innings from Hodge. Mentioned him being a busy player. Something that we have seen whenever he has played well at the international level. Just that ability to walk the ball into the gaps. And as you mentioned, very good on the cut, the pull. And the Windward Islands will be hoping that he can bat and form a partnership here with Captain Sunil Ambris.
It's a bit short. He punches it to the man at extra cover. No run conceded or taken. Conceded by Trinidad or taken by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. A little flatter, a little quicker. Some turn on offer. A bit of bounce. Negotiated in the end by Hodge. At the end of over number 20, the Windward Islands Volcanoes after having won the toss and deciding to bat, they are 53 for 3.
There's 4 runs coming from that over. Carry pair quite miserly so far. 3 overs, 1 for 7. Just getting enough tone to keep himself and the Trinidad and Tobago team interested. Both of these right-handers quite adept at playing spin. So they'll be counting on all their experience, all their talent really, to get through this particular period into the second hour of the day's play. Just a reminder, this is a day-night encounter for those of you just joining us. For those of you watching online, still a lot of time for you to come on down to the Annisvale Sporting Complex, free of charge. And I'm sure we'll have some very good cricket here moving into the afternoon and the evening session.
Yes, Anderson Phillip replacing Joshua James after that 5-over spell. So Phillip now coming back. He'll be bowling to Ambris. So defended there, but a little jittery so far. Ambris at the crease. In the fixture between Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Jamaica Scorpions, the skipper John Campbell has brought up his 100. 102 not out he is of 128 deliveries, 10 fours, 2 sixes. 178 for 2 Jamaica Scorpions, 1 wicket apiece for Cornwall and Jeremiah Louis. Blackwood is there now with his skipper. Diana Happy Eagles versus the CCC. The CCC 185 for 4. Corbin and Demaria Richards at the wicket. And it's Philip Fuller driven, not forcefully, not firmly. So no run conceded as the fielding is done by the man at extra cover. In the game, Barbados Pride versus the West Indies Academy. The Pride are 99 for 1, so the Academy, they have picked up the first wicket. McCaskey dismissed by Joshua Bishop for 49. Craig Brathwaite is still there on 40 or 54 deliveries, and he has been joined by Jonathan Drix, who is not out on 2. Sole wicket being taken by Joshua Bishop, LBW. As we back here live at Annisvale. Quick single being taken. Well judged in the end. Throw came in from the man at mid-off, but seemed to be well home.
Ambris is off the mark, having faced 7 deliveries. Got out of the blocks quite quickly in the last game, both innings, scoring close to a run a ball. But I'm sure from his own admission, maybe he would have been hoping for something bigger. And I'm sure in this innings he'll be looking to build on those stats. He scored 20 and 56 in the previous game. As a captain, I'm sure he wants to lead from the front.
Most definitely. I think you mentioned when Solozano was batting with Hodge that it was an important partnership for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. This is another one, and I think perhaps the most important of them all. They are 2 most senior players. So another very good delivery by Phillips. So they have bowled a good off-stump channel, just around that off-stump, just in that area where you have to decide whether to play or to leave. And this is a discipline that you would want to see from a bowling attack that has players who are either current West Indies players or have played for the West Indies. And of course, James himself, a former West Indies under-19 player, and one who is looked upon favorably for the future in terms of his own development and possible career at the higher level. Just a tempter quite wide, and swinging further away, left alone. That brings the over 2, and then after 21 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 54 for 3. Ambris is on 1 not out, and Hodge is on 35 not out.
Another economical over from Ambris to Philip. As you mentioned, what we have seen from the seamers of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is that they've been able to find that corridor of uncertainty, as we hear a lot of people referring to, just on and about the off stump. Hasn't been a lot of movement, haven't been a lot of response for the seamers, but they have been able to exert some pressure by way of finding that consistent line and length. And so far that has worked out well for them. Spinners, on the other hand, just coming into their own, likes of Carry Pair. Sure, at some point we'll see Carry as well, the leg spinner.
I think that is what the discipline from Trinidad has been excellent, but I think that is what the Windward Islands Volcanoes will be disappointed with so far. I'll get back to that after this delivery. So we'll punch back to the bowler, no run taken. I think they'll be disappointed with the fact that they have lost 3 wickets and the ball hasn't been going all over the place. It's fairly good batting conditions. I think that is what would disappoint them. These two have the experience to actually optimize the conditions. And you would think that that is what they're aiming to do. There's a slight change as a man from short leg moves to a silly point. I guess the aim there might be to just put Ambris on the back foot. He's been coming forward to defend Pierre quite regularly. Just wanted to probably put that bit of doubt in his mind with that man there at the silly point. Mess with his footwork a bit. He's cutting this one behind point. This would go all the way to the boundary for 4. There's no way that Django is catching up with that. That was excellent footwork by him. He just got inside his crease. It seemed to be a flatter delivery, but his footwork was sharp and he cut it away behind point for 4 runs.
Mentioned both of these players are quite adept at playing spin, and that was evident on that occasion. Just offering a bit of room outside the off stump there, Carry Pair to Sunil Ambris. I'm sure his eyes lit up. Just went back and somewhat of a back cut past the man there at backward point and just timed it well enough to get his first boundary and moves the total up to 58 for the loss of 3.
So when he plays down to the man at mid-off, there's no run. It ends the 22nd over. At the end of it, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 58 for 3.
Both of these players looking to mount somewhat of a recovery. I mentioned having won the toss and elected to bat first. They would have been looking for a better response really from the top order. And so far that hasn't really materialized, but both of these players, very experienced players, as we mentioned. Hodge currently in the West Indies setup. Sunil Ambris, a very consistent performer at this level. So they'll be hoping that they can really form a partnership of note to really propel the Windward Islands to a respectable 4 innings total.
Nicely driven there again from Hodge. Finds the gap. Will challenge the boundary on a quick outfield, but Carry Pair is lightning across the ground. Keeps it down to 2 runs. Excellent feeling there from Pierre. Carry Pair, that's what you would expect from him. Sets very high standards in the field. Has done so throughout his career.
Very good fielder, Carry Pair, and we saw that in that previous delivery. Very good cricketer. Very good all-round cricketer. Handy with the bat as well. We saw his exploits as a left-arm spinner.
Full delivery is edging, but this one, it beats the man at second slip. There is no one at third slip. Just that little away movement there from Anderson Phillip. An excellent delivery from him in that area just around the off stump. Very good length, very good line. But there was Hodge just following the delivery just a little bit, but he was able to play it with soft enough hands that it went to ground quite quickly and in the gap, so he picks up 4 more runs.
I think that was the key on that occasion, the fact that he played it with soft hands and delivery on the line of the off stump once again. A bit of movement from Philip. A lot of wind direction. Not a lot of wind at this time, but gets the ball to move away from the right-hander Philip. But well played in the end from Hodge and got himself a boundary. He moves into the 40s, up to 41. This one is walking neatly again into that mid-wicket region. Score moves up to 65 for the loss of 3.
65 for 3. There are 2 slips on the gully. That last edge going to the 3rd slip era. I don't think it would have been a chance because, as we mentioned, he played it with soft hands. It went to ground quite quickly. But I think that's a little moral victory there for Anderson Phillip. Ambris is now on strike. He's on the pads but doesn't find the gap. He was flicking it, but straight to the man at forward square. Looks like Jid Gooley does the feeling.
Haven't seen any sign of the leg spinners yet. I'm sure at some point he'll be utilized in this session. Captain De Silva opting for his seamer.
This one is full again. Some indecision with the running, but the call comes no. So no run off that delivery. 65 for 3 in the 23rd over. Trinidad and Tobago having made some inroads into the Windward Islands Volcanoes batting quite early here. Definitely will be a good tasting tea for them. It's well left there by Ambris. That's some excitement there from the bowler, as he thought that one may have crashed into the stump, but at the end of 65 for 3, at the end of the over, sorry, it's 65 for 3.
Good leave there from Sunil Ambris. I think you need to do more of that. Because what we've seen from the seamers of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is that they've been consistently in and around that off stump line. With a bit of movement either way. So they'd have to be watchful, both of these right-handers. Kevin Hodge, 42 from 53 deliveries. So he has had a very good start. Shown positive intent and reflected in his strike rate.
Yes, Caripia also bowling well so far, 1 for 11 over 4. Forward is Hodge, just defends it back down the pitch. There is a man up deep backward square leg. There is a mid wicket, mid off, mid on, short leg, extra cover, a very deep cover. Man just at backward point or that very short third man, and man at slip. So it's forward again, almost an action replay of the previous delivery. Pushes it back down the pitch where Caripia picks up.
He's not the biggest turn of the ball, Caripia. What he does well, he's very accurate. Uses the crease well. Changes of pace.
Yeah, just out and out when you just look at him, just a professional operator when you think about it in terms of the discipline that he shows with the ball. That is what you will get from him. That seasoned pro type of approach.
Remember at one time we both have had Caripia and Akil Hussain in and around the West Indies setup, both left arm spinners.
This one is a bit shorter, gives Hodge enough time to go onto the back foot to push it to the deep cover for a single. The cover is about maybe 2/3 the way to the boundary or 3/4 the way to the boundary. 66 for 3. The score.
But it's like you mentioned earlier, traditionally he has been more known for his white ball exploits, but it's good to see him being utilized as this one is a loud appeal. No response from umpire Butler. It's a bit of drama to end that 24th over. And at the end of it, Windward Island Volcanoes, having won the toss this afternoon, batted first. They are 66 for the loss of 3.
This one didn't carry to the man at slip. They were looking to see if they could get the catch as well. It went straight on, so fair enough decision there from umpire Butler that it would have gone on to miss the leg stump. Didn't seem to have any turn on that particular delivery. Charles was looking to come forward to effect the catch. In the end, it dropped in front of him, so probably trying to see if they could get it either way. Maybe if there was some inside edge, to see if they could have effected the catch, but not out. Decision there by umpire Butler as Philip continues to Hodge. Full again, he's forward, pushes out to the man at extra cover. No run is taken. Good line so far from Philip. Good length as well. If he could maintain that, then he'll be doing well. Do remember him bowling in those test matches that he played for West Indies. Based on what I'm seeing from him here today, he has demonstrated a lot of discipline in his line and his length, good control. I think better control that I could remember from him when he played those international games, especially in the test format. This one is driving. It's just a bit too full. And as I start to commend him for his control, it's a long half volley that is pushed through extra cover quite easily by Hodge. Doesn't seem to play those drives with a lot of ferocity, but they do speed away to the boundary.
Classy there from Hodge. A delivery on the line of the off stump, full as you mentioned, just giving him the opportunity to free his arms, but didn't try to overhit it in any way. Hodge just came forward and really caressed that one through the covers and got himself another boundary as he moves up to 47. And the Windward Island Volcanoes, they're up to 70 for the loss of 3.
So 47 he has out of a total of 70. Close to 70% of the runs for his team. Back on the good length is Philip, which is defended by Hodge. I think that last one, he was looking for that little full tempter to see if he could get Hodge to probably nick it to the men in the slip cordon. But it was just a bit too full. Ended up being a long half volley that was dispatched.
I think it's safe to say also, Alanson, is that these are very good batting conditions here at the Annisville playing field. And this innings from Hodge really epitomizes that in terms of the ease at which he has been able to operate, putting away those bad deliveries, and this delivery shot again. Something that we have seen from the Trinidad and Tobago seamers. Able to come back for a second. So 2 more runs added to his total, up to 49. Yes, as I was saying, the ease at which he has gone about his operations hasn't really been in any spot of bother for any consistent period of time. Both against the spinners and the seamers. So it tells me that as long as you're a batsman who's willing to get yourself in, you can definitely be successful on this wicket.
So he's looking for the single, not there. Looking to get that single to get him to the half century. He has looked very good in this innings, as you mentioned. He has looked fluent. His footwork has been good. He has looked decisive. Something that you have not seen from him all the time in his recent knocks for West Indies. Admittedly, the conditions in the last test series in Pakistan would have challenged most, if not all, in terms of the batsmen. And from either team as well. This one is short, he's pulled. He should have time for 2. This would bring up his 50. So it would be 51 for Kavim Hodge. Back from Pakistan, back for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. It's safe to say that they're happy to see him back because he has notched up a 50 upon return.
Well played 50 to Hodge. 6 fours, 1 6 in this innings. Really positive intent from ball 1 and being able to walk the ball into the gaps. And in recent times, having played a couple of mistimed pull shots. He has been able to control that pull shot as well. So it's important from him and the Windward Islands perspective that he stays there and he gets greedy, as they would say, in terms of putting up a big total here this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I think nothing less than 100 should suffice for him. What I want to see from these West Indian batsmen is that hunger to make centuries, and also that nose, that they develop that nose to make centuries consistently, especially at this level, so that when they go to the higher level, then they will be more familiar with doing it, and then there's a greater possibility of them becoming consistently big scorers at that level as well.
It's something that we've spoken about on numerous occasions in terms of the transitioning from this level to the international level. And as you mentioned, getting into the habit of scoring big runs, really, that puts you in good stead as you look to propel your international career. I think if you have to use the template that the Indians normally use, a lot of these youngsters we see coming through in the form of Jaiswal and these guys, they have a lot of double hundreds under their belts. So it's something that we can take up in terms of a best practice for our youngsters in terms of getting used to making these big scores.
Agreed. Player continues to Ambris. Looking to sweep. Big appeal, but well down the leg side in the end. No danger of being dismissed LBW from there.
Start delivery angling into Ambris, opting for that sweep shot. Just one man back. Just behind square on the leg side. So there are a lot of acreage available.
This time it drives, but PF very fleet of foot comes across, stops it before it goes down to the man there at mid-off.
A bit more sedate start here from Sunil Ambris. I mentioned the two innings in the previous round was quite positive. Scored at a reasonable rate. Like we mentioned, this partnership very important for the Windward Islands perspective. And having seen the fluency of Hodge at the other end, it's just a matter of him getting set. No pressure really on him to score quickly or even match the positivity of Hodge. It's just a matter of forming a partnership here for the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yeah, and I think in the last game, I would say that yes, he was more positive in intent, but I think he was a bit more frenetic at the beginning of his innings. Didn't look as assured as you usually see from him. Usually a very confident type of batsman, Ambris. In all seasons and in all situations, has a lot of confidence. But you did see some indecisive stroke play from him in that game against the Jamaica team. 75 for 3. This one is punching it out onto the offside. Hodge takes him up to 52. 76 for 3, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. May have time for one more over before the tea break. Is it? No, everybody seems to be walking off. So that's the tea break here at the Annesville playing field. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, having won the toss and opting to bat, they are 76 for 3. Ambris, he's batting on 6 not out. A good innings so far from Kavem Hodge. He's not out now on 52. And Cottoy, he was dismissed by Pierre for 2. James dismissed Solozano for 6. And Pascal was the first wicket to fall, LBW to Jaden Seals. So 1 wicket apiece for James, Seals, and Pierre. The figures: Jaden Seals, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Anderson Phillip, 8 overs, no maidens, none for 30. Joshua James, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. And Carrie Pierre, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. We will take a break now, and when we come back, we will have live action as the Windward Islands Volcanoes continue their innings. Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnesville Sporting Complex, where we have the Windward Islands Volcanoes taking on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Steel. That's what they used to be known as. But now they are called the Red Force. And Windward Islands Volcanoes won the toss, they went into bat, and they are now 76 for 3. We have seen a half century from Kevin Hodge on his return from duties, West Indies duties in Pakistan. But so far, no one else has crossed into double figures. So it has been really a lopsided innings. Wicket apiece to Joshua James, Jaden Seals, and Carrie Pierre. And Ambris, the captain, is there with Hodge at the moment. Ambris is on 6 not out, Hodge is on 52. Let's say good afternoon to our viewers and good afternoon to Kenroy Martin.
Good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon to you as Alanson. As you just mentioned, you're 76 for 3. After session number 1 have been completed, we're here in the second session of today's play. Really a very important session this is for the Windward's batsmen, having the 2 senior men at the crease, Ambris and Hodge. Important times.
So Brian Charles is the bowler, off spinner, looking to sweep this one off the bottom edge. Seems as if it will go all the way to the boundary for 4. Wait on the signal from umpire Crawford. It's 4 runs, so off the bottom edge as he looked to sweep that one, Hodge. Body line delivery from Charles first up. We expect him to make that adjustment as we see him continue his spell. It was his first delivery. Brian Charles has been a consistent off spinner for Trinidad and Tobago. Comes in again. Short, pulled, but straight to the man at deep backward square leg for a single. So taking some time just to find his line and his length here, Charles.
Well, just been introduced into the attack. Hodge, who has more moved on to 57. He's been there for a while, so he's seen the ball pretty nicely. He's coming on to the bat nicely as well. And really, if he doesn't get it right, Hodge and Ambris would take full advantage of these loose deliveries that he would produce. So Windward Islands 81 for 3. These two need to put on a big partnership here and really bat as long as possible. Actually, probably try to get through the end of the day. If not, then this game could be turning differently.
This one is hit uppishly, coming off the glove it seems, but eludes the man there at short leg, so no harm in the end. They have employed a deep mid-on, Trinidad and Tobago team, to Ambris against the spinners. It does tend to loft the ball down the ground in that region.
Seems to be pushing rather hard at that delivery there. Ambris not really allowing it to come to him. Something we have seen in the last game. We've spoken about it as well. This time he just allows it to come onto the bat and turns it to the man at fine leg. So that's better by Ambris. Using the pace of the ball and the wicket as well. Just to look at what went on prior. I think it's a pretty good batting track here, Alan, so here at Arnesville.
Yes, no dangers in the wicket. It's the right decision from the Windward Islands to bat first. They just have not they have just not made the best use of it and the best use of the conditions so far. 27 overs have gone, 81 for 3, going at exactly 3 runs and over. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, Hodge is on 57 and Ambris is on 6.
Well, as I mentioned before, these two would need to bat as long as possible, knowing this is a day-night encounter. As we see, the atmospheric conditions would change later on as the sun goes beyond the clouds and the lights are turned on. But these are the 2 senior statesmen. Hodge has already gone to 57. Ambris is on 6. They need to bat as long as possible, take as much time out of this game as they can. This is the first day. Put themselves in a very solid position so that they could actually gain first inning points or so on. But Trinidad would have different ideas after picking up actually 3 wickets here for 81 runs.
So Anderson Phillip comes back for another spell just after the tea break. We're bowling to have him Hodge. This one he works down to the man at fine leg. Running hard for one. That's all there will be as James does the feeling. On to 58 now is Hodge.
I think Ambris would be a little bit more comfortable with pace on the ball. He likes when the ball comes on to him. So does Hodge. They are free-flowing players. They are stroke players as well. So this may work in the favor of the Windward Island batters.
A very good spell by Carrie Pierre before the tea break. This one again walked down to the man at fine leg, another single. So using that pace as you mentioned, Carrie Pierre he bowled 6 overs, 1 for 14. Mentioned in his spell. And a very economical spell as well from Joshua James, 5 overs, 1 for 6.
Yeah, I think what they want to do is maximize the use of this pink ball with the pacers bowling from one end and the spin operating from another end. I think they want their pacers to really work in tandem with the spinners. They have seen that being employed here by the Trinidad and Tobago team. It has worked for them so far.
The back foot defense. Goes Hodge to that delivery.
These two like to have the ball come on to the bat. They like to feel the ball on the bat. These two batters. I think that bowling just a little further outside the off stump, just about 5th or 6th stump, would work nicely for the fast bowler. You know, let Hodge leave a few deliveries, then try to get him to play 1 or 2.
So he's bowling, he seems to have found back his length, that area that he was just before in his previous spell, just around the off stump. Inviting the batsmen to come onto the front foot, but not full enough for them to drive with a full degree of confidence. They would have to take it on the up if they have to do that.
We have seen some movement from this pink ball earlier with the new ball, with the fast bowlers bowling up front. But we have not seen much of that during this spell here between these two pacers. So, little really. This one is just hitting the outer portion of the bat, probably steered by Hodge. He's coming back for 2 quick runner between the wicket. Picks up 2, so good running here between these two. And really compliments to them. Ball just trickled out to short third man, and they picked up 2 easy runs. So good positive running by these two batters, Ambris and Hodge. 85 for 3, 27.5 overs bowled. Hodge has moved up to 60, and Ambris is on 7 from 25. Again, just a nice little single, just punching it to the man at cover. That brings you over to an end. 86 for 3. So as we said, these two batters like the ball coming on to their bat, seems to have no problems with that, and that was shown in the over. So good start for them after this tea break. 28 overs completed. Ambris 7 from 25. Kevin Hodge 61 from 74 deliveries. He has spent some time at the crease so far, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes would want them to spend as long as possible in the middle there and do as much damage as they can do against this Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack.
Yeah, looking at the field that they have here for Charles, there's a man at slip, there's a short leg, mid off, mid on, back, deep backward square leg on the boundary, on the sweep at the 45. Down the pitch is Hodge, came down quite early.
Yes.
I think fortunate in the end to be there, because Charles saw him, was going to fight down the leg side, but just in the footwork saved him in the end. I think they're just looking to invite something injudicious from the batsman. Nice flight there from Charles. Seeing the taken.
Seen a different approach here, some positivity being executed here between these two, between the wickets, running pretty hard, taking the singles. Ambris with that hard hand, just playing it in front of the man at short extra cover. Charles continue to bowl here for Trinidad and Tobago.
You probably describe it as him almost jabbing at the delivery. As a boxer jabs. Down the pitch to that one. Walks it on the onside. Looking at the field that they have here, would you consider instead, maybe for Charles, opening up that cover area, bringing out the man at extra cover? Probably bringing him a little bit squarer, asking them to drive through the offside. Maybe opening up that gate between bat and pad.
Well, that's a good idea, but I have not seen the ball turn as much as you would want it to turn to have that field placement. Probably bringing the man from square cover to cover and putting the man on the other side. But I have not seen it turn as much as they would like to implement that sort of field placing. But it's something that they could look at as well.
This one, there's a back of a length delivery, just varying his length a little bit in the over is Charles. Just looking maybe just to settle it into his spell until he finds that area that he wants to operate from more often than not. Brings you over to an N89 with 3 after 29. As we mentioned, these two batsmen very valuable for the Windward Islands, Volcanoes. They will have a lot to say in terms of their performance with where they end up in this first innings, which is likely to be the case. And I think the Trinidad team, they are aware of that. And I think based on what we are seeing from them, they're looking maybe to extract Hodge from that short delivery, still have the backward square leg, the deep backward square leg, and the fine leg in place. But unlike the ploy that you saw from the Windward Islands in the previous game here when they were bowling against the Jamaica team, they have not been predictable with the short delivery, the Trinidad team. They have used it very sparingly, even though it seems as if it's one of the options that they want to use to dismiss Kevin Hodge in particular.
Yeah, they have not overused that delivery. And Hodge, he has played sensibly, smartly so far, circumspectly as well. Has not really made any mistake so far in his innings. And really has played a good hand here for the Windward Islands. 63. This one is cut in. It goes to the fence for 4. Outside the half stump. It was loose outside there and Hodge pounced on it. Down to the boundary for 4. A really good shot there by Hodge. Just a little bit of width and he made use of it.
Yeah, if you're thinking about where you don't want the ball to come in, that would be the general area. You don't want to be too short outside the off stump. It's an area of strength for him. I don't think he was 100% in control of that cut. But in the end, so it was effective. Because it's in the gap and that's the most important component about playing a shot. Adds again to his tally as the lion's share of the runs so far for the Windward Islands Volcanoes in this innings. 67 out of 93.
Well, it seems to be on a mission here, Hodge, since the return, since that break, has been very busy, as you know him to be. As Philip in his 10th over, in and Hodge is driving just to the onside. He goes for 1, back for 2. He's quick between the wickets. He's looking for 3. I'm not too sure he would get it. No, he doesn't. Some good feeling return. So 2 more runs to Hodge. Really looking to turn things up here. He moves on to 69 from 80 deliveries. Have the support of his skipper, Sunil Ambris. Windward Islands Volcanoes move up now to 95 for 3. They won the toss and elected to bat here at Annisville. And lost 3 wickets in the process. Trinidad's doing well so far with the ball. One is driving again nicely. Runs across the face of Arnisville into the fence for 4. And really Hodge is playing some magnificent shot here. Effortless into the fence for 4.
Yeah, I think that on that occasion, Philip will have to put his hand up. That was just a bit too full. We have commended him on his length that he has kept just around the top of our stump, that 6 to 8 meter length. But on that occasion, it was just a bit too full. Affording on the set batsman, Hodge, has been there for 81 deliveries now. He's already scored 73. Affording him that opportunity to free his arms outside the off stump. And he does play that punchy drive. Not much flourish, but does time it well. Weight sped to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, some lovely touches there by Hodge. 2 lovely boundaries. This one is outside the off stump. Hodge has nothing to do with that. Would come back there by Phillips. He is gone for 45. Has no made no over yet. Haven't picked up a wicket as yet. So, really good going here by Hodge. Seems to be on a mission just after this break. And really look busy as we normally know him to be. He's played some lovely shots. Second delivery, he swept it for 4. Couple of deliveries after, he was cutting, he was driving through covers. So he seems to be on a mission here this evening. He has 73 runs so far from 82 deliveries. This one is driving again in the gap. Won't get it past the man at mid-off who comes around and dives to his right and fields. That brings you over to an end. So 100 coming up here for the Volcanoes, 100 for 3. Hodge has scored the majority of those runs so far. 74 runs from 83 deliveries. He has Sonny Ambris with him. He has 8 from 28. And really, you must commend him on the way he has gone about his business so far.
Yes, what I would say about this innings is that, by and large, I think the Trinidad bowlers have bowled very well. If you want to be too harsh, you may say that Philip, although he has maintained a good line and length for most occasions, he has overpitched on a few occasions in between those and has gone for a bit too many runs, you would say. But other than that, the other bowlers have been quite disciplined and on the mark. So you would say that although the conditions are fairly sedate in terms of batting conditions, that it has been a good innings so far from Hodge. All things considered, the opposition and the way that they have bowled as well. Kudos to him so far, but he would know that with the score at 100 for 3, things can change very quickly for his team. A few wickets here would spell some very big problems for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The pitch is still looking very good for batting as it did in the previous game. And this means that whatever you score in the first innings will be very crucial, because the Trinidad and Tobago team will have their turn to bat as well on what seems like a pitch that is quite sedate. Having said that, if you put put up a good first innings total, then there's always a scoreboard pressure which can help you, and that's what they need to be focusing on. They need to be thinking to bat as long as possible, while the Trinidad team will be thinking a wicket or two here, and we could be in amongst them.
I agree with you, the Allenson, as Charles continues here for Trinidad and Tobago. This one is short and Hodges pulling, hitting, going down to fine leg. It goes into the fence for 4 more. As I said, he seems to be on a mission here this evening, knowing this is a day-night encounter, and really playing some lovely shots. 4 more runs to him, 104 for 3 here at Arnisville. Hodge moves on to 78 from 84 deliveries. Another loose delivery by Charles, dealt with in accordance by Kevin Hodge. So really good cricket here by Hodge, putting the pressure on the bowlers. Charles has bowled just 2.1 overs so far, and he has taken 12 runs so far from him. Again, just on that mid-stump era, he's gone for 1, he's looking for 2. Good feeling by the man there, running back to the mid-wicket boundary, picking up and throwing, restricting them to 1. these two, very important for the batting lineup of this Volcanoes team. Sonny Ambris is down the wicket in his regular, I could say, something that we are accustomed to see Sonny Ambris do. He's not the kind of batter to be bogged down for too long, Alanson, but he has to be careful here. Winward Islands have just played themselves back into the game. I think they can't afford to lose another wicket. Good feeling.
So that would be interesting to see a replay on that delivery that he came on the wicket to see if there was some turn on that delivery. Got the inside portion of the bat. It may have been because there was some spin on it.
Charles flighting and Hodge is driving sweetly through covers. He's gone for one. He's getting close to the fence. It beats the fielder. The ball wins the race. Into the fence for four. 4 lovely runs there by Hodge all the way on the ground. And it kept rolling. A lovely shot. Sweet to the eyes.
Yes, I think when you look at that shot and that delivery, that Charles has no one to blame there but himself. That was really too far over pitched. So much so that Hodge had no problem at all driving that one against the spin. He was able to smother it quite easily because it was that full. So Charles there would need to make that adjustment to bring his length back just a little bit, while Hodge will be thinking more of the same and keep it going.
Indeed. Hodge again back and just punches it to the man at cover who does the fielding. That brings the Charles over to an end. He's bowled 3 overs for 18. Windward Islands 110 for 3. I think this game is evenly poised here between these two teams. Hodge, who has batted really lovely so far, have scored 83 from 88. Ambris have supported him. He's 9 from 29, something that we don't normally see, that the balls outweigh his runs. But he has to be patient here if the Windies is to put up a challenging total for the Trinidadians. I think they have just played themselves back into the game here, these two.
Well, what you usually look at in the pink ball game is what happens in that twilight period and during the dark time of the dark portion of the play. Tends to do a bit more than the ball, but based on what you're looking at in the daylight hours here, this pitch is a very good batting pitch, and it's looking even like a 350 pitch type of pitch. So they have to ensure that they get that score. As I said, the Trinidadian batting lineup seems quite formidable, so they must not just get complacent, and they have to try to bat as long as possible. These two, do not leave it for those who are coming behind. They have brought back Jaden Seals, the skipper. He's saying that I need to get some wickets. Strike bowler is on the bowling now. He'll be bowling to the Windward Islands Volcanoes skipper, who's on 9. 2 slips on the gully in place.
Seals right on the money. First delivery, short of a length in that uncertain area. Ambris trying to force it back. Just only find Seals in the way. As I said earlier, they have employed this plan that they use the fast bowlers at one end and they use the spinners at the other end. And really they have continued to do so. They have moved around their pieces from different ends and see how well it would adjust, how they could adjust and how well it would assist them. So far, Seals have been the successful one, 1 for 26. This one is played somewhere short cover, not too sure if it hit the inner portion of the bat and went into the pads. Like you see the replay on that one. But Seals have just hit that length, that hard length outside the off. Some Ambris trying to close the face on that one as well. And just trickling out to the man at short extra cover. Windward's 110 for 3. Ambris looking for a single. Hodge not interested. Sent back. No danger.
what I like so far from Seals is that even though he's varying his length, his line has been immaculate. He has not really given room, which Ambris, you could see that he's sweating on some room to go through the offside, but not really giving him any room to free his arms to either punch or cut the square of the wicket on the offside. So tight lines being employed here by Seals.
Yes, indeed. Hard length outside the off stump. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point. This one is really good delivery. Full of delivery, that one is Alanson. And he left it alone. Good thinking there by Seals.
Yes, I like to watch Jaden Seals bowl. I could see, as he bowls his different deliveries, you could almost see the process that he's thinking in his head. And what he's trying to do to get the batsman out. And the different things and permutations that he's considering as a bowler. That is why he has such a good test record.
Ambris
learning all the time and implementing as he goes.
Has to be patient here, Ambris. Wait on the bad deliveries. Another good delivery there by Seals. Just on that middle stump, Ambris just playing it straight back to the bowler. Man from mid on comes in on field. So as you said, just plowing away there, and that air of uncertainty causing the batters to think about it. Ambris is on strike. Win was 110 for 3. Really good conditions here for cricket. Sun is out. This one just hitting the inner portion of the bat there. Ambris looking to squeeze it in the air of cover, square cover, backward point. But that hard length has him in some sort of trouble there.
Yeah, and I go back to what I said about his line. That was a bit too close for that shot for Ambris. Even though it was short enough for him to punch off the back foot, he was looking to punch it quite square. Not enough room for him to go so square with that delivery. Almost chopping it on, as we saw from him on some occasions in the last season, where he's looking to punch the ball quite square and chopping it onto his stump. So he has to be very mindful of that. But a very good length and an excellent line being kept and maintained here by Seals.
So we see a change in bowling here. We see Carrier being introduced. Hodge is unbeaten on 83. Ambris on 9 from 35. Carrier now been introduced into the attack. First time you're seeing for the day. I've not seen much of him, Alanson. So I wait to see what he has to offer.
And he does bowl the leg break. He does have the googly. So
A sweeper as well. There's a slip, a backward, a square cover, sweeper, short extra cover. Man under the bat. So one is flighted and Hodge is equally forward to that. As I was mentioning, conditions are favorable for play here. Very nice. Sunshine is out. Everything looking beautiful. Well manicured outfield. Lovely wicket to bat on. And really an excellent facility for cricket here.
Carrier does have an action that is quite interesting. He does keep that arm quite high even when he's running up and then releases. So he does bowl that googly. So able to beat the bat on both edges. Something that Hodge will be mindful of. This one a leg break, but a bit too short. Hodge is able to turn it fine. Even this one will challenge the boundary. They wouldn't get there, but they have enough time to get 3 runs. So Hodge keeps his score and the scoreboard ticking over. He's on 86 now. 113 for 3.
Smart batting by him as well. Just turning it down to the fine leg area. Not looking to hit the ball too hard. Timing it sweetly as well. Keep putting it in the gaps. Running hard between the wicket. He has been doing that very well in this inning so far. Winward would like him to carry his bat deep into this innings. So does Ambris. This one is beating him outside the off stump. Ambris pushing hard into the keeper's glove. The oohs and the ahs goes up. Good delivery.
Yes, some bounce and some turn there. So that's what we waited to see how much spin the wrist spinner can extract as opposed to the finger spinners that we have seen thus far.
This one is he hitting it back past the man. Would he get there? Somebody's getting on it. What a beautiful catch. A magnificent catch there by James, running back. And I think he has done himself some harm. But Ambris, I spoke about the patience, lost patience, went for the big shot. And really Carrier in his first over, flighting that delivery. He went for that shot, and a magnificent catch there by James running back. Winward's lost their 4th wicket.
It's the catch of the tournament for me. I don't see how you would beat that in this entire tournament. I mean, he was the degree of difficulty there because he's running backwards, he's nearing the boundary, kept his eyes on it. If you look at the way he's running, he's not running with his back totally turned to the ball. It's almost a type of sideways position. So he's able to see the ball as it is coming over his head in terms of the flight of that shot. Was able to get his hands under it and did all the running to get there, just maybe a couple yards short of the boundary. And it was an excellent catch by Joshua James. You wouldn't see too many better than that.
I do agree with you there. He had some ground to cover as well, and he did that. He's a big man, and he really launched at that ball. Took a wonderful catch to dismiss Sonny Ambris. But really and truly, Alan, sir, I spoke about it prior, and really, Sonny Ambris, not known for his patience, really, went for that shot off of Carrier. His 5th delivery. Windward Islands are now 113 for 4. 113 for 4. And a crucial wicket, the crucial wicket of the skipper, Sonny Ambris. He goes back for 9. That brings Descartes to do battle here with Hodge, who has done the bulk of the scoring for Windwards. He's on 86 from 91. Excellent catch. Good break here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, and when you look at that, remember we were talking about the fact that this pair needs to continue. You look at that delivery. Those who have seen the replay, the ball wasn't really it wasn't a half volley by any means. It wasn't full enough for that shot. Considering that the ball is turning, you saw the one that turned and bounced and went past his edge. Have to be closer to the delivery to attempt a shot like that. And I think Ambris will be the force to put his hand up to say that he made an error on that occasion. Big wicket there, massive wicket for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Yannick Carrier in his first over doing the business.
Well, 1 ball to bat here. This time he's driving here. Is Descartes and goes on the head. So another over comes to an end. Winwards have lost wicket number 4. 113 for 4. Ambris goes back, skipper, and the hope for Winwards is there is that Hodge is still batting on 86 from 91 deliveries.
Yes, so when you look at the innings that Hodge has played so far, 86 from 91 deliveries, I think the other batsmen, especially those who have batted with Hodge, really need to do some thinking about the way that they have approached their innings. All they needed to do is to stay with him. If somebody's batting at that scoring rate, there's really no pressure on you to score because he's scoring at almost a run a ball. Exactly. Really, all you need to do is make sure that you're there at the wicket, contribute to the partnership with some singles, knock around the ball, and keep your team in the ascendancy. Really, just a wicket that was given away there by the skipper.
Agree with you there, Alanson. This time Hodge is turning off to square leg. Picks up another single. He is batting so well. All he needs is support. Just to support. and really, it wasn't called for, but an excellent catch in the end by James. A big lad, big man he is. Really hauled himself at that and took a wonderful catch. And Windward's lost wicket number 4, that of the skipper, Sonny Ambris. That brings Descartes to do battle here at 114 for 4. A brilliant break here, excellent break here for the Trinidadians. Seals and the bowlers are doing well. This one, Descartes, is just playing it forward to the man at Short extra cover. That's Mohammed. And really, I think some of the supporters might have been a little bit disappointed there with skipper Ambris. I'm a bit disappointed as well. Should have really played a supporting role to Hodge and really carry his bat as far as possible into the innings. Had a soft dismissal as well in the game just before, I think it was just before lunch. The final over just before lunch, and really had a soft dismissal after scoring a half century. And similar situation here again. So Seals on that hard length brings Descartes into his defense. Windward Islands 114 for 4.
Descartes, all-rounder from St. Lucia. Busy player. Always energetic in the field, whether he's bowling, batting, fielding. And there's a lot that rests now upon his shoulder because 114 for 4. I mean, usually when you think that you have a batsman on 87, you don't think that the score is 114 for 4, especially if they haven't been there from the start. Such is the extent of the dominance of the innings of Kevin Hodge, and also the lack of contribution from the other end.
Yeah, I agree with you there. No support coming from the other end really for Hodge. He has done the bulk of the scoring. He's on 87 from 92. And they really need to pull themselves together here, these batters. Support him. Give him some support. Bat as long as possible. Face as much deliveries as possible here. But Trinidad has stuck to their plans. They have bowled a fast bowler and the spinners in tandem. And it has worked for them so far. They have picked up 4 wickets.
Off the mark now is Descartes. So he adds now to the score 115 for 4. You mentioned the bowlers bowling in tandem. The Trinidad and Tobago team will be very, very pleased with this score because, as I said before, when you look at the pitch looks like a good pitch to bat on.
Yes, an easy wicket.
115 for 4 really doesn't reflect the conditions here at Arnisville, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be thinking to themselves, when we get our turn, then we will show you what's supposed to happen here on this pitch. Windwards would have to do well to prevent them from doing so.
Yes, and probably looking to bat once in this game, Trinidad and Tobago. But Seals has done a very good job so far. He has 1 for 28. Oh, shot to Hodge. Hodge is pulling that to the man at square leg, who is stationed there for him. From the beginning of this innings, he's still there. Hodge moves on to 88. And really and truly, a batter with 88 runs on the board and a team like Windward Islands Volcanoes, it tells you the story of the batting lineup of the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the batsmen who have gone prior.
I think the batting lineup would have to, for the remainder of the games and the remaining innings in this game, and even those who are yet to bat in this innings, because the innings hasn't been completed as yet, they would need to show a turnaround, a complete turnaround from what they have done so far. I think there has been a general lack of application, which is disappointing from them, especially the top order, which makes it even worse. And that needs to happen, especially at this level, for there to be success.
Well, Carrier continues. He picked up the wicket of Ambris. Another delivery spinning across the bat into the keeper's glove. Another delivery seems to be getting some assistance from this wicket. Turning across the right-handed Hodge. Good delivery to start proceedings here in this the 35th over so far. So some turn here from Carrier. Seems to be a little different wicket we are playing on here, Alanson.
It's the same wicket. Nothing is wrong with the wicket. You expect the next spinner to turn the ball. It's not prodigious turn. He's bowled a good first over, backing it up now with a good couple of deliveries to start off.
Well, success for him in the first over, big wicket. This one is flighted and driven to the man at short extra cover who does the fielding. Windward Islands 116 for 4. Hodge on 88. key fella, key wicket for the Trinidadians. Also key for the batting here for the Windward Islands as well, the Volcanoes. As we see here, Carrier just taking the pace off that delivery, flighting it a little bit more and asking Hodge to push forward. Getting that ball down to the gully area who slip comes around and field. Carrier tossing it from left to right. Another good delivery, a quick single call there by Hodge. Good calling, good running by these two. That is something that we have seen between the Windward Islands batters, that they have called and run very nicely through the wicket. Can't take that away from them, but they have lost too many wickets. They have not really batted in partnerships. We have not seen that coming from them. And they have lost 4 wickets in their efforts here at Arnisville. Trinidad bowling tightly, sticking to their plans. Doing a good job so far, these bowlers. Carrier, 1 for 4. Another single being run between these batters, leg by, signal by the umpire. So that brings you over to an end. After over number 35, Windward Islands are 118 for 4. 118 for 4, and I would take my leave here as I invite Stacey to join Alanson in the commentators booth. Windward's here, struggling somewhat at 118 for 4.
Good afternoon, Stacey.
Good afternoon, Alanson. Good afternoon to all the viewers. Windward Islands struggling, as Martin signed off. That was the word that he used, and I think in the position, after winning the toss, deciding to bat first, this is certainly not the position that the Windward Islands thought that they would have found themselves in. But it's been a disciplined bowling display so far from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's a lone soldier for the Windward Islands so far. Kavim Hodge, who's 89 of 98 deliveries, but Seals to Descartes. Just nudges this one into the onside to pick up a single. So that partnership between Ambris and Hodge yielded 65 runs for Windward Islands, and that's been a problem for them so far in this tournament. Just 2 games in, but not being able to string together any sort of partnership of note throughout this series so far, Windward Islands.
Yeah, and basically what you want to see from them in the tournament, especially after they finished second last time around, is a bit more application, especially from the top batsmen and the openers and the rest of the top order. You want to see a bit more application from them, the desire to bat long.
Stifled appeal. He's looking for a single, Hodge, but he won't get it. And when you look at the dismissals, it's very much poor shot selections from Windward Islands, and highlighted by that shot selection. Ambris chose to go down the ground after bowling of Yannick Carrier. That delivery, could have left it alone, or even if he had attempted to hit it through the covers, I think that would have been a safer shot. Cottoy, he was caught, bowled by Carrier, another left arm spinner getting his wicket. Another leg spinner as well, picking up that wicket of Ambris. Redwood picked up the wicket of his in that last game versus Jamaica in the second innings. Yeah, so far, Hodge has been fighting hard for them. Solozano, he was caught behind off the bowling of Joshua James. Really didn't need to play at that delivery. Pascal, he was adjudged LBW earlier off the bowling of Jaden Seals. As we mentioned, it's been quite disciplined from Trinidad and Tobago with their bowling efforts. The Windward Islands not so in their batting display.
So just to give you some quick updates from the other games, they come back. The CCC are taking on again Happy Eagles at Providence, and they are now 253 for 4. So not bad going there from CCC against the Happy Eagles.
Looking for a quick single. Made it quite comfortably in the end. Fielder running in there, Cooper. were not able to prevent it.
Yes, looking at now the Leeward Islands versus the Jamaica team. The Scorpions, they are on 219 for 4. Campbell has been dismissed for 126, the main contributor in the innings thus far. At the crease are Brad Barnes and Daniel Beckford. And in the game with Barbados taking on the West Indies Academy, Barbados 166 for 1. Craig Brathwaite, captain of the West Indies and Barbados, he's on 78. And he is accompanied by Drakes on 23. And it's 78 with a good strike rate as well. I think some people will be interested to know that. He's 78 of 114 deliveries. Striking at 68 in a 4-day game. Captain Craig.
It's something we've seen throughout this. It's just been 2 games in, but I've noticed a number of players have been upping their strike rate in the 4-day tournament, opting to be a lot more aggressive in their stroke play, highlighted by that man there, Campbell, scoring a brisk 100, I believe, and he scored a 79 of 91. And Hodge here is 90 of 101 deliveries. So well left delivery in the end there.
Yeah, that was a good short delivery. Came out of the blue really, and that's what really want to see in terms of the surprise element. You don't want to be too predictable. And I must commend the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. Overall, it's been a very good bowling effort on what is basically a placid wicket. And based on the scorecard, you would not think so. But 120 for 4 really it doesn't really reflect the conditions. So again, we must say well done so far for the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. They have exerted enough pressure to create the chances that they want. Some injudicious stroke play at times have led to wickets falling. But in between that, the pressure has to be built to force those errors. And they have done so successfully.
Yeah, Carrier, sorry. Squares him up a bit there, but well handled in the end. Safe to say that Hodge is enjoying conditions here compared to what he faced recently in Pakistan.
Well, yes, it will be totally different conditions, I would think.
Very nicely to the onside. Good calling, good communication between these two players. Come through for a quick single.
You'll expect that from these two, and they are rapid between the wickets, especially Descartes. Very, very quick over the ground.
Not a good single taken between these two. So more of that required from a Windward Islands perspective, just to build another partnership between these two.
Yes, it's almost like when you were playing tip and run. In school, we had 2 versions, tip and go 1 and tip and go 2.
Yeah, Descartes, he looked good in that game against Jamaica. He scored 34, 45 and 47 in the second innings. Just not able to convert.
Has a lot of ability, Descartes. A lot of natural talent as a batsman, as a bowler, and in the field. So as you mentioned, just need to produce the goods more often now for the Windward Islands. I think this will probably be the season that he gets an opportunity to play more games than he has had to do before.
Was a stifled appeal there, quite animated there by seals in the cover area, so it appears as if it was an edge. We'll take a look at the replay. Was it a drop chance?
Yes, it seems to have been. Hodge was forward defending.
Yeah, certainly looking like an edge there. So might go down as a chance for Yannick Correa. For Hodge of the bowling of Yannick Correa, sorry. Edges this one. Gets it fine to the slip cordon. Will challenge the boundary. Will it get there? Just does so. A boundary after a drop chance there for Kavim Hodge. He inches closer to 3 figures. That's the end of the over as well, 126 for 4.
Yeah, you saw a signal there from De Silva in the replay that he didn't think that he had edged it, but I think he was up a bit early in terms of his keeping stance. It was up, it's a full delivery, and he was up already upright behind the stump, so he could have been just down in his crouching position just a bit longer to follow that delivery. It seemed to have come off the bottom of his glove as he was standing up. So we will never know if it was a chance. And we will never know what the umpire would have thought about it either.
Yeah, we will be able to know. We could ask them at the end of the display.
We'll never know. When we ask at the end of the day, we'll just get opinions. It wouldn't be facts because we would never know what they would have done in this situation.
Yeah, that's true. So Descartes now seals in the middle of a challenging, a testing spell to these two batters, not giving a lot away. Seals in his spell so far. Picked up that 1 wicket of Stefan Pascal earlier, LBW. He's looking to drive at that one outside the off stump. I don't think Seals will mind that too much.
Yeah, a bit of a naughty shot given the situation of the game, but it's something that you'd expect from Descartes. I think that what he probably needs to do is choose his bowlers as something that a lot of these players, modern players in the Caribbean, probably could learn from a player like Lara. You would all see that he will choose the bowler who is the one he will go after in a particular situation or a particular game, and then he would show respect to some other bowlers and say, well, I'm not going to drive this one, I'm not going to hit out at this one until probably he's on top of everybody. Then he will show that indiscriminate dominance as you would get from him.
Yeah, we already mentioned it, the lack of selection in terms of the deliveries that you choose to go at on the Windward Islands inning so far. A number of those deliveries could have been left alone. We mentioned that one from Solozano very early.
You think that one from Solozano and that wicket also from Ambris, those two would be thinking that they have gifted wickets to the opposition.
Driving it, but straight to Correa. He's chosen to operate on a fuller length to Descartes. His spell so far Seals.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that one viewing at home on your monitors, but Seals applauded him after that drive. After he had been beaten on a few previous attempts, he was applauded by Seals for getting back on that one. So a little bit of byplay there between the batsman and the bowler.
Whips this one into the onside this time. Will challenge the boundary. Don't think it will get there. Good chase by the man on the boundary. Limits it to 3.
It's 3 runs there. Comfortable 3 in the end. Just a bit over pitched and too straight on that occasion from Seals. He's looking for a wicket. He's looking to make something happen. You see, he's trying to get into the mind of Shadrach Descartes to see if he will play an uncharacteristic shot or an uncalled for shot in this particular situation.
Yeah, Seals doesn't mind playing the villain a bit if it means that he'll, at the end of the day, pick up the wicket that he wants. And you don't mind that from your fast bowlers. You want them to have that sort of aggressive intent. You know, not a troublemaker by any means, but he runs in and he shows all of the aggression. Short delivery. First one I've seen Hodge leave for the day. Gets under it that time. So well played from him.
Maybe because he's on
tempted.
95.
Quite possibly so.
He's looking for 5 singles to get to that 100. And in that, if that is his thinking, then that's actually very good from him, because you have seen some of our, even at the higher level, some of the West Indian players get into the 90s, late 80s recently and basically giving it away. Sometimes you could throttle back just that little bit just to ensure that you get across that, especially since psychologically it would mean that much for you as an inexperienced player at that level. And then after you could continue to dominate.
A dot to finish that one. 3 runs coming from it. Windward Islands, 129 for 4.
129 for 4 here at Arnesville. Hodge on 95 has most of the runs for the Windward Islands in this innings. It's an indication of what is required from him as well from this point. They would want him to continue in that vein, but they will need Shadrach Discard to support him. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, they will be looking to Yannick Correa to take a few more wickets. He is the attacking spin option as a leg spinner. So they'll be looking for him to take a few more wickets here and get into the lower order of the Windward Islands Volcanoes to dismiss them for maybe something in the region of 200 or less, which would be inadequate considering the conditions that we have seen so far.
Yeah, just going back to Hodge as well and leaving that delivery. Apart from getting to 3 figures, he's already assessed by now that it's key, it's imperative for him to bat as long as possible if the Windward Islands are to get to any sort of respectable total. So Correa to Descartes.
Agreed. 100% in agreement with you, Stacey.
Goes for it. Has he picked out the fielder? Yes, he has. So Joshua James taking a much easier catch on that occasion. Descartes looking to take out the long handle has been dismissed, and Correa has a second.
Yeah, from the time he struck it, you could see that he was going to be caught, because it was really too full for him to loft over the long on region. It was a full enough delivery that he could have driven through the offside, or maybe straight along the ground, that is, because it was that full. It would be difficult for him at that length to get it over the man at long on, and so he mistimed it. Another wicket, and as I said to you before, Trinidad and Tobago will be looking through the attacking option of the leg spin of Yannick Correa to get a few more wickets here and really upset and put the cat amongst the pigeons of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, put them on the back foot firmly here at Arnesville.
Yeah, and with that, it's not just another wicket, it's another wicket that has fallen just before a break. So we will take a break as well. It's a drinks break for the players, and we'll be back shortly. Yes, welcome back. Drinks break there for the two teams. Discard the dismissed batter, Jervin Benjamin, wicket keeper for Windward Islands. Yannick Karaya, 2 wickets so far. Gets forward and just prods this one into the onside. As I am joined by Osnet Kato. Good afternoon to you, Osnet.
Good afternoon to you, Stacey, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Windward Island Volcanoes in a spot of bother, it must be said.
And that spot might be a very big spot too. 129 for 5. 95 of those runs go into Hodge. Full delivery. Gets off the mark that time, Jervin Benjamin.
I think that would be the disappointing aspect from a Windward Island perspective. Having seen the way Hodge has been able to construct this innings with minimum problems really. And at the other end, no one really showing enough prominence to cause any sort of discomfort for the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack.
Last 2 batters dismissed, Sunil Ambris and Descartes, really showed a lack of patience to the leg spinner Yannick Karaya. Short delivery. It's played into the onside. He gets a single. Edging closer, that much closer to a fine knock, a fine century here, Hodge. One thing for the Windward Islands to smile about so far is the way he's gone about his innings, his approach to batting, his selection. Really chanceless innings from him so far.
Agreed.
This one was short, wide, kept leaving him. Left alone in the end. So a wicket in that over. Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be up and about here at the Annisville playing field. Windward Islands, 131 for 5.
Another successful over there for Carrier, the leg spinner. So far, been reasonably economical, but at the end of the day, though, that 4th column, 2 wickets, 2 big wickets as well. That of Captain Sunil Ambris and Descartes, who had a reasonable game in the last round. So Windward Island Volcanoes, earlier they won the toss and elected to bat first, and they're at 131 for the loss of 5. Losing wickets consistently, that is always going to dent your progress as a batting team, and so we are seeing happening right before our eyes.
Yeah, and this is expected as well from Trinidad and Tobago. I expected them to rotate, just have spin from one end and pace from the other. So they're rotating their paces from one end, and I'm pretty sure that they'll do the same. But if Karaya continues to pick up wickets as regularly as he's done so far, a wicket in each of his 2 overs so far from him, I don't think you'll see the ball out of his hands anytime soon, as Joshua James, unfailing forbearance from him in his earlier spell. 5 overs, 6 runs, and that wicket of Jeremy Solozano. So in he comes now. It's a bit of width offered. Cut to that man there, placed on the boundary, Jason Mohammed.
James coming from the opposite end this time. Operated earlier from the Beckway end. We are now seeing him coming from the old airport end. As you mentioned, a very good spell from him. 5 overs, 1 for 6 coming into this over. So he has been quite economical, and I think that was a job that was needed at that particular time by the captain, and he delivered admirably.
Yeah, and it's very important. You're the 3rd seamer in this attack. Yes, you want them to pick up wickets, but it's very important for the 3rd seamer to run in and be economical, and that is what Joshua James has done for his team. He hasn't gone for a lot of runs, and he's picked up that wicket as well. So a quite handy spell from him so far. Quite handy bowling display, I'll say, so far from him in this innings. So left alone that time, and that is how he's largely operated. Just been keeping it full. Yes, he's a tall man. He certainly will be able to extract some bunks, but he has not gone to that option. He's decided to be disciplined in his line and length, and it's been quite successful for him so far.
Agreed. Spoke about the impact of Carrier on this game. Windward Islands will be wary of these leg spinners. If you can recall, in the last game, Tamari Redwood really demolished the batting lineup of the Windward Islands.
That one just hitting the bat of Benjamin. Squared him up a bit there on that occasion. You were saying, Osnet?
As I was saying that they'll be quite wary of the leg spinners. Tamari Redwood picking up 7 wickets in the last game. And coming into this one, we're seeing Carrier here picking up 2 wickets so far and looking very menacing, it must be said.
It's a short delivery. Has to be careful with the short pitch delivery to Benjamin. He is a shorter man, so it's easy for him to get out of the way of that one. Didn't really need to duck under it. So it has to be well directed in terms of the length to Benjamin. Lucky to not have been called wide there. Yes, you were saying with the leg spinner and Carrier, a man with his experience, he has a lot more control and a lot more consistent as well. Redwood lacked that, but he was able to run through. Yeah, he was able to run through the Windward Islands batting team in the second innings, picking up 7 wickets.
Kavim Hodge continues to look for a partner. He'll be hoping that partner is in the form of Jovin Benjamin. Didn't have the best of game with the bat in the last round, but he'll be hoping for an improved performance. Windward Islands certainly need it at 132 for 5. Having won the toss all year, electing to bat first. What appears to be a very good wicket for batting, it must be said, as another over is completed there from James, just 1 run coming from it. And at the end of the 40th over, Windward Island Volcanoes, they are 132 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, these two hailing from Dominica, Benjamin and Hodge. So should have a good understanding of each other's game. They'll need that if they are to form any sort of formidable partnership. He sweeps this one but can't beat the fielder there. A short fine leg. Sort of delivery you hope for when you're on 97 to put it away. Unfortunately for him, just hitting it straight to that fielder.
It's just need to get it a few yards to the left or right of that fielder. I'm sure he would have had a boundary written all over that. Something we spoke about in the last round of fixtures, the nervous 90s. Here we have another batsman in this tournament in navigating himself through the 90s.
Yeah, he struggled a bit, Kavim Hodge. So the physiotherapist came out to give him some attention. Seems fine now. Just beating the outside edge of the bat there that time, Karaya. Really has the ball on a string so far.
Definitely, the second time you're seeing that sort of delivery. And previously, there was a lot of excitement based on what we saw from the fielders. Get the impression that there was a slight inside edge. And the silver on that occasion failing to take cleanly. But this time around again, spinning across him, Hodge, and just missing it completely.
Walks it that time into the onside. Get a single.
Moves on to 98, Kavim Hodge. Windward Islands, they've lost a wicket quite consistently. First wicket fell at 9, that of Pascal. 37, Solozano. 48, Cottoy. 113. So that partnership of 65 between Ambris and Hodge. And the last wicket falling at 129. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've been able to make consistent inroads into this batting lineup. As we see the shadows making their way onto the field. Just a reminder that this is a day-night encounter. As this one is a googly and he's going back, trying to cut that one through the offside and taking the outside edge once again. A very good catch there from De Silva. So wickets continue to tumble here at the Arnesville playing field. Windward Island Volcanoes, they lose their 6th. And Carrier, he now has figures of 3 for 13. It's 133 for the loss of 6.
How did he even manage to get back on that? It was short, it was wide, it kept leaving him. Benjamin decided to follow the ball and picked up a faint edge on it. So the 6th wicket goes down. And I think Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time, they won't mind too much if Hodge just, knocks his way to 100, gets singles, gets his way there, because they'll be wanting to bowl to the other batter at the other end, because they're giving it away here at the Arnesville playing field. So Lee John is the new batter on his debut, known for his off spin, playing in that under-19 tournament, scored a half century, so he's handy with the bat, but he's facing up to a very disciplined Trinidad and Tobago Red Force outfit with the ball in hand. Yannick Caraya, 3 wickets already. 133 for 6. That was the end of the over as well.
Well, I tell you what, Stacey, the previous over, the last ball of the previous over bowled by Carrier, I think it was a similar delivery. They attempted googly. It was quite wide as well. This one, it must be said, is even wider than that delivery. And there was Benjamin trying to make some form of contact. And in the end, just really gifting his wicket to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Another man goes down, and it's 133 for the loss of 6. As we mentioned before, Hodge just looking for a partner, really, to get some sort of respectability to this Windward Island force innings total.
He's been doing a battle all day for Windward Islands by himself, really. Yes, we mentioned that partnership with Ambris, but it was dominated by him in terms of runs scored. Yeah, so Hodge on 98. Joshua James runs into him now and gets a single. So he's now on 99. Trinidad and Tobago, they don't mind giving him these singles. So now you see the field might just tighten a bit. Here you're seeing Jason Mohammed making his way into the circle. That man at deep square, he's coming in as well. So they have the debutant in sight. They will want to put some early pressure on him.
Definitely so. Captain Joshua De Silva marshalling his troops very well in his innings so far. Hodge taking the option of getting these runs in singles. It's a conversation we had the last round of fixtures in terms of the different approaches to getting through those 90s. There are players who would get there by the way of boundaries. And on this occasion, we are seeing Hodge taking the opposite route, really, in terms of just walking the ball into the gaps and just, should we say, walking his way to the century. So Lee John coming into this round of fixtures. An off spinner, as you mentioned, so a bit of him at the under 19 level. Quite handy with the bat. He will definitely need that sort of competence, really, if he is to limit the charge here from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, the two things, the two areas that the other Windward Islands batters have gone so far, 6 of them, that he'll need to do. If he's able to build any sort of partnership with Kavim Hodge, he'll need to take a page out of his book, really. He's been selective, Kavim Hodge. The other batters haven't really done that. And he's also shown patience when required. Haven't seen that a lot from the other Windward Islands batters. It's a full delivery. Yorker length, dug out well there. So good thinking from Joshua James, showing all of his skills on display to the debutant Lee John.
That's a very good delivery there from Joshua James. Equally well played by Lee John. That delivery just tailing in a bit. And John just got his back down in time. 134 for 6. Certainly not the total that the Windward Islands were hoping for, having won the toss this afternoon and electing to bat first.
So well left and length on that occasion there, Lee John.
I haven't seen any sort of demons really in this particular wicket. New ball, as usual. A bit of movement. But unfortunately, from a Windward Islands perspective, just haven't been able to forge any significant partnerships along the way. It's been a disciplined bowling effort, it must be said, from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. All bowlers seem to have a clear plan as to what they want to execute.
Looking for that quick single to get off the mark. Good foot there by Joshua James to prevent that. The end of the over, 134 for 6.
Another good over, good economical over again from Joshua James. Quite miserly so far in terms of his figures. And I'm sure Captain De Silva would be impressed with what you've seen so far from him. Haven't given a lot away. This has been able to plug away at the Windward Island batters. Run rate at one point was on an upward trend, especially when Hodge was on the go. But unfortunately for the Windward Islands, they've lost wickets at regular intervals, and that has also curtailed the scoring rate, now at 3.19.
Yeah, it's one thing to have a plan of attack as a bowling unit, but I must say it's been some shrewd engineering of that plan so far from the bowlers on display. From Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So Hodge now on 99. Karaya. Drives this one and drives it well, and that will be 100 for Hodge, who raises his hand in celebration. A very well executed 100, a discerning approach from Hodge on his return to the 4-day championship. A dynamic in terms of his stroke play, quite percipient in terms of the length and lines that he chose to attack. 101 from 116 deliveries. Congratulations to Kavim Hodge, a wonderful knock from him.
Yes, congratulations to him. A very good innings. Classy innings, it must be said. And littered with 12 fours and 1 6. Remember that 6 being a pull shot over the boundary for 6 off the bowling of Jaden Seals. So he has played all around the ground. He has shown competence of both front and back foot. And most of all, he's still there for the Windward Islands and really the only glimmer of hope at this point.
Beats him there, outside edge. You expect that, though. You expect the leg spinner to take the ball across you, gets that spin across the right-handed batter. So as we mentioned, it's not been prodigious in terms of spin, from the spinner so far. It's just a matter of keeping out the good deliveries, being a lot more selective, and we've seen that so far from Kavim Hodge. It's one full at that time. It's well forward. He's been discerning in terms of his foot movement back and forward to the right, to the bowlers. So he's picking up the length of the deliveries quite well so far, Kavim Hodge. When you look at the scorecard, 136, and Hodge has 101.
Just over 60% of the team's total scored by Hodge as he's driving again. Can't beat that man there at backward point. You also have to admire the consistency of Carrier. Into his 6th over, figures of 3 for 15. We've seen him consistently hit that type of line, that type of length. And he's been able to get the ball to turn just enough to go past the outside edge of this set Kavim Hodge on a couple of occasions.
This one is short. Gets it behind square and a boundary as well. So, as I mentioned, able to pick length quite well, Kavim Hodge, in his display of 105 so far. He gets on the back foot and puts that poor delivery away.
I think it was another attempted googly from Carrier, if I'm not mistaken. That delivery pitched on the line of the leg stump, going further down the leg side. Really a free hit for a set batsman like Hodge on that occasion, and really gave it the treatment it deserved.
And a forward defense to finish that over. 6 runs from it, and a brilliant 100 coming up as well in that over for Kavim Hodge. But the Windward Islands still struggling, 140 for 6.
Struggling indeed. Just trying to get a partnership going here. Once again, Kavim Hodge. I've tried on a couple of occasions so far without any sort of success. That partnership really between himself and Ambris was proven to be a critical junction of this particular game. Unfortunately for the Windward Islands, only amassed 65 runs. They were hoping for something much larger than that, given the frailties of the batting lineup so far in this year's tournament.
Yeah, 35 runs between extras and the other batters. 6 of them have already gone down. It really speaks volumes to what has gone on so far in this match. As James continues.
James into his 8th over. Figures of 1 for 8 so far. It's just around 1 run per over in terms of his economy rate. Just what you want to see from your first change. Seamer. I think what his spell has done is given the opportunity for the captain to rest the likes of Anders O'Phillip and even the trump card in the form of Jaden Seals. He can then use them in short spells to have more of an impact, as well as rotate his spinners.
Yeah, indeed, and that's exactly what has happened so far. Trinidad and Tobago, they came out with a plan, and they haven't had to deviate from said plan so far. And Joshua James, as I mentioned, third change, Seamer, has exhibited a great deal of control over his craft, not giving anything away. So far, he's only faced 8 deliveries, but quite competent in his defense so far, Lee John.
It's a big moment for the young man, coming into such a pressure situation. The good thing from his perspective is he has an experienced campaigner at the other end in the form of Hodge, who's also batting very well. Would have already assessed conditions and proven that the wicket is not a bad wicket really to bat on.
Leaves that one alone. Hands and head as well. It kept a bit low on the way to the keeper as well.
Yeah, one of those few deliveries we've seen kept down. So far we have seen consistent bounce, consistent pace. Batsmen seem to be quite, well, the batsman in this case, Hodge, really so far we've seen quite comfortable with whatever is being served up by the wicket. But to see skipper De Silva employing 2 slips on a gully. So it shows that he's still searching for wickets. Man there, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and that man at long leg.
Walks this one to the onside, and he gets off the mark in first class cricket. He'll pick up 2 as well, Lee John, and he'll certainly feel good about that, the young man. 142 after the 44th.
2 runs coming from that over again from Joshua James. Another economical over from him. Last day, we just oaring in line and affording the opportunity there for John to just come inside the line and walk in that one backward of square on the onside for 2 runs. They'll need more of that, Windward Islands. Just need to get the ball into gaps, get some sort of momentum back into their innings. So far, any sort of consistency in terms of run scoring have been stifled by the Trinidad and Tobago bowling unit. Short break in proceedings here as the Windward Island physio comes out to give some attention to Kavim Hodge.
Yeah, I mentioned he seems to be struggling with his hand. Got some attention earlier. Saw him stretching it as well sometime before his 100. It doesn't seem to be an injury that can deter him from scoring runs. And so in the meantime, we'll just give you a quick recap of what has gone down so far. So Pascal, he was the first to go this morning. He was LBW for 8 of the bowling of Jaden Seals. And you had Jeremy Solozano. He was dismissed, caught by the silver of the bowling of Joshua James. He was dismissed for 6 or 42. I beg your pardon. Pascal was dismissed for 9. Kiran Cottoy, he was caught by Joshua De Silva, bowl carry pair for 2. Sunil Ambris dismissed by Karaya, caught Joshua James. Wonderful catch from him for 9 of 37. Shadrach Descartes, he was dismissed for 6 of 16 by Karaya. As he's about to continue his spell, Karaya. Short delivery, played to the offside, and that fielder is there just for the 1. I think they'll want to be bowling most of their deliveries to Lee John. And the last to go was Jervin Benjamin. He was caught by the silver, bowled Yannick Karaya for 1 of 10 deliveries. 143 for 6. Lee John on his debut is 2 of 11, and that man, Kavim Hodge, 105 of 121 deliveries. Karaya to pick up the bowler so far with 3. 1 wicket apiece for Joshua James, Carey Pair, and Jaden Seals. 2 slips now employed for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That's a good move from the skipper. Wants to give every wicket taking opportunity to his key man, Yannick Karaya. Nicely behind it that time, Lee John. Opting to go on the back foot quite early. He picked the length well there. Just see how he decides to operate to Karaya in this over. Has 4 more deliveries to negotiate. Fuller looks to go down the ground. It's skied. Jason Mohammed takes a comfortable catch. And he doesn't last long, Lee John. Looking to go down the ground. And a simple catch taken there. And that's the 7 wicket down. Yannick Karaya. 4 wickets now in this innings.
Well, I was just about to mention, Stacey, that the Kavim Hodge seemed to have quite a bit of confidence in Lee John's abilities, having given him the single of the first delivery of the over. And I'm sure they would have had a chat midway before that last delivery. I'm not sure that chat would have been anything like hitting the ball out of the park. But on that occasion, a flighted delivery there from Carrier, and Lee John went for that big heave over the leg side. Not really recommended at this stage of the innings. A bit of turn once again, getting the outside portion of the bat, and presented a simple chance there to Jason Mohammed, who was never going to put that down. So another wicket goes for the Windward Island Volcanoes, really imploring here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex. 143 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, I think the other teams will be looking at this and saying to themselves, we have to work with a leg spinner when we face up to the Windward Islands, because they haven't been able to pick the leg spinner so far. That delivery was pitching and always leaving Lee John And he decided to put bat onto it. He could have left it alone. Decided to try and take his chance on the onside, playing against the spin. Getting a top edge as Daryl Cyrus, new batter in. A leg spinner as well. A leg spinner to leg spinner.
Well, being a leg spinner, we're hoping that he will show a bit more competence against the leg spin of Carrier in this case. As you mentioned, poor shot selection really from some of the Windward Island batsmen. Really offering easy opportunities to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers.
It's really been regulation leg spin bowling from Yannick Correa. There's a ball. It's a bit down the leg side. Well taken there by De Silva. No spin yet. Not a lot of spin as yet. As I mentioned, regulation leg spin deliveries, most of the batters decided to go against the turn. And the result, Yannick Correa has 4 wickets.
That's something we saw in the last game. So it tells me they haven't really assessed that particular weakness as yet. Something they have to work on moving forward, especially in this tournament. We have applauded the efforts, the consistent efforts of Carrier, but it must be said that some of these wickets were really gifted to him in some sense. Doesn't take away from the all-round performance of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers though. They've been consistent, they've hit their lines and lengths, they've been patient to some extent, and they've been rewarded with 7 wickets so far. It's 143 for the loss of 7 over number 45 completed.
Yeah, and just a quick correction. That catch was actually taken by Cephas Cooper there at point. Similarly built to Jason Mohammed in terms of height. Yeah, so Cooper is the man that took that catch there to dismiss Lee John. He's been good attacking bowling so far from the leg spinner. He's been trying to intentionally spin the ball, and that is what he's there to do. You know, you want your leg spinner to come up, even if they might lack some consistency to start. You want them to try and spin as many deliveries as possible. So give it that loop, give it that air to see what you can get off the surface as James continues. Plays this one out confidently to the onside. They hustle back for 2. So good running, good judgment shown by Hodge to hustle back there to pick up 2 runs to form the strike.
It would be interesting to see how he goes about his operation from now on. We saw in the last over him having quite a bit of faith in the abilities of Lee John. Unfortunately for him, that really didn't last as long as he would have liked in terms of the partnership. But he's now with the low order, so it will be interesting to see the approach that he takes. This one is taking the inner portion of the bat out to that mid-wicket region. So 2 more runs added to his total on that occasion. Perhaps looking to hit that one a bit straighter, but getting the inner portion of the bat. And the man there at mid-wicket came around, but can't prevent 2 runs. So maybe we'll see a bit more positivity from him, given the fact that only 3 wickets are remaining.
Yeah, well, he's been positive really throughout his innings. 110 off 124 deliveries. But he hasn't played a lot of aerial shots. Might see more of that. That one almost squeezing between his legs and going back onto the stump. So a bit of luck there. But one good thing to note, he did hit a 6. That was basically, if I can remember, the only aerial shot that he tried to play. When he drove it along the carpet, played it down the ground, it's along the ground as well. Didn't try to go aerial on a number of occasions. He's playing the situation well. Hodge. Fast hands, cuts it there, but Jason Mohammed is on the boundaries to keep it to 1. Has really quick hands when he plays that cut shot, Hodge.
It's an area that he's really enjoyed scoring from so far in this innings. A couple of occasions, whenever he's been offered that opportunity through the offside, he's taken it with both hands. It's a favourite shot of his as well. Just around 25 minutes or so to go to the dinner break. I think the Windward Islands will be hoping that there's no further loss of wickets. It's an opportunity for them to reassess their position. This one is walked down to fine leg by Cyrus. He's off the mark. One more added to the total, 149 for 7. Yes, it's an opportunity for them to really go into dinner. It's been a difficult session so far for them, but it's an opportunity for them to just meet and reassess and devise some sort of plan that would lead to them bringing some sort of respectability to the total.
Yeah, a lot will rely on that man there, Kevin Hodge, who's on strike now. Drives this one, and it will beat the inner ring to get to the boundary. So 150 up in style for the Windward Islands. And that's the end of the over as well. The score is 153 for 7.
Hodge continues to impress, especially through that offside. Once again, being offered a bit of width, and on this occasion, off the front foot, square driving that one through backward point for a well-deserved boundary. And 150 now is his tally as the Windward Island Volcanoes, after winning the toss earlier this afternoon, electing to bat first. They're now up to 153 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, and the Silver and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they wanted to either keep him on strike or get that boundary, which he did. So they will have the majority of the deliveries in this over. They hope to Daryl Cyrus, the newer batter in. He's 1 of 4. So you notice all of the fielders, they came up in the circle for that last delivery.
It's the start of the 47th over. Carrier once again. I doubt anyone can take that ball out of his hands at this time, such as being his impact in his particular innings. Bowling to that man Cyrus, and he's swinging at this one, missing it completely. So once again, quite erratic here from the Windward Island batsmen, as we welcome former St. Vincent and Windward Island left-handed star boy Kenroy Martin into the commentary box.
Evening of so many things, Good delivery by Carrier. Across the bat again. Has caused so much trouble for the Windward Islands batters. That 153 for 7. Hodge, 115 out of that. No support at all from the other end. You must give him this kudos. He's batted very well and continues to do so. But Windward's in serious trouble here. 153 for 7. They won.
It's again another swipe, you would say. Not what we were really prescribing at this point in time. I just mentioned a while ago, just around 20 minutes or so to go to the dinner break. So I'm thinking it's just a matter of trying to just hold the fort, really. Especially Cyrus. Hodge still in the process of really finding a partner that suggests any sort of prominence. It's again a good delivery. Spinning across him. He's not the biggest tone of the ball carrier, but what he does, he just gets enough tone, especially on this particular wicket, at least what we have seen so far from him. It must be said that the Windward Island batsmen haven't really played him well in terms of the positions they're finding themselves in. On some occasions, perhaps should be on the front foot, but that is not to take anything away from a very good spell so far from Carrier.
Yes, his variation as well is very good. The way he mixes his deliveries, he has done exceptionally well. From the time he was introduced, he picked up the wicket of Ambris and he continued to bowl well. He has 4 for 20 from just 7.5 overs. Last delivery in his 8th.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kenroy, you just spoke about his consistencies, and I've been doing my counting, really. I think that's the 5th attempt that he has made at bowling that googly, and it actually hasn't really come off for him so far. In fact, on one of the occasions, he got the wicket of Benjamin with that wide delivery outside the off stump, but it really hasn't flowed out of his hands as consistently as the leg spinner has.
Yes, trying to get that delivery right, but bowling a wide in the process, goes back to his normal leg break, and Cyrus just strokes it back. He feels that brings you over to an end. 46.47 overs been bowled here. Windward Islands 154 for 7, as we normally say 8, 9, 10 jack. I'm not too sure where Hodge is going to get that partner from. Cyrus is not no rabbit with the bat. He can bat, so hopefully he would give him the support that he needs. But as we fall, we go here into the evening, it's after 5, the conditions would change, and really they're hoping for the best here, Windward Islands. I think that Hodge would have to take full control of the game from here on in and play that role and carry his bat right through the innings.
Agreed. Just a question to you, Martin. I'm just going to ask in terms of, to what extent do you think that the pitch really had a role to play in terms of the current situation of the Windward Island Volcanoes, and compare that to the effectiveness of the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack?
Well, I have not seen a wicket fall because of the inconsistency of the wicket, the bounce of the wicket. I've not seen because the ball swing too much cause a wicket. I just think it is a lack of application from the batters, understanding their rules and their responsibilities when they come to the crease. How do they approach the innings? What do they do, and not the sort of thought process. I have not seen any thought process going into the batter's game. Really, having a man batting 100 and something not out, and what is your thought process coming in?
Well, it's the return of Carey Pear, who I thought bowled a very good spell earlier on. 6 overs, 1 for 14 so far. Once again, getting that ball to turn just enough to keep the wicket keeper and himself interested. Got that wicket of Kieran Cottoy. I'm sure he'll be looking to break the hearts of the Windward Islands by removing Kavim Hodge.
Well, I think, yeah, they have already done that, It's just a clean-up job here now by these bowlers. Be consistent, keep the pressure on the lower order. But it is really dependent on how well Kavim Hodge carries his bat and how well Cyrus intends to support him from the other end.
You mentioned the batting ability of Cyrus. You've seen quite a bit of him. I'm wondering if it is a case where Hodge has to change his approach, or he has to put up a degree of trust in his partner, as this one is walked down to long on for a single.
Cyrus is capable enough to bat anyone who's bowling there. So he would give him that opportunity. He would have that confidence in Cyrus to do so. As you see, he took the run on the first delivery. So he knows that Cyrus can bat. He doesn't have to shield him at any point. It's just for Cyrus to occupy the crease and really decide to bat and support him. As Hodge punches that one through covers, picks up another singler easily. He makes things look rather easy while the other batters struggled here at Annisville.
Agreed. And this is the type of innings that you love to see, really. Coming from a player who is currently in the West Indies setup, that is, coming from a level above this first class level here in the Caribbean. So it's good to see him dominate to that extent.
I love to see that when players come back from the higher level, they come and show a degree of maturity. And there's a loud appeal, and that index finger of Dighton Butler goes up. And really, Cyrus is gone, walking back to the pavilion. He has picked up his second wicket pair. Windward Islands 157 for 8. 8, 9, 10 jack. It falls flush now on the man who's in form, 117. What would he do from here in? My God.
Another good delivery there from Carey Pear. Just using the angles, really. He's not a big turn of the ball, as we mentioned, but what he does well, use the crease. On that occasion, going a bit wider, and his delivery just coming back in with the arm. And there was Cyrus playing down on the line of the ball, but missing it completely. And I think it's a very good decision there from umpire Butler.
Well, he's in the best position to do so, and he put that index finger up in the air, and he has to go back to the pavilion, and Windward Islands into further trouble here. Just as you said, going into the dinner break, close to that, they have lost another wicket. And Hodge is still at the crease, trying to get somebody to bat with him. I said he won't find that this evening, as he's joined by Tyson. He's not known for his batting ability. He's a fast bowler out of Dominica. So what would he do from here on in? So it's all up to Hodge and Tyson here for the Windwards. 157 for 8. Day number 1 in the West Indies 4 days tournament. We are playing here at Annisville, a day night game with the pink ball.
Tyson, as you mentioned, coming in to join Kavim Hodge. Hodge not out on 117 from 129 deliveries. Very good strike rate from him. He's really been head and shoulders above the other batsmen in this unit. Carry pair be looking to clean up the tail, as they would say. Last delivery of this over. This one is stolen. A brilliant catch there at first slip. A delivery on the line of the off stump, turning further away. There was Tyson coming forward, and Brian Charles. Well, it's not Brian Charles, Lara, I would say, but Brian Charles diving to his left, took a blinder, and Windward Islands once again losing another wicket. 157 for the loss of 9.
Well, excellent catch by the man at first slip, Charles. A good delivery. Pitch on the off stump. Had some pace on it. Hit the outer edge. Into the hands of the man at first slip. And the Windward Islands have lost wicket number 9. Here, 157 for 9. And really, they are falling here. As one of my co-commentators like tins. They are falling here. It's just a wrap-up job here now for Pierre. He has picked up 3 for 17. Coming back in just this, his 8 over. 3 for 17. And also the leg spinner, he picked up Cyrus. He picked up 4. So the spinners have done the job for Trinidad and Tobago.
Agreed. 7 wickets between both of these spinners. 15 overs. 38 runs. So not only have they been able to put a break on the scoring, but they've been able to pick up consistent wickets. And that's been key really to the Leeward Islands batting effort so far.
Well, they have not been able to put a partnership together. And you could imagine there's a man who's batting at the crease at 117. And no one has tried to stay with him, have a partnership at least 20, 30 with him. He has dominated. He has batted like there's no trouble. Nothing troubled him here today. And he scored 100. He's 117. What happened to the other batters?
Carry it is to continue into his 9th over. Bit more bongy riders now, given the state of the game, as this one is walked nicely. Should be able to get close to the boundary. As we see Gooley coming around there and limits the batsman to 2. 2 more runs added to the total. 159 for 9. But it's now a case of just how much runs can Kavim Hodge accumulate here, given the fact that we have Darius Martin, whose recent batting records doesn't really instill any sort of confidence.
Well, runs on the board is runs on the board. Hodge drives. Not taking the single. Could have gotten one there, but decides, no, I'm not going to take this single. I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to bat as much balls as possible in this over. We don't know Darius as a batter. So I do agree with him there. You know, he may take a few risks, try to go over the top. But Trinidad has already put things in place for that. They are sweeping on the onside and on the offside. Mid on and mid off have gone to long off and long on.
Not sure Darius having won the toss this afternoon around 1 o'clock or so, 12:30 or so, sorry. Would have been hoping to be in the middle of this at this time batting. But such has been the collapse of the Windward Island Volcanoes.
It's hard to use that term collapse, really, when one of the batters have 100 and 19 not out. It's just in lack of support, really, from the other batters. Lack of support.
He's working this one once again. Not taking a chance, really, especially with the leg spinner, given how well he has bowled so far. I don't think he really trusts Martin's batting ability to that extent. Some would say understandably so.
Indeed. He has not shown propensity to score runs. Martin likes to go over the top. And against this quality Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack, he may fancy his chance of hitting one or two out of the ground, but how many can you do though? How much can he get over there? So trying to keep him on strike here, Hodge. But he's a mature cricketer, much more mature than he was a year ago. Very good innings by him. This one is a beautiful delivery, pitched and turned, and into the keeper's glove. Hodge seems to be in a bit of trouble there, holding his leg and he's rolling, seems to have some cramps. I think the physio would come and tend to him. Windward's 159 for 9, and we are 9-10 Jack.
Another beautiful delivery there from Yannick Carrier. We've seen that on a couple of occasions as well. Such has been the extent of how well he has bowled that he's able to defeat Kavim Hodge, who has been there for 134 deliveries on 119. But we have seen on just a couple of occasions that he's been able to get that ball to turn away from the right-handed Hodge. And on that occasion, Hodge perhaps just overbalancing to some extent, causing a bit of cramp. And we seen him having some attention now from the physio. And while the umpires and the players sort that out, we're just going to take the opportunity to remind our viewers about the other games that are currently going on around the second round of fixtures in the Cricket West Indies 4-day tournament. We have the Guyana Happy Eagles. They're playing against the combined campuses and colleges. They are 275 for 5. Leeward Island Hurricanes against the Jamaica Scorpions. Jamaica Scorpions 264 for 6. The Barbados Pride playing against the West Indies Academy. They are 222 for 1. So those are the other games being played at this point in time. But right here at the Annesville playing field, we have the Windward Island Volcanoes taking on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And earlier this afternoon, the Windward Island Volcanoes, they won the toss, elected to bat first, a decision that most of us in the commentary box here would have agreed with. Seemed to be a very good day for cricket in terms of the weather itself, a good pitch to bat on. But unfortunately, as you mentioned, we haven't seen any sort of partnerships really for the Windward Islands, apart from that 65 between Sunil Ambris and Kavim Hodge. So we have so far Jeremy Solozano, he was caught the silver bowl. James for 6. Pascal, he was LBW bowl seals for 9. Kavim Hodge, he's not out on 119, 14-4 so far and 1-6. Kieran Cottoy, he was caught the silver bowl carry pair for 2. Sunil Ambris, Captain Ambris, that was a big moment in this game, caught James bowl carrier for 9. Descartes, he was caught James bowl carrier for 6. Gian Benjamin, the wicket keeper, he was caught the silver bowl carrier for 1. Lee John, he was caught Cooper bowl carrier for 2. Daryl Cyrus, he was LBW bowl carry pair for 2. Last man going, Gillan Tyson, he was caught brilliantly at slip from Charles off the bowling of carry pair for a duck. Not out his Darius Martin on not so far, having not faced a delivery, and Kavim Hodge, he's still there 119.
That tells you the story of cricket here at Annesville this evening, starting at 1 p.m. local time. We are now about 20 past 5. Kavim Hodge doing battle here for Windwards. Batted smartly so far, struggling with a hamstring or some cramps. He's 119 from 135 balls, and Windwards are struggling here desperately. 159 for 9. In this, the first day of this 4-day encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Really a sad scorecard, in my opinion, for the Windward Islands.
Just to mention the bowling figures, Jaden Seals, 11 overs, 3 minnows, 1 for 34. Anderson Phillips, 10 overs, no minnows, none for 46. Joshua James, 9 overs, 2 minnows, 1 for 20. Harry Pear into his 8th over, 3 for 17 so far. Brian Charles also solitary 3 overs, none for 18. But the pick of the bowlers, it must be said, Yannick Carrier, 9 overs, 4 for 23. Carry pair it is to continue proceedings from the Old Airport end. We'll be looking to clean up this final wicket. Darius Martin It's coming on to the front foot there. Not in your usual textbook fashion, but somehow managed to get some bat on it. So at some point you will see a fighter delivery from Caripe once again. Well played by Martin. Show Kevin Hodge at the other end, perhaps closing his eyes after each of these deliveries, hoping that some sort of miracle can happen. What must be said, the first 3 deliveries well played by Martin.
Well, he's equal to the task. 3 deliveries from Pierre right on the stumps, using his bat to great effect. Darius Martin.
This one is a long way forward. I think that will be something that umpire Butler will take into consideration. He's a tall man, Darius Martin. As long as he gets that stride in, it will definitely put some doubt into the umpire's mind. This one again, perhaps striking him just outside the off stump. But there's definitely that intent to get as far forward as possible.
Still has to be careful with that ball. Is pitching on the stumps. It's him in line. He would be in trouble.
Not a loud appeal again from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but all is well that ends well for Darius Martin and the Windward Island Volcanoes. It's the end of another over from Caripe. A maiden over this time. It's 159 for the loss of 9.
Well, the completion of over number 5050, 159 for 9. Darius Martin along with Kevin Hodge doing battle for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Trinidad and Tobago team has stuck to their task and really played some excellent cricket. Had some good catches. Can't forget that one by the big man off of Sunil Ambris running back. Took a wonderful catch there. And from there on in, everything for the Windward Islands went downhill from the fall of that wicket. And up to this point, they have not really catch themselves. But the bright spark for the day is Kevin Hodge. He has scored 119 and still is there battling for Windwards. Reverse sweep being implemented. He gets that well. He goes over the ropes into the fence for 4. So the implementation of the reverse sweep, Hodge not feeling too comfortable, having a few cramps and so on, but a lovely shot by him there. The reverse sweep being implemented, 4 runs.
I think it's a good option as well against the leg spinner. They're returning away from him. We've seen him being beaten outside the off stump on a couple of occasions from Carrier. So just opting for that reverse sweep. I don't think he's as mobile as earlier. So it's a shot that perhaps would put less strain on that sort of cramp that he has.
Carrier flighted and is driving to the man of short extra cover. Comes around and field. Trinidad is decked in their uniform, always carrying that red and white. Nice little slash on the side of red and white caps. Carry outside the off stump. Flighted delivery, had some air on it as well, causing Hodge to come forward, stretching that leg out, causing him even more pain than he is in presently.
But you could actually see the discomfort there from Kevin Hodge. Just hasn't been able to generate any sort of power. And I'm sure that's something that he would have liked to have had in this particular situation. Well, this one is walked down to a short fine leg, and Martin, for some reason, didn't move.
I think he's in another world. Hodge still on strike. Just another 2 deliveries remaining. The field comes in. The fielders come into that area, 20-yard circle or so, to prevent Hodge from getting that single. And they would want Pierre to be bowling at Martin at this time, knowing that this is the final wicket and Hodge been batting all day. He's not out on 123.
2 deliveries remaining in this over. So Carrier will have that 5 wicket in the back of his mind. This one is cut nicely past the man there at backward point. Should make its way into the boundary, does it?
No,
I think it's a very good stop there from Carrier Pair. We mentioned his swiftness in the field, and that was really evident on that occasion. Once again, brilliance from him.
Yeah, some really good work there by Pierre. Didn't give up the fight, traced the ball all the way to the boundary, stopping it just inside of the ropes, turning back and having a good throw into the keeper. 2 runs to Hodge, takes him up now to 123. Windward's 165 for 9. He's turning it, looking for the quick single. He gets it. So good cricket here by Hodge. They couldn't stop that single. Another single to him. He goes to 126. Windward's 166 for 9. 51 overs bowled here in this the first day of this 4 days encounter. West Indies senior men 4 days tournament. The championship being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and different islands in and around the Caribbean. This is the first day of this 4-day encounter. And Windward Islands at this time are 166 for 9. 3 days remaining plus another session.
166 for 9. It's a reminder to our viewers that this is a day-night encounter. So we just about, perhaps this is the last over before that dinner break. So those of you just finishing your work, you can come on down to the Annisville Sporting Complex and take in some of the lovely action here. You might be a bit disappointed with the Windward Island Volcanoes performance, but still, we're in for some very good cricket. As Carrier Pair continues, and he's going inside the line and he's out. He's caught. A very good take there from Joshua De Silva. He's been very good behind the wicket here today. So Carrier Pair finishes off things for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. This opportunity from Kavim Hodge really going across his stumps, trying to walk that one to fine leg. We mentioned his lack of mobility in the last couple of overs, but that is not to take away anything, any shine really from what has been a brilliant innings from Kavim Hodge. 126 for them from 142 deliveries. But Windward Island Volcanoes, having won the toss earlier on this afternoon, electing to bat first. A disappointing performance, 166 for the loss of 10. And the only shining light, Kavim Hodge.
Yeah, excellent innings by Hodge. You have to put your hands up for him and clap. Give him a round of applause. He made a tremendous effort from the time he came to the crease. He looked positive. He played some lovely shots. He took control of the game and really looked like a man who wanted to get to 100 today. He did that in fine style. He got to 126, but didn't get the support from his other batters, his other players, his other teammates that he has around him. Windward Islands all bowled out for 166, and this spells trouble really on the first day for the Windward Islands, knowing that there are 3 days plus remaining in this game.
Yes, both spinners taking 4 wickets in that innings. 4 for Carrier Pair, 4 for 17. And of course, Carrier, we mentioned, really dented the progress of the Windward Island team. He also took 4 wickets as well. And of course, top scoring for the Windward Islands was Kavim Hodge, 126. So what we'll do, we'll take a break here. As the players get some refreshments, we'll do so as well up in the commentary box. And we will rejoin you in just around 40 minutes time.
Well, welcome back to Arnisville playing field, where we have the two umpires who have already entered the field with the two batters. Windward Islands are called up in a group. They have been bowled out for 168, and the lights are on in all its glory. This is a day-night game, a day-night encounter between Windward Islands and the Trinidad Red Force. We are here to start the innings of the Trinidadians, and to start the innings of the Trinidadians, with me is co-commentator Stacyan. Stacyan, welcome back and good evening.
Good evening to you, Ken Roy, and good evening to all the viewers. And what a beautiful, gorgeous sight to behold as the light takes effect here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the Arnisville playing field.
Well, it's a lovely sight to see. I haven't got any good feedbacks from the persons in and around the ground. Let me say good evening to them. Some local fans who have always been here for cricket. Alston Beckett Cyrus and his crew in the Frank Veer stand over there, the Michael Finley Pavilion, those at Frank Thomas. Good evening to those people who have journeyed here to Arnisville to see this encounter. First pink ball encounter here at Arnisville between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Just to let you know, the Windward Islands Volcanoes have been bowled out for 166. Hodge getting himself 100, a beautiful 100 played by him, mature inning as well. And we are here to start with Cooper, Anguli, Tyson from Dominica. Fast bowler would be taking up the attack from the commentators' end. Stacey, your thoughts on the innings that went ahead before the Windward Islands innings?
Well, we saw that it was an innings that was riddled with poor shot selection, lack of patience from a number of the batters. You look at the scorecard, you see 166 all out. 37 of those runs came off the bat from the other batters in the innings. 3 extras, 126 of those went to one man, the lone warrior, Kavem Hodge. So Tyson now up to Cooper.
First delivery down the leg side, taken by the wicket keeper. No trouble there to Cooper. So as you said before, a really poor display of batting by the Windward Islands batters really have gotten them into this position of 166 runs on the first day of this 4-day encounter.
Yes, and if you're just tuning in, there wasn't any sort of inordinate swing or any staggering spin to really shoot out the Windward Islands batters. As I mentioned, it's just been a case of poor shot selection.
Tyson, second delivery, and Cephas Cooper is right behind that delivery.
Yeah, one of the things to keep our eyes on, I'll give you a recap of the scorecard shortly, is if we'll get any sort of swing with this pink ball under the lights. I think that's one of the key aspects we'll be looking forward to.
Well, we will look to see if that would happen. It's a new ball, and remember in this tournament, one of the new innovations is that the first 2 games will be played with the Kookaburra. So I am thinking that this pink ball is a Kookaburra as well, as Tyson runs away from us once more. And is driven nicely to the man at cover. Doesn't feel cleanly. Had some power on it as well. Timed it as well. Nicely. So 2 slips, a gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Fine leg. Mid-wicket and a mid-on. Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, Windward Islands starting with a substitute fielder in John L. Eugene. Kavem Hodge was struggling a bit at the back end of his innings. So he hasn't taken the field, stifled the peel, or strangled down the leg side, but not given. Yeah, so Cooper, he scored 80 of 140 deliveries in that first match against the combined campuses and colleges. And he'll be hoping that he can convert it to 3 figures in this match. And Jade Cooley, he came down in the batting order. He's now opening. He scored 121 of 198 deliveries. So fair to say that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters, they are in some fine form. A lot of work to do for the Windward Islands bowlers, sorry.
Confidence, very important. They are coming in with that. Wide delivery outside the off stump. Umpire just walked away. Not too sure, doesn't signal, but that was a wide delivery outside the off stump there, Stacey, taken somewhere between first and second slip by the wicket keeper. So Gillan Tyson is the fast bowler operating here for Windward Islands. Windward Islands just coming into this game with basically three pacers. Tyson, Martin, and Descartes from St. Lucia. Good delivery outside the awesome. Left alone by Cooper. That brings you over to an end. So Trinidad in reply to Windward Islands 166. They are none for none in this, the first over. In this day-night encounter being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the Arnesville Sporting Complex.
Yeah, I think the Windward Islands fans, they'll be keeping an eye on the bowling display, particularly the fast bowlers, to see if they've learned anything from that first encounter between Windward Islands and Jamaica, where they were a bit too short, especially in that first innings, just to see if they have corrected their line and length. He finished that over with a foolish delivery that the batter left alone. It's a case now if Tyson can maintain that. He only picked up that one wicket in the entire match. And your fast bowlers, you want them to either be economical or picking up wickets for you. He wasn't able to do any of the above for Windward Islands, so he'll be looking to have a much better display for them in this game against Trinidad and Tobago. So Martin, his opening partner.
This one is outside the off stump, left alone. Gooley, as you said, he had a very good knock in the first game. Got himself 100. His partner Cooper got a brisk 80-yard from 40-yard deliveries. So two players were very much in form and full of confidence under the lights here at Arnesville playing field. One of the new initiatives by the West Indies Cricket Board in this tournament. See how well they cope with it. This one is good lifting delivery outside the off stump. Well played there by Gooley. So, and the left arm of umpire Butler comes out, so that's a first no ball been bowled here. If I'm seeing correctly, Stacey.
Yes, it's a no ball that's been called. He bowled a few no balls in that first game as well, Martin. So you don't want to be overstepping and probably getting a nick that flies to the slip, and then that dreaded hand is out for the umpire. So it needs to be a bit disciplined, keep that foot behind the line.
This time is a good delivery on the off stump, and Gooley just plays it correctly to the man at short, extra cover, who does the fielding. And Trinidad, the Red Force, really a force to be reckoned with in this regional tournament. Just to let you know, over the past 9 years or so, Guyana has won this tournament. Out of 9, they have won 7 times, Stacey. The Guyana Amazon Warriors, they have won that on 6 occasions. Good delivery there, lifting delivery as well into the keeper's glove. So that's some good signs here for Darius Martin.
Yeah, certainly so. And that last game against Jamaica, we did mention that of the seamers on show for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, he was the one that tried to bowl consistently in good areas. He didn't pick up a lot of wickets, but he tried to really keep it fuller and in and around that off-stump line. He's continuing in much of the veins of in the same vein as he operated in that first game against Jamaica.
Nice smooth approach is Martin. Lanky fast bowler, has the build of a fast bowler as well. Really nice run up, smooth. Hits the crease hard. He's bowling around the wicket. As you see, a different field setting here for the Windward Islands starting this innings. Trinidad and Tobago had 4 slips, gully a backward point, and really they bowled to their field and put the batters under pressure, really, and picked up all the wickets. So just a different plan here by the Windward Islands when it comes to the field setting. Another delivery on the stumps that is played back to Martin. He does the fielding, not cleanly, but cleaned up there by the man at short extra cover.
Yeah, you mentioned the field setting and the Windward Islands. Yes, you've been shot out for 166. So the captain will be thinking, okay, I still need to find a way to save some runs. But the most important thing that Windward Islands should be focusing on is taking wickets. And I remember in that game versus Jamaica, when Blackwood edged one and there wasn't anybody in the third slip to take a catch.
Good one, just outside the bat of that man Gooley into the keeper's glove. So a good finish there by Martin in this, the second over of this encounter between Trinidad Red Force and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. A good finish to Martin's over.
Yes, encouraging signs so far from the bowling of Martin. The captain will hope that he can continue bowling that line and length to these batters. And I was mentioning the field setting, they've continued to operate with 2 slips and they have a man at Wideish Gully. So I believe that she just look to reinforce that slip card and ask the bowlers to bowl more disciplined line and length. We've seen that so far from Tyson and Martin. Just ask them to continue there and pack the field accordingly.
So Tyson with a little different action to Martin. He has this wrong arm action. Comes some way around there. Up the top there, comes around with his wrong arm action. Martin is more of a slingy bowler. So he hits the wicket harder while Tyson looks to slide it from what I'm seeing here. As the light takes full effect here at Arnisville. Remember, this is the first encounter, pink ball encounter, a new initiative by the West Indies Cricket Board in this series tournament. This one is driven nicely. I think it would have the legs to go to the fence. Does it? Yes, it does. Some brilliant feeling there by, who is it there at Boundary Station? Eugene. But the umpire is signaling for the ball hits the rope. So 4 good-looking runs there by Cooper. It was pitched up by Tyson and he really creamed that one across the playing field for 4.
Yeah, good effort from Eugene chasing that one all the way to the boundary, but it had 4 written all the way over it. I mean, he just let the ball come to him, played it under his eyes, and the timing, I must say, was immaculate. Quite impressive off the back of Cooper. The umpire just letting them know that it was a boundary, so the 3 that they ran, they have to switch back. Cooper is back on strike.
That was a lovely shot by Cooper. A lovely shot. It screamed across the outfield and ran close to the fence. Good effort by Eugene, as you mentioned, but really had no match for that ball. Tyson. Fuller delivery, just kind of dug out, squeeze it out to Descartes, who does the fielding. So Trinidad and Tobago 5 without loss. 2.3 overs bowled here at Arnisville. Looking for a total of 166. They're 161 runs behind. And remember, this is a 4-day encounter between these 2 teams. Windward Islands were bowled out for Polchi 166. But in that 166, a brilliant 100 been scored there by the man from Dominica. Excellent innings by him. Tyson continues to bowl for the Windward Islands. That was a really mature innings by that youngster. Coming back there from the test series and really playing a wonderful innings, Hodge. And at the end of the day, didn't get much support from the other batters. It was really a poor effort on behalf of the batters from the Windward Islands, and Hodge played excellently. Congratulations to him, well played. But Trinidad is at the crease and they have Cooper and Gooley doing battle for them. Another full delivery squeezed out. No run. As the sun has gone over our heads and the lights are taking full effect here at Annisvale. Stacey, what do you think about this new initiative by the West Indies Cricket Board? Pink ball, day-night encounter?
Yeah, well, I believe, I thought I saw a comment made about Australia, the Australia series, that there'll actually be a pink ball test. So it is a bit of preparation as well, but it's certainly a good initiative just to get the players conditioned to facing the pink ball or bowling it. As we know, more and more teams are trying to implement a pink ball test with every toe that they play. Australia, they always seem to play a pink ball test as well. So certainly a bit of a different format as well. Not format, sorry, but a bit of a different setting. Maybe it will get more people coming into the grounds as well. It's after work. No, there's a lot more people here compared to the other days, as a matter of fact, from what I've seen so far.
So, good initiative by the West Indies Cricket Board, looking at the fans as well. Could have some time to see this sort of cricket being played. Normally, everybody would be at work. Now you have some time to come after work. As Martin continues. Good delivery. He could not miss that pink ball, Stacey. You could see it from the bowler's hand straight into the fielders. It's really bright, lovely colours. As Trinidad and Tobago in reply to Windward Islands, 166 there, 5 without loss. Hooper on 4 and Gully not yet off the mark. 2 slips, a gully, a backup point, well, square cover, short extra cover, mid off. Short, mid on, mid wicket, and the fine leg. So that was one of the initiatives being mentioned there this year. They also brought back the first innings points. Yeah, the first innings points for teams. They brought that back as well. So that's another initiative. Teams would have to play very well in the first innings. And according to standards being set here in the West Indies so far in this tournament, I think the winners are fall short by a fair amount of runs really, as Martin continues to bowl tightly.
Yeah, and talking about falling short of runs, just told the viewers that I would recap what transpired in the Windward Islands innings when they batted. Jeremy Solozano, he was dismissed for 6 of 42 deliveries of the bowling of James, caught by De Silva. Pascal made 9 of 12 deliveries. He was LBW by Jaden Seals. Kieran Cottoy made 2 of 15 deliveries. I'll continue after this delivery. Yeah, he was dismissed by Carriper, caught De Silva. Ambris, he made 9 of 37 deliveries. He was bowled by Yannick Carrier, caught James. Shadrach Descartes, he was dismissed by Carrier as well. He made 6 of 16 deliveries, caught by James. Gian Benjamin, he was dismissed for 1 of 10 deliveries, bowled by Yannick Carrier, caught Joshua De Silva. Lee John, he was dismissed for 2 of 13, and I'll continue after this. That man again, Yannick Carrier, that time caught by Cooper. Darrell Cyrus, he was LBW by pair for 2 of 13. Gillan Tyson, dismissed by Carrie Pair, caught Brian Charles, he was dismissed without scoring. And that man that really, the lone warrior as I mentioned for Windward Islands, he was a final batter dismissed for 126 runs of the bowling of Carrie Pair, caught by Joshua De Silva looking for quick runs. So no one able to get into double figures apart from Hodge, who scored a brilliant 126.
There's a loud appeal. That index finger goes up. So the Windward Islands have strike. Martin a strike for the Windward Islands. First wicket, striking him in front of the stumps. The umpire finger goes up. So, how goes you? Wicket number 1. Trinidad and Tobago 5 for 1.
Yeah, a bit of patience being shown by Darius Martin, continually bowling it fuller and on and around on off stump, and eventually picking up that big wicket of Jid Cooley. We mentioned he scored 100 in his previous game. So finally, the Windward Islands bowlers deciding to bowl it fuller, and the fuller length paying off here at the Annisville playing field.
I agreed with you, Stacey, and that was pitched up, and Jid Cooley was caught somewhere in between coming forward on the back foot, and he was struck in front of the stumps there, and umpire Butler put up that index finger, and he was walking back to the pavilion, and Trinidad and Tobago are 5 for 1 in reply to the Windward Islands 166. They have lost their first wicket of Jid Cooley, and that brings Imran Jagu, the man who scored 100 on his debut for the West Indies. He now enters the crease.
Yeah, we mentioned that fuller length. Both of these bowlers, in fact, they have been intentionally trying to bowl it, pitch it up. I mean, sometimes Tyson might get it a bit too full, but we see the effort is there. Mentioned that they were a bit too short in that game against Jamaica. So better signs so far from a bowling perspective for the Windward Islands, as Amir Django is the new batter, but he's not on strike. Cooper to face up to Tyson.
Well, it's always said that runs on the board is runs on the board. You never know what could happen. Windward Islands have strike gold so far, 5 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago coming off a brilliant win in the last game, 10 wickets. Won by 10 wickets, really, showing their dominance in that game. They are now 5 for 1 in reply to Windward's 166. I've always had a coach that said, runs on the board is runs on the board. You go and bowl and defend it. Windward's Tyson runs away. On the leg side, taken by the wicketkeeper. Small in stature, extremely small. Probably stump height. Stacey. Yeah, somebody who drives a bus at, in my area, we call him 3 feet. Similar in height. Not too sure of the height he carries, but really small in stature. As Tyson continues to bowl here for Windwards. Short, and that one is cut. Down to the fence. 4 runs to him. Outside the off stump. Pounced on that one, Cooper. And really that was a loose delivery there by Tyson, who dealt with and smashed to the fence for 4.
Yeah, we mentioned the discipline so far to try and keep it fuller to these batters, and that one just short and wide and met with a ferocious bat there by Cooper, who seems to be the type of batter who's not going to miss out on any sort of loose delivery. We saw it in that drive. We saw some finesse in that drive earlier, and now some power, just cutting it behind point to pick up another boundary.
He's driving lovely this time. He's gone for 1. Back for 2. The fuller length that he spoke of, he bowled that, but it was punished through the covers for 2 more runs. So that takes him on to 10.
Yeah, you see the captain, Sunil Ambris, just applauding the bowler there, because he won't mind Cooper driving at the deliveries outside the off stump. He'll be hoping that he gets an edge through to the keeper, the slip cordon. So that's where he wants his bowler to be. And he applaud him, letting him know that that's what he wants to see from him.
This one is just a little shorter in length. He's just on top of that. And played it softly to the man. Comes in that backward point and does the feeling. So, Trinidad and Tobago 11 for 1. Cooper is on 10. Django yet to score. Tyson 2.5 overs, 10 runs, 1 maiden thus far. The man who has struck gold is Darius Martin. He's bowling from the other end. This one is short and he's pouncing on that. Where have that gone to? Into the fence over mid-wicket. 4 runs to him. Short delivery by Tyson and really dealt with some serious power over mid-wicket. Stacey, that was a really fine shot there by Cooper.
Yeah, an audacious shot to end the over. 15 for 1 after 5. And I did mention, he seems the type of player, when he recognizes it's a bad delivery, he's going to capitalize. And that one, just too short and not threatening at all. And he puts it away quite nicely. Cooper.
Well, the score moves up now to 15 for 1. That brings you over to an end. Powerful shot there by Cooper. Probably saying bowl that to your friends. Short delivery, really stand and delivered. Nobody moved, just went to retrieve that from the mid-wicket fence. Trinidad and Tobago 15 for 1.
So Django now to face his first delivery. Back into this side after that test series against Pakistan. It's a no ball. Start off his third over, Martin.
Yeah, I gotta keep that foot behind that line and some really ill cricket here by the Windward Islanders, causing them to get to concede another run. So the Trinidadians are very alert. I could say that. So a run, and that brings Cooper back into strike. So Django gets off the mark.
Yeah, ill discipline by the Windward Islands fielders. The throw came in, but 3 fielders there behind the stump, none of them were able to stop it. Allow Django to get off the mark.
Well, easy peasy.
So Cooper is now about to face his first delivery from Darius Martin of this match so far. He's faced 18 balls so far, all of which has been bowled by Gillan Tyson.
Really lovely conditions here at Arnesville. Well manicured outfield. Lovely pavilions. The lights are up. Scoreboards. Easy access to Arnesville. For those who are listening us, you could come and join us. Still time left in this game. This one is driven up to the man at short extra cover. Brilliantly fielded there by the man at short extra cover. That's his substitute fielder. Lee John, that's the off spinner who does that fielding. Brilliant piece of fielding by him. Trinidad and Tobago 17 for 1. For those who are just joining us, just to let you know, Windward Islands, Volcanoes were bowled out for 166. Trinidad and Tobago now 17 for 1. Day number 1. Good lifting delivery there by Martin outside the off stump. Left alone by Cooper. He's on 14 from 20. Django has just joined him 1 from 1. They trail by now 150 runs. Nice cool conditions here at Arnesville. Looking to see what happens to this pink ball after playing on from the day into the night. See what really goes on. We have not seen much happening with the ball here with the fast bowler Stacey. Normal, as per usual. It's a good finish to this over.
Yeah, we haven't seen any sort of prodigious swing or spin off the surface so far in this match. And it's just a case of being disciplined in the areas that you want to bowl to the batters. Additionally, I think Trinidad and Tobago, they looked well planned in terms of how they wanted to get batters out. The bowlers, they wanted to bowl at certain batters.
This one is a lifting delivery, hitting the inner portion of the bat, just bouncing across the stumps really. Luckily for him, it didn't crash into the stumps. But fortune favor the brave.
Yeah, I thought for a second there he was bowled. I thought that ball almost fell back onto his stump. Some luck going the way there of Cooper. So Martin just continuing to bowl in that area of uncertainty to the batter. It's good discipline being shown here, and that is what is required on this type of surface.
This one is driving. They won't get to that one. True backward point. Into the fence for 4. That was pitched up. He launched onto it and really true backward point. Race across the face of Arnesville. Into the fence for 4. 4 glorious runs again. 2 Cooper.
Now, when you look at that shot, I don't think he was fully in control in terms of the placement. Yes, he drove at it, but got a bit of an edge that flew behind the stump, really. See him rehearsing that shot.
So you would encourage him to bowl in that area once more, Stacey?
Yes, certainly. That's the area that he needs to be bowling, and I think that they need to have an extra man in slip as well.
Well, here he goes. This one is cut ferociously. 1 bounce into the fence, 4 runs. Sorry, umpire, let us change it. His signal, 6 runs actually. Over the ropes for 6. He pounced on that one ferociously over backward point into the fence for 6. What a shot.
Yeah, wow. What power. So much power off the bat of that man there, Cooper. It's an uppercut and it sails all the way for a 6. That fielder has now been pushed back. Pascal now on the rope in that point position. But man, some marvelous display of power being shown here so far by Cooper in the shots that he has played. He's raced up to 24 of 24 deliveries.
Martin, fuller delivery. Cooper is right there. Equal to the task. Bring you over to an end. 28 for 1. 28 for 1 after such an entertaining over so far. Cooper, he's on 24 from 25 deliveries. Just to remind you that he got 80 out from 40 odd deliveries in his first game. 140. So Django is the man with him. He has 1 from 1. TNT Red Force trailed by just another 138 runs. Windward was skittled out basically for 166. But the stalwart in the whole proceedings was the man from Dominica, Kevin Hodge. He got himself 100. Well played to him. As Tyson out of Dominica as well continues to bowl for Windwards. Good lifting delivery goes into the keeper's glove.
Yeah, the Windward Islands bowlers, they have to learn quickly on the surface. What I've seen so far, what I've deciphered is anything short, the Trinidad and Tobago batters, they are looking to punish those deliveries, rightly so. That man Cooper in particular, anything that's been served up short to him, it seems to be an area of strength of his, he's put it away, and he's played on both sides of the wicket. He's pulled one and he cuts well also. So anything short seems to be put away quite well by Cooper. So the Windward Islands bowlers, they need to be fuller to him. Yes, he also drives well, but anything short, it seems to be an area of strength of his, and he's going to put it away all day.
Well, seems to be a very attacking batsman he is. Short delivery, he pounces on them. Over pitch delivery, he pounces on them. And he's packing with some power as well. So, interesting times here for the Windward Islands. As Django is on strike. He's facing up to Tyson. This one is an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Seems to be going down a leg from where I'm at.
Yeah, and it's also pitching outside leg. It's very hard to get an LBW decision from that angle to the left-handed batter. But certainly the length that he wants to be bowling at Tyson. If he can just get that one to straighten a bit more, I think that's what the captain will be looking for him to do to the left-handed batter, Django.
Django just looking to turn that into the mid-wicket square leg area. Getting himself into a little bit of trouble there. 28 for 1. This one is outside the off stump. Nothing to do with that. So Stacey, we have lost all the sunlight and the lights have taken full effect here at Arnisville. What a sight it is as we see the traffic going into Kingston and also coming out of Kingston. It's a Wednesday here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And really, for those who finish work could come down to the park. There's still much time to go. At least an hour cricket remaining. This one is cut through backward point. Nobody would catch that one. Into the fence for 4. So Django is off and he's flying. Brilliant shot by him.
Again, another short delivery has been met with a boundary. That time, some precision there shown by Amir Django. Just finding the gap. You know, all he needed to do was time it there. Didn't try to overhit it. And he picks up his first boundary of the match.
Yeah, he placed it nicely as well. Short outside the off stump, he just ride it and just put it into the gap and it flew off this outfield that really gives you value for your shots. And into the fence for 4. This one is played with softer hands. Running down, that brings you over to an end. 32 for 1 here at Arnisville. Trinidad in reply to the Windward Islands 166. They are 32 for 1. And Cooper, he's on 24. And Django, he's on 5. We have seen 7 overs bowled here so far by the Pacers from the Windward Islands. So, lovely conditions for play here, Stacey. Lovely outfield. It's really looking lovely. The grass is green. The surface is hard. And really, is there anything that you could see about the surface that contributed to the way that the Windward Islands batted earlier today?
Well, we've been saying it time and time again. It's just been a case of some injudicious stroke play on the part of the Windward Islands batters. That man, Kavim Hodge, another no ball. It's the 3rd no ball so far for Darius Martin. He's in the middle of a good spell of bowling, but he struggled with overstepping so far, Martin. Yes, but back to the Windward Islands batters, we've mentioned it. You know, injudicious stroke play. Really, a man scored 126 out of 166 runs, so it really tells a story. The wicket is good enough for batting. If you apply yourself, you'll score runs.
And as you said, Stacey, nobody really did that other than Hodge. And he did it in fine style. He got himself 100. You have to sit and wonder what really occurred with the other batters in the Windward Islands innings. Nobody seems to get past 10 in this innings. So they have to sit and imagine this morning they won the toss and elected to bat. And this is the position they ended up in, 166 all out. 1 man out of that 11 players getting a magnificent 100. It has to be looked at, Stacey. Martin continues. Outside the off stump and he's pressing that through covers. Into the fence for 4. Seems to be a place that he favors. And really a lovely shot there by Cooper. And Martin needs to be very careful as he goes about his task here this evening.
Yeah, another short ball. Similar delivery to the one that he hit the 6 for. But a man has been placed backward of point in the direction of where he hit that 6. On that occasion, just hitting it forward of point. So nice placement being shown here by Cooper. And again, another short delivery being punished.
This one is pitched up and driven. Calls for quick single, gets it. So Cooper seems to be on a mission this evening, striking the ball sweetly from the middle of the bat. I've played some wonderful shots so far, including a 6 over backward point. And that lovely shot you have just played in front of point for 4. He's 29 from 29 deliveries, a runner ball. Trinidad and Tobago are 38 for 1. 7.3 overs been bowled here so far by these fast bowlers. Darius Martin, he has 1 for 20. This one is hitting the inner portion of the bat of Django there. Squeezing out to the man at square leg who does the fielding. It's a new innovation here by the West Indies Cricket Board. Day-night encounter. First time here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Happy to be here, ain't it, Steve?
Yeah, certainly so. Part of history here as well. First pink ball match being played here.
Outside the off stump, left alone. Several things to consider. In respect of these sort of games, the body sort of slows down after a particular period in the day. Although players acclimatize, I know at this particular time everybody's sort of relaxed, getting ready for bed and all those sort of things. You know, different climatic atmosphere, the dew factor, playing under the lights. It's a whole different ball as well. So a lot of things to consider. So great initiative by the West Indies Cricket Board to get their players up to scratch. This one is driven to the man at short extra cover, who feels well. Django thinking he should have done better there. But that brings you over to an end. It's 38 for 1. 38 for 1 in reply to 166. Yeah, they need another 128 to eclipse first innings here, Stacey.
Yeah, 38 for 1 after 8. And you mentioned the different conditions and show it's really a test. It'll certainly test your tactical acumen as a player, as a captain, and your mental toughness as well. You mentioned being adjusting to the times. You know, you're accustomed to playing cricket from 10 to 5. And most days when you're playing 4-day, now you have to adjust to your time. So if your bedtime is usually 7 o'clock, it'll really be tough on you.
Well, I'm adjusting my time and I'm getting up and leaving my space for someone else. So I'll be inviting Mr. Asnat Cato to take over from me here as he join you into commentary in this, the first game under lights since St. Vincent and the Grenadines being played here between Trinidad and Tobago, Force, and the Volcanoes here at Harnesville. So welcome, Mr. Cato. Welcome back to the studios.
So Descartes, change of bowling for Windward Islands. Replacing Gillan Tyson. Descartes, in the back of that innings against Jamaica, that bowling effort for Windward Islands in that second innings, actually emerged as a handy replacement bowler in terms of the pacers for Windward Islands. His spell was largely immaculate. Really bowled exactly where the captain wanted him to. Saw him picking up 2 big wickets as well in the back end there. So he'll be hoping that he can continue in much of the same vein against this red hot Trinidad and Tobago Red Force outfit. Asnet Cato, good afternoon to you.
Good night to you, Stacey Adams.
Yes, good night. Have to get accustomed to that, right?
Agreed. It's a critical spell for Descartes, as you mentioned. Was very critical to the Windward Island bowling lineup in the previous encounter.
It's a huge appeal, but I think it was going down from my vantage point. But he's getting that inward movement there, Descartes. He's a lot slower compared to the other bowlers also. So if you can just continue to nag away at that line, a bit of bat as well in that, and that's where the captain will want him to be.
Agreed. And in the absence of Ryan John, who had a critical role with the new ball in the last encounter, they'll be looking to Descartes here to give them somewhat some control in terms of lines and lengths. And as you mentioned, getting a bit of movement back into the right hand on that occasion. Unfortunately for him, a bit of an inside edge.
Leaving it on that occasion, but certainly bowling in the areas his skipper is asking him to. It's a matter of being consistent for the Windward Islands bowlers. We saw Martin, he started fuller and then eventually started to bowl those shorter deliveries that Cooper capitalized on. Similarly so to Tyson as well. Started bowling shorter. It's driven there, but well fielded by Solozano. Keep the bat on strike.
It's something we've been critical in the last game, Windward Islands versus Jamaica. We mentioned that they were just not able to find those consistent lines and lengths. And as a result, they really suffered, as you can see manifested in the scores from the Jamaican team. As we mentioned, there seemed to be a more concerted effort.
You mentioned a concerted effort. I believe you were going to say to be fuller. That one was a touch shorter. And Cooper seems to be bread and butter for him to put anything short away. 2 runs coming from that over. Trinidad and Tobago have raced up to 40 for the loss of 1 wicket.
A very good start from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, replying to that 166 all out from the Windward Island outfit. They have definitely made a very good start. As you mentioned, Cooper looking very positive, 31 from 35 deliveries. And the Windward Islands, they will need to continue to take wickets if they are to really derail any sort of progress that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team will make.
Need to be played there. Deft touch there really from Amir Django to get a single.
It's Django, one of those players coming back from that Pakistan tour, that last tour that the West Indies made. We saw Kavim Hodge taking full advantage of the conditions here at the Arnesville playing field. I'm sure Amir Django will have similar sights.
And that's what you want to see from your West Indies player coming back to this level. You want to see them dominating. Saw that earlier from Hodge. He hasn't scored from a lot of deliveries pitched up right there. So see first, yes, he drove a few, but they were wider. They were fuller and wider. But anything around there, he hasn't really. He's been a lot more circumspect, a lot more respectful to the bowlers. But every now and again, they serve up a short one. He's able to capitalize on it. Seems to be the type of batter that likes to go at the bowling as well. So you want to play on his patience a little bit. Just test it. Just to see what he's made of. Get a few deliveries in a few dot deliveries into him just to see if he'll decide to go and play at one that he shouldn't be playing at. But so far, he's been free-flowing in his scoring. He's 31 of 37 deliveries. Riddled by a number of boundaries. Short and wide. But that man is placed there. So right away, a scoring opportunity presented to him. And he should be looking to put pressure on him. So there hasn't been enough pressure placed on Cooper in this inning so far.
Agreed. And that has led to such a healthy start here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Currently going at 4.34 runs per over. So it tells me that there hasn't been enough pressure really on the batsmen so far. They've been allowed to score at will at times. None more so than Cooper. Django still trying to get into his innings.
And it's easy for him to do really. To get his eye in, to get a feel for the conditions, to see what is on offer out there because his partner at the other end is doing it quite easily. So the scoring rate is certainly not a problem. Not that I don't think Django seems to be the type of batter that will be too bothered by facing a few dot deliveries. But his job is being made easier by having a partner who has the scoring rate up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
But it's a similar tale to what we saw in the Windward Island innings in terms of one batsman really looking all at ease in the form of Hodge. Cooper seemed to be playing such a similar knock to that we saw earlier. I think the difference would be how well the other batsmen in this Trinidad and Tobago outfit are able to form partnerships. And not only form partnerships, but big partnerships that can actually put pressure back on the opposition. And having made such a paltry total in the first innings, partnerships will really dent the hopes of the Windward Islands team.
And he got the width to work with there, but drove it to the left of that fielder, Noel Leo, substitute fielder that was on for Daryl Cyrus. 2 runs coming from that over. Trinidad and Tobago after 10, they are 44 for 1.
Another good over from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Seemed to be quite settled, having lost that early wicket, but this partnership looking quite fruitful so far in its infancy stages. Scoring at 4.4 runs per over. Just trailed by 122. Conditions remain good for batting here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex. Something that we have reiterated on numerous occasions. I'm sure the rest of the batting order will be hoping that they can make some form of impact on this particular wicket.
Yeah, and they're a confident side, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, scoring over 500 runs in that first innings, and seem to be their mode of operation. They want to bat once, so seem as if they want to score as heavily as possible when they bat first, or when they bat, rather. This discard continues to Django. And we saw that partnerships, certainly not an issue for them, with their top 4 scoring 60, 80, 121 and 176. My memory serves me correctly. 66, sorry, for Vikash Mohan, who's not playing in this game today. Had to make way for some of the other batters that were coming back in from that tour against Pakistan. It's a quick single taken, but it says a lot of a team. And I had a conversation with one of the coaches, and he said to me, and this is very important, you know, you judge the strength of a team by the strength of their bench. And when you have Vikash Mohan, who had to make way after scoring 66 of 132 deliveries for other batters, it really tells you the strength of a team when you have situations like that. Situations like that occurring, sorry.
I think the Windward Islands will be hoping that they had a similar situation to what you just mentioned in terms of the bench strength. So far, the top order hasn't really fired for them. I'm sure at some point in time, that's a question that will have to be addressed. But in terms of Descartes, though, I actually think that his bowling is suited to these type of conditions. In terms of under the lights, just a bit more zip in his bowling. Able to get a bit of movement as well. So from his perspective, it's just a matter of finding that right line and length.
Yeah, that one certainly tailing down, but he's presenting a bit of issues to these batters with that fuller pitch delivery, and he falls away to his left side, which accounts for that inward movement, but just too much on that occasion to the right-handed batter Cooper.
Certainly some movement on offer here for Descartes. We've seen that on a couple of occasions now. That delivery just tailing back into the right-handed Cooper. Just need to get his line right, just around the off stump, coming back in. If he's able to get the delivery to move away as well, it will really cause significant concern for both of these at the crease.
Yeah, that was nice. That delivery right there. I think he'll strive to bowl more in that area to Cooper. That one was attacking the stumps, but solid defense shown by Cooper to keep it out.
Testing over so far from Descartes. Just needs to show consistency. Be patient as well. This one is a swipe across the line. Loud appeal. Umpire Crawford not interested. But the end of a very good over there from Descartes. A testing one indeed. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force responding to 166 made by the Windward Island Volcanoes. They are 45 for the loss of one.
Yeah, really good 2 overs so far from Descartes. 3 runs coming from it. That last delivery almost taking out the off stump. It was so close to the off stump. Cooper opting to pull that one. Not the length that he should be pulling. It was a good length delivery, but he really seems to like playing that pull shot. He took his chance there. Luckily for him, just surviving. So a change of ends for Gill and Tyson, rotating their seamers, Windward Islands.
On that note, Stacey, just to remind our viewers of what you spoke about in the previous over in terms of stringing a couple of deliveries to Cooper in terms of building a bit of pressure. And we saw that on that occasion, a shot that was really not called for at that time. But thankfully for him and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he missed it completely.
Too full, really too full. Amir Django, I think he was disappointed that he didn't put that away to the boundary for 4. He straight to that fielder on the boundary, that point boundary.
Captain Ambris here trying to find the right formula in terms of combination of bowlers. So far he has rotated his seamers. Haven't seen any sign of spinners yet. And if you remember in that Trinidad and Tobago bowling effort, 8 of the wickets fell to spinners. So it's something that I'm sure Captain Ambris will be contemplating at some point in time.
Yeah, Yannick Caraya, picking up 4, and pair as well. Left arm spinner picking up 4.
In terms of the spin bowling options for the Windward Islands, though, the absence of Kenneth Demba is definitely going to be a big miss for them, having taken a 5-wicket haul in the first innings of that previous encounter. Replaced by Lee John, youngster coming through the ranks. This one is pulled nicely. Should they be able to get close to the boundary? In fact, it does. So a short delivery once again from Tyson. And there goes Cooper just rocking back onto his back foot and pulling it over mid-wicket for another boundary. So he moves up to 36 and the 50 comes up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, 50 up with that pull shot, and that's his comfort zone. Cooper, he pulls well, he plays a short deliveries well, and Tyson just feeding into his strength.
Just to add to the point in terms of the spin bowling options, we also have the leg spin of Cyrus, yes, for the Windward Islands. So those are options I'm sure Sunil Ambris will have to employ at some point. Tyson into his 5th over, none for 23. It's a bit expensive, must be said. Just hasn't been able to really exert any sort of control in the 3 innings we have seen him so far in this tournament.
Yeah, you saw him more just a reliable bowler in last year's encounter, coming in at the back end. But so far, that one played to the onside dugout, he hasn't been able to execute how he wants to. Been too full or too short at times. Looks to be a bit out of sorts. He's into his 5th. And already accumulated 24 runs.
It's a bit more fans are scattered around the ground, a bit more than we have seen in the previous game, but not a big crowd by any means. Stacey.
You're seeing some jacket and tie as well over there. So, I mean, straight from work, they came here to take in some of the action.
It's the end of the 12th over, and at the end of it, 51 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, responding to 166 made by the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Yeah, it's been easy going so far for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That lone wicket of Jade Gooley falling to the bowling of Darius Martin. Well, Windward Islands Volcanoes, they haven't really troubled the batters. They haven't exerted enough pressure on these batters so far. Cooper finding it quite easy to score. And Django just looking to work himself into his batting innings before he really gets going and latches onto the bowling. 51 for 1 after 12 overs, a run rate of over 4. So good going so far by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Descart so far has been immaculate with his line and lengths, particularly too. Yeah, patience is the key here. It's who will crack first. But it'll be Descart or Cooper who will deviate from their plans quicker. Descart just deciding to keep it full, honing on those stumps. And it's been a good plan that's been working for him so far.
Really no need for Cooper to panic, really. He's already scoring at over 75 runs per 100 balls. Just a matter of being patient, as this one is taking the inner portion of the bat. Call for 2, but no response on that occasion from Django. So they settle for a single. And another run added to the total, 52 for 1.
Yeah, a bit too much movement on that occasion. Going too much on the leg side. So an easy single taken by Cooper. As we mentioned, not enough pressure exerted from the Windward Islands bowlers. Able to get off strike after he was building up some momentum in terms of delivery, sequence of deliveries to Cooper. Now he has to bowl to the left-handed batter.
It's interesting to note as well, Stacey, in terms of what we've seen so far here at the Annisville playing field in the 2 matches, well, one on a, the 6 innings that we've seen so far, there's not been a lot of wickets taken by the pacers. And I'm thinking at times we've seen a lot of the pacers really deviate from what we know to be an effective line on this particular wicket.
Yes, I agree with you, Osnet. That last match in that second innings, 9 wickets. All the wickets went to spinners except for one that was a run out when the Windward Islands faced Jamaica here in that second innings. And today, in this first innings, 8 wickets fell to spin. But if you look who's been at the receiving end of that, it has been the Windward Islands more so than the opposition. So it says 2 things. Perhaps the opposing team is more selective in the way they've gone about their batting, and maybe they're a lot more disciplined with their line and lengths. Swan just playing outside the off stump. Losing a bit of concentration there, Django. See him walking off to the side, just reminding himself that he wants to bat long. Shouldn't be playing at deliveries like that outside the off stump. Yes, so and the other thing is maybe the Windward Islands batters I don't want to say, nobody will want to say they have a problem playing spin, but they haven't been selective against the spinners so far. Look to be aggressive more so than selective, which has brought about their downfall.
Agreed.
It's driven nicely across the carpet, but it won't get to the boundary. It'll just be 2 runs to Amir Django.
Good looking shot there from Django, just coming onto his front foot. Caressing that one through the offside. I'm sure that will give him some confidence. Hasn't been the most fluent innings from him so far. But I think the most important thing from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective is that he's there. Brings a lot of experience to this outfit, especially at this level. I'm sure he'll be speaking to Cooper in terms of getting this partnership to build and build to a level that can really hurt the Windward Islands.
Yeah, he had a best of 218 in last year's CWI 4-day championship. Scored 500 runs in that tournament last year. So scoring 218 runs will tell you that it's the type of batter, once he gets set and he gets in, he likes to go big. Also scored 100 on debut in 50 over format for West Indies. Driven, and this time it finds the gap. Bit of elegance there and precision again being shown off the bat of Amir Django to pick up another boundary.
Classy from Django, a delivery on a fullish length. He came forward and just stroked it nicely. A bit more power on this one, a bit more timing, and in the end just rushed across the outfield here at the Annisville playing field for another boundary. Total goes on to 59 for the loss of 1. Django really coming into his own.
This time to the onside. The fielder will give chase. He'll just pull it back in, but over pitching on that occasion, much too full. He plays it quite comfortably for 2. Django.
Tyson continues to struggle with his consistency, something that we saw in the last game. And so far he has been able to just offer scoring opportunities to these Trinidad and Tobago top order players. And they've been able to pounce on these opportunities. This one is short of a length this time, so having bowled a couple of full deliveries was always on the cards that Tyson would just shorten his length. Well played in the end from Django. So it's the end of another over. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they continue to be a force to be reckoned with here at the Annisville playing field. They move on to 61 for the loss of 1.
61 for the loss of 1. My co-commentator loves his play on words. He usually said discard that one. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force continues to be a force to be reckoned with. Loves his play on words. My co-commentator Osnet Kato. So Descar to continue. He's been the most consistent of the bowlers so far on display for Windward Islands without a wicket. So full delivery driven sweetly across the carpet. That might be the best shot of the day so far of the bat of Cooper for another boundary. Marvelously done by Cooper.
Cooper continues to impress with his stroke play. His delivery, foolish length, looking for that delivery to come back. But he was in a very good position there, Cooper. and just met that one with a straight bat. Tyson there at mid-off really had no chance as it was well timed. So another boundary to Cooper. He rushes on to 42 and the score moves up to 65 for the loss of 1.
Gets a single to follow up that boundary. So yes, it's been really easy scoring for Cooper in this inning so far. He's put away every single poor delivery that's been served up to him.
That's a sign of a good player. Looks to be a very organized batsman. Wants to feel the ball on bat. And so far he's been able to just exert his dominance to some extent in terms of his scoring rate.
This one is pulled. Not a lot of power on that one, but they'll pick up 2 more. The scoring continuing to be easy for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, it's something that we have repeated on a number of occasions now in the last couple of overs. Just not has been able. They have just not been able to get that degree of control. I think we saw that from some of the Trinidad and Tobago seamers, the likes of Jaden Seals, being able to just bowl maidens. We haven't really seen that from these Windward Island opening bowlers. At least not yet so far.
Yeah, that's been the difference. We're coming up on a first drinks break here in the night. 2 more balls before that. We saw a number of Windward Islands batters get dismissed just before a break.
It's a good channel. It must be said that Descartes is not really one of those frontline seamers. He's more in the mold of an all-rounder. But so far, he has been able to get the ball to do just enough to keep himself interested and the captain interested there at first slip. Just needs to be patient.
Defended with a full face of the bat, Django. And that will be a drinks break here in this last session of play at the Annisville playing field. While the players refresh themselves, we'll also take a break here in the commentary box.
Welcome back to the Arnesville Sporting Complex. Action here in the second round in the West Indies Regional 4 tournament. Match being played here between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Windward Island Volcanoes. If you're just joining us, the Windward Island Volcanoes, they would have won the toss earlier, elected to bat first, and they were dismissed for 166. And so far, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have mounted a solid reply, really. They're now 69 for 1. This partnership growing quite nicely for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, up to 64 now. As I welcome back Kenroy Martin. Kenroy Martin, good night to you, sir.
Good evening to you as well. So, Kato, this one hit the outer portion of the bat. It is running across the outfield down to third man. They are back for 2. And it's a good way to come back into this commentator's booth. The runs being scored and shots being played.
I think it's fair to say that in the last few overs, it's been relatively free scoring for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Hasn't really been put under any sort of pressure. Both of these players just scoring the singles, and whenever the opportunity presented itself, have been able to score the boundaries as well. This one is swept out to deep square leg for another single, which is in line with what we're just speaking about.
Well, easy peasy. 1s and 2s fills the basket. 72 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago looking for a total of 166. They just had enough, have another 94 runs to go. But the important thing is that they are keeping their wickets intact and they are scoring consistently. This one has been hiked over mid-wicket. The man is out at square leg who does the fielding. That's Tyson. The return comes in. Another run to the Trinidad total. 73 for 1.
It's the second occasion we have seen a similar shot being played by Cooper. Mentioned he has really no need to play like that. That delivery, a straight delivery, looking to hit that one somewhere in the vicinity of the Mike Finley pavilion. Thankfully for him, just got enough bat on it to get it out to deep square leg. Perhaps a lack of concentration on his part. He's currently on 45 from 55 deliveries. As this one is a loud appeal again. Django opting for the sweep shot, a shot that we have seen him perfect on a couple of occasions so far. But it's the end of another over from the Windward Islands, and at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 73 for the loss of 1. Django is there on 23, and the opener in the form of Cooper is there on 45.
Well, Cooper, he strikes me as a batter who don't stick around the wicket for too long. He doesn't bat a lot of dot deliveries. He takes his chances, he bats, and he scores quickly. He's on 45 from 55. He's not the type of batter who would bill an innings or try to bat as long as possible. He's a free-flowing batter. So that is how he strikes me.
This one is well bowled outside the off stump. Once again, Cooper trying to hit that one through the offside. See him indicating perhaps that one just held its line. The majority of delivery so far from Descartes has been coming back into the right-handed Cooper.
That was a very good delivery there by Descartes. Just hitting the off stump, the fourth stump, and going further away, and he drove miss into the keeper's glove. Those are the areas that you should be bowling and looking for the assistance from the surroundings and the wicket.
Well, it's something I've spoken about with our fellow commentator Stacey earlier in terms of Descartes. Seemed to be able to get the ball to do just enough. In terms of the seamer so far, he has been the most consistent, and that is reflected in his bowling figures into his 5th over, none for 12. And I'm sure from his perspective and the captain's perspective, he'll be hoping to get something in that 4th column.
Well, he's been very consistent, as you said before. He's hitting the right line and length, and the wicket is assisting him as well. It is not coming through, it's not popping, but it's just in between a good line, good length, and really causing a little bit of problems for the batters. Is not coming on to the batters they would wish to. So that nagging length helps him, and the pace that he's bowling is very deceptive as well.
I think also from a neutral's perspective, Kenroy will want to see youngsters like Cooper having gotten off to such a start, at least try and capitalize. Yes, your natural game or tendency might be one of aggression, but having seen the type of wicket that is on show here in terms of a very good batting wicket, it's just a matter of capitalizing on the start and really make the Windward Islands pay. Some of his shots in the recent times, in the last couple of overs, have suggested that he seemed to be losing a bit of concentration. And as I say that, he shoulders arms to leave that one outside the off stump.
Well, those sort of decisions comes from persons who are mature and understand their roles and their functions. Cooper, I'm not too sure how many seasons he has played for Trinidad and Tobago, but I think he's pretty young. So as he goes on with his cricket, he would understand his roles and his function, and he would adapt and do it and cause him to be more effective. So it would take some time, really, for him to get to that stage. But he's played a good inning so far. One or two ill-intended shots. But Trinidad and Tobago, they are 73 for 1, comfortable position they are in. Thanks to him, he's on 45 from 61.
Another tidy over there from Descartes mentioned just doing the job that his captain would want from him. Scoring rate for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, currently 4.29. As we see, it's been an economical spell from Descartes, just exerting a bit of control, and that control is always going to be critical. Seemed to have been an intentional ploy by the Trinidad and Tobago openers to really get off to a positive start. But Descartes so far has been able to nullify that positive threat from the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, at least so far.
Well, it's compliments to him hitting the right line and length and asking the questions of the batters. That is what he did, and he continues to do. So steady bowling by him. Cyrus has come and bowled some pretty tight lines as well. He's just into his bowling. He is 1.2 over so far. He scored 5 runs from him, but he seems to has adjusted and understand the wicket and what it does call for, Cyrus. So he's doing a pretty good job so far. This time, this one is wrapping him somewhere. Look like outside the off stump. Half-hearted appeal, really. But he has done well so far with his 1.4 over Cyrus.
A bit of tone, a bit of bounce as well. Something we saw from the Trinidad and Tobago leg spinner as well. Carrier was able to get the ball to turn. So I think Cyrus here will be looking to replicate that type of performance.
The difference between him and Carrier is that Carrier varies his pace. He has several deliveries in his armory. I'm not too sure what Cyrus has, but this one is a quicker delivery into the keeper's glove. So that tells you that he have a few more deliveries in his armory. So he has to know how he bowls his delivery, when he bowls his delivery in respect of the wicket. Doing a good job so far for the Windwards.
That one a bit of a slider there from Cyrus, going across the left-hander. As we see another attempted sweep shot from Django, not making any sort of connection on that occasion. But it's the end of a very good over, a maiden one indeed. It's 73 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, somebody has to put up their hands and make the difference here for the Windward Islands. And Descartes has bowled, just about 4 to 5 overs? Cyrus, I think, is the man who could cause some trouble for Trinidad. But he has to be consistent. He has to be smart in the way he executes. And really pick up a few wickets. Try to put Trinidad on their back foot. At this present time, they are 73 for 1. They are really motoring here at Arnisville.
Descartes once again on that line of the off stump. Well played by Cooper. Just on the subject of Cooper, 25 years. Just 7 first-class games so far. So quite young in his first-class career. 202 runs, a high score of 80, average of 20.20. So having seen what we've seen from him so far, I think it's important for him, if he really wants to elevate his career, that he just spends a bit more time at the crease. Clearly he has all the shots in the book, bit of aggression, bit of positivity. But if he is to improve those numbers that we just mentioned, he will need to take advantages of opportunities like this in terms of a very good batting wicket and having put so much pressure on the Windward Island bowlers so far.
Yeah, I agree with you there. He has to learn and get to his game, learn his craft pretty quickly, get to understand what is required of him, and really try and adapt to conditions as quickly as possible. He could be very aggressive at times, yes, but sometimes you have to curb some of that aggression with some patience, like he's doing now, trying not to be too rash. He's on 45. He has done all the hard work. Try to get to 50 and then start again. Those are the things that you would do, and that it would separate you from just being an average player and being the player that everybody would want in their side.
This one is driving. Lovely shot through the offside. Should be able to get a couple of runs. In fact, I think they will come back for a third. Rather labored attempt there from Tyson. Having just completed a spell. It's quite understandable in terms of that chase. Kenroy, or you feel that a fielder is a fielder?
Well, you have to put in the effort in the field. It's a team effort. You have to support the other bowlers, not because you have just finished a spell, you still have to give that support. But well done to him. He's a big lad as well. Bowling a couple of overs from bowling 2 spells actually so far in this innings. But a good effort from him still.
It's driving this one, Django, once again finding that gap on the offside. A diving effort there in the covers. Can't prevent 2 runs though. Django looking more and more assured at the wicket. I think his presence also would be critical to Cooper. He has a bit of experience, Django, especially at this level. Played for the West Indies as well. So I'm sure he'll be bringing all of that experience to assist his partner, try and nurture him through this period, this difficult period. The start again. This is a short delivery. An attempted pull there from Django, not making the type of connection he was hoping for. Leg by signal by umpire Crawford. And it's the end of the over. 6 runs coming from it. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force responding to a first innings total of 166 by the Windward Islands. They are 79 for the loss of 1.
One of the things that should be in a mind of a batsman and the mind of a players in the tournament is that you have just about 7 games to play. You're in wrong number 2. Once you get the opportunity and you get in as a batsman, you make maximum use of that opportunity because you don't know whenever you're going to get that chance again. Cricket is a funny game. You could be in this game and you just can't get in for another 3. So once ever you get in, you make maximum use of it. Really, as Hodge did today, he got in, he stayed in, and he played well and scored 100. Despite the situation Windward's found themselves into, he played a brilliant innings. So these players have to take opportunities, make the best of it, and really come out on top of their games. Be patient. A lot of cricket to be played, plenty time in the game. You could do what you want to do. Just be patient, be selective, and do what is required of you.
Agreed. Cyrus here continues. Search of that first wicket. It's a full toss. I think Django there will be quite disappointed that he wasn't able to make full use of that delivery.
Knowing that players would have to wait until next year to play another tournament like this, you really have to maximize.
Good to see Sonny Ambris being the captain. I'm showing a bit of proactiveness. Still has that slip in the form of Kieran Cottoy. There's also a man at short leg, Stefan Pascal. So he's offering his trump card in the form of the leg spin of Cyrus. Just a bit of attacking company around Django, and that's good to see.
Yeah, giving him some encouragement. Sonny Ambris, a short leg, a slip himself, is poised right and mid wicket. Asking him to bowl into middle and leg. That's what he's asking him to do here. It's a quick single being taken there to Martin, who struggles to feel that delivery. Probably the body's getting a little bit slower, as we know it would. These players getting accustomed to these conditions. These things would play on their minds as well. But another good over there bowled, and Trinidad and Tobago now 80 for 1. Cooper is moved up to 48, and Django is on 26 from 47.
Just back on the issue of the captaincy, it's really going to be a challenge for Ambris because, as we mentioned before, it's not a large total on the board. So he has to find some sort of balance between attacking these Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. At the same time, you don't want them to run away with the total. As we mentioned, there's still a lot of time in the game. So it's important from him to just give his bowlers enough support. But he also have to be mindful that he doesn't want to be giving easy runs to these two.
Yes, and this is where where it comes in, where you choose your bowlers to bowl at a particular time. And he has now chosen to bring in the young off spinner who would do his due here. And really, Trinidad and Tobago 80 for 1, looking for another 86 runs to eclipse this first innings. They have to be careful here, Windwards, because as you said, there are 3 more days remaining in this game. They could find themselves by tomorrow chasing the 8 ball after tea time, we say dinner time, looking to overhaul a deficit of over 200-300 runs if they're not careful. And the way that they batted in the first innings would really play on their minds as well. But here, 80 for 1, introduction of the spinner, good start for him, easy single. There's a sweeper, there's a long on, deep square leg. So there's some protection for him pretty early. So there's easy runs to get as well.
Youngster Lee John, as you mentioned, being introduced to the bowling attack. Coming in at a very critical point as well. His partnership continues to grow. Now up to 76. It'll be interesting to see the pace at which he bowls, the trajectory, how well he's able to utilize the crease. All of these things were evident when we saw the Trinidad and Tobago spinners in operation.
Trinidad and Tobago, from the beginning, they had a game plan. You could see that. They bowled their fast bowlers up front with the pink ball. They took them off, and then the spinners, the pacers were rotated with the spinners. So they always bowl a spinner and a pacer during that innings. There was never a time, if I could recall clearly, that there were 2 spinners operating. There was a spinner and a pacer, and that really helped them when it comes to causing the batters to be thinking about what is happening, who's bowling, and really the spinners came in and took wickets consistently after the loss of the wicket of Ambris and really pulled things back for Trinidad. So here we have 2 spinners bowling in tandem for the Windies Islands, while Trinidad and Tobago use their fast bowler and the spinner from both ends. So different strategies been employed.
It's a good flighted delivery there from Lee John to end that over. A tidy one from him, just 2 runs coming from it, his first. And at the end of the 21st over, 82 for 1, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, Windwards need a break here. They really need a break here. They need something to happen. They just seems to be like going through the motions, trying to get through these overs. But somebody has to put their hands up and say, I am equal to the task. They need a break here to pull themselves back into this game. Trinidad and Tobago 82 for 1. Need to get one of these wickets.
As Cyrus continues proceedings from the old airport end. Cooper on 49, so nearing that milestone.
Looking for back-to-back half centuries here. One in the last game, one in this game, so that's a very good start for him for the season. Continues to do well for Trinidad and Tobago. 7th game. It's a good feeling there by Cyrus. He has gone for 6 from 3 overs thus far. Bowl 1 maiden. So some tight bowling by him as well, keeping things intact here for Windwards.
I know you would have had some experience at this level. Scored a lot of 100s and 50s in terms of your mode of operation when nearing a milestone. How was it different to the remainder of your innings?
it's getting to it. Don't put yourself under too much pressure. Play the normal game that you were playing. You know what I mean? It's nothing different. It's a run or two. But yes, you want to get to that milestone. But just play the ball, play each ball on its merit. Don't overthink it.
So it's a good delivery, a bit of tone. First we've seen from Cyrus, especially to the right-hander. His delivery pitching just around the off stump. There was Cooper feeling for it, going past the outside edge. So that will give him some confidence, Cyrus. Well, it's a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Good fielding as well. So the end of a very good over from Cyrus. A maiden it is. It's 82 for 1.
Well, you mentioned getting to a landmark. Probably playing on the mind of Cooper, 49 from 74. And Django is on 27 from 50. Just thinking about it creates pressure. So immediately his mode operandi has changed. He's looking for that single. So John continues. Good start just outside the off stump. Haven't seen any ball turn. Haven't seen the flight, the variation. Normal off spinner. Continues to bowl from around the wicket. Not creating much trouble for Django, who is on strike. This one is short outside the off stump. Punches it to the man on the sweeper boundary. Picks up an easy single. Brings the man on 49 on strike. Cooper. Trinidad and Tobago, 83 for 1.
Just to give you an update in terms of the other games. Game being played between the Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy. Barbados 340 for the loss of fray. Skipper Brathwaite not out on 136. 100 as well for Jonathan Drake, so well done to him. In terms of the game between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands, Jamaica 306 for 9. And Guyana versus CCC, combined colleges and campuses, 279 for 6. This one is a flighty delivery, good bowling on that occasion. A bit of flight, and you could see the nervousness in Cooper. Has been made to work very hard for this single.
Mode operandi have changed.
If you can recall, there's been a maiden over was bowled in the previous over. And here again, Lee John, just keeping it tight. Just a matter of who will break first.
Cooper, just have to be patient. He has scored 49 so far. Single is not too far away. Just be patient. Wait for the right opportunity. Take it.
So a loud appeal again from the Windward Islands. Bit of tone on that occasion from Lee John. In fact, a lot of tone indeed.
They're taking the pace off that one and causing it to hit the wicket and turn. And he was through the shot, actually pulled out of the shot halfway. Halfway through the shot and really just balloon to the man at short leg. Brings you over to an end. So, very tight over bowled here again by Lee John. So, Cyrus and Lee John bowling some tight overs for the Windward Islands. 83 for 1. Good bowling by these two spinners. Keeping things tight here. Keeping Trinidad in check. As I said, they need another wicket here before at least close of play or so to get themselves back into this game. Another 83 runs to go in this first innings.
You mentioned another wicket, Kenroy. I think they need more than one wicket to really put any sort of pressure and bring themselves back into the game.
Needs to start at 1.
Agreed.
It's a good faster delivery there by Cyrus. Dug out really by Django.
I think what has been impressive about these two in terms of the two bowlers, the two spinners in operation, is that they have not given a lot away. They've been able to get a degree of control, something that we have been calling for the Windward Islands throughout this innings.
Yeah, just have to be a bit more tighter. These two have proven to be that. and they have caused some difficulties for these two batters in Django and Cooper to score. But they are being patient, not being rash.
I think what has been interesting as well, Kenroy, is that there seem to be a bit of turn on offer, a bit of purchase. Both of the spinners getting the ball to turn. So this first innings total by the Trinidad and Tobago team is going to be crucial, because as we can see, they're going to bat last on this wicket. So they will need to get themselves first and foremost in the lead, and then be able to build a sufficient lead to put some pressure on the Windward Islands in their second innings.
Well, bowling out the Windward Islands for 166. That should tell Trinidad and Tobago, just get to that 166, pile of runs on, bat once in this game, and try to bowl the Windward Islands out a second time. Another maiden over being bowled here by Cyrus. Yeah, just bowled 5 over 6 runs. Really tight bowling. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trailed by another 83 runs. So some good bowling in tandem here by these two spinners, the leg spinner and the off spinner, for the Volcanoes.
Well, you normally hear your coaches say that if it is that you can't take wickets, the next best thing you can do is be economical. And that's something we have seen here from these two for the Windward Islands. So it's a matter of being patient. Who is going to break first? We'll see. Another dot delivery to Cooper, who remains on 49.
Been on 49 for a while now, just about 3 to 4 overs. Just building that pressure, these spinners.
This one is short, going back and punching it out to a backward point region. Darius Martin comes around but can't prevent the single, and it's a 50 for Cooper. So 50 from 80 deliveries, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 84 for 1. A good start from the young man.
Yeah, patient knock, played some good shots, some attacking shots. Had some power in his punch as well. Played some really good shots, 1 over backward point for 6 through covers. So a patient innings, a well thought about innings as well by him. He's gone on to 50, well played by the youngster. Django, his partner, congratulates him.
7 4s and 1 6 in that innings. As we mentioned, that was a super shot for 6. Seemed to be a very good time off the cricket ball. From his perspective, he'd be hoping that he can just continue in that vein and build a good innings, as this one is stroked out to deep point for a single by Django. Moves on to 30.
Really no rush in this game for Trinidad and Tobago. A lot of time remaining. Just about a session remaining for closure of this game. Play. Different atmosphere, different conditions. We have never really seen this happening in the Caribbean cricket as it is this year. Playing on the lights, coming out of sunshine onto then going on the lights. This one is short and pulled straight to the man at fine leg. That brings you over to an end. So after just about 25 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 85 for 1. Still remaining and still has a healthy run rate. Good partnership between these two as well.
Spinners getting through their overs very quickly. 2 runs coming from that last over from Lee John. 3 overs, none for 5 so far. Has been steady. As we mentioned, I'm sure his captain will be quite pleased with his outing so far. Only disappointment would be that there's been no wickets to his name.
You read some scores out earlier. I think that those teams are pretty happy with those scores. Scores of over 300 plus for the day, first day. And I know the West Indies Cricket Board are pretty happy to see those sort of scores on board. Tells you that the players are doing pretty well, having 200s in one game, and then there's one here and the others. So it's a very interesting start to this tournament. Round number 2. Some healthy scores. Scampa another single here. Trinidad and Tobago scored very heavily in their first game. Continues to bat well here, these two for Trinidad, Hooper and Django. Cyrus doing a pretty good job with the ball. 5.2 overs, 3 maidens, 7 runs, measly. So these spinners bowling well in tandem here, unlike what we saw in the innings before, where Trinidad and Tobago use a spinner and a pacer, and they bowled pretty well in tandem, and it worked for them. Winners have employed 2 spinners at once and 2 spacers. Cyrus, not much turn on the ball. Yeah, Cyrus, not giving it much air either. One of those spinners he reminds you of bowling in a T20. Comes through his action is pretty quickly. He's keeping things tight again. That ball coming out of his hands very quickly. Flat trajectory.
I think that's a challenge that a lot of our spinners face, not only here in the West Indies, but even at the international level, in terms of transferring or transitioning from bowling in limited overs cricket to that in red ball cricket, As another tidy over comes to an end from Cyrus. And at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 86 for 1.
You talk about spinners who could transition very well. We had persons in the world cricket like Daniel Vittori, who did that exceptionally well. And if you're speaking about batsmen, De Villiers would just come out of a T20 and go into a test match and score 100.
Yes, but the amount of cricket that is played these days, as a cricketer, you really have to be switched on, especially if you're an all-format player. Although we don't have a lot of all-format players going around, but the few that we have, you could see the kind of effort and preparation that goes into their work.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot from you to be playing all formats, really, at the international level. Jack Callis did it. Vittori did it. Kohli did it. World-class cricketers did it. But it took a toll on them after a period of time. It's a lot.
This one is punched out to D point once again from Django, just pulling down that delivery. Lee John offering that opportunity, and as good a player as Django is, he's able to go back onto his back foot and just punch that one past point. So he's going about his business quite neatly.
He has changed his approach really towards batting since the spinners had been introduced. He's just been very circumspect when it comes to his shot selections. I think they are pretty much tighter in defense, these two batters, watching the ball onto the bat very carefully. Not much spin on offer here for these spinners, because the trajectory are pretty flat, as you can see there. Faster one outside the off stump. No problem for the wicket keeper.
I think what we've seen also, Kenway, is that on the rare occasions where they've given the ball a bit more air, a bit more flight, as this one is driven nicely through the covers, I think it will get close to the boundary. And a very good stop again from Tyson. Second time we've seen that type of chase. Can't prevent a third. So 3 more runs added to the total. And at the end of and 1 more delivery remaining, 90 for 1. I was mentioning that whenever we've seen them give the ball a bit of air, especially Lee John from this end, we've seen a bit of tone, extravagant tone. It's just that his trajectory, as you mentioned, is quite flat most of the times.
I'd probably need to give the ball a little bit more time to get to the batter, just like that, causing him to think about what is coming. There's a man short at cover. There's 2 short covers, really. So you should give the ball a little bit more time in the air, and the surface would help you as well.
I think it also goes back to what we mentioned in terms of the captain and the situation that they found themselves in terms of they don't want a situation where they're leaking runs. But as you mentioned, the potency of the bowling attack can be improved if you're bowling a bit slow as a spinner. So really and truly, it's about finding the balance, not only as the bowler himself, but also the captaincy that is supporting you.
I agree with that. You have to find a balance. You have to know what works for you, what is best to be implied, and what is best not to do. These bowlers, these two spinners has bowled rather well. Cyrus has bowled 6 for 7, 3 maidens, and he's been backed up beautifully here by John. But they have bowled flat and fast, keeping things tight. This one is a flighted delivery on the leg stump. Tyson is doing the fielding again, prevents it from going over the ropes. Another 2 runs. But these batters have been very selective. That's something I've seen from them. They have not been rash, but they have been very selective when they come to their show play.
Well, after that initial onslaught of some sort, we can say from Cooper, he has really settled down. Faced 90 deliveries, so he should be reasonably comfortable with what is taking place out there. As we see this shot again, as somewhat of a commentator's course, I would say, Kenroy. He seemed to be so determined and hitting that type of delivery onto the onside, playing against his spin. Once again, not timing it to any extent. Martin comes around to his right and prevents any further runs. So just a single there for Cooper.
Cyrus in his bowling run up, a skipper hop and a jump. Comes through. His own bowling style, have his unique way of doing things, Cyrus. I've not seen any prodigious turn from him as yet, as we saw from the Trinidad and leg spinner. That one seems to be like an off spinner. Not too sure, but it was swept out to the man at mid-wicket who comes in and field. 93 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago in reply to Trinidad 2. Volcanoes 166, 72 runs adrift of that total, as there's a conversation between the skipper and Cyrus. Probably need to change strategies a little bit. What do you think he's telling him there?
Well, we mentioned there has to be some sort of conversation in terms of how attacking are we going to be, what are we really trying to achieve. Having seen the shot of the previous delivery versus Cooper, I think maybe that's something that the captain was inquiring about. Whether or not perhaps they put a man out at deep mid-wicket or leave it open so he can encourage that sort of foul shot from Cooper.
Back in the day, we would have said, cause him to look up, have a few more flighted delivery, test him. Not just push it through, cause him to use his feet. Let him come to you. That sort of bowling as you overcome to an end. 94 for 1. 28 overs completed in this innings so far. Cooper, he's batting well on 56. Django has supported him exceptionally well as well. He's on 32 from 67. So the thing is that they have taken up a lot of time. They have batted a lot of deliveries as well in this innings so far to get to where they are now. So taking time out of this game is important for Trinidad as well. But the consistent scoring of runs is important as well. Turning over of the strike. Keep the scoreboard ticking, thinking about things for tomorrow. So they have done a very good job, these two. Put on a very healthy partnership so far. 94 for 1.
As you mentioned, it's important in terms of building some sort of platform, really. Lost an early wicket. 5 for 1, but so far this partnership of 89 between these two, and it goes down to a matter of patience on the form of the batsmen. We have seen them exert a bit of patience so far, and these two bowlers who are currently in operation, they will need to be patient as well. So far they've been economical, but as we're saying, it's who breaks first really, in terms of whether John and Cyrus can continue in their current mold. And I think from the Trinidad and Tobago perspective, the presence of Django and that experience that he brings to the middle, it's going to be critical.
Again, flatter trajectory. Scamper through for a single. Backed up nicely by, I think that is man from Dominica. Under the helmet, another single. 95 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago in reply to the Volcanoes. 166. Really good reply, solid reply here from Trinidad and Tobago. Cooper has played an exceptional hand so far. He's on 56. He has changed his mode of operandi. Played a few Lovely shots early from the fast bowlers. He has now just settled into his work and batting sensibly, choosing his deliveries, tight in defense, keeping things ticking over for Trinidad and Tobago. So really good, sensible batting by these two. Nothing rash so far. I've seen 1 or 2 shots from him, but he has really controlled himself and how he goes about this innings.
Wonderful spectacle, as you alluded to earlier, here at the Arnesville Sporting Complex. It's good to see cricket on the lights. Mentioned we had quite a few games in the World Cup. Also had, as this one is swept down to fine leg, should challenge the boundary. Good work there from Eugene. Limits the batsman to 2 runs. So we had quite a bit of cricket in recent times. Those World Cup games and also those free T20s versus Bangladesh. So
he's like Christmas again.
It's becoming more of a norm for us in terms of seeing cricket under the lights, and I must tell you, man, it's wonderful. Wish I can put on back my whites and be in the middle, but that's a story for another day.
Indeed, a story for another day. As you overcome Son, and it's 97 for 1. You want to review and recap your youthful days. All the best, sir. Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties, man.
So Lee John, 5 overs, none for 12. Mentioned very economical, quite miserly. He's bowled so far. And they've been managed to actually bring down the run rate of the Trinidad and Tobago team to just around 3.34 runs per over. If you can recall, earlier on commentary, we were saying the run rate being 4.5, 4.6.
Healthy.
So from a Windward Islands perspective, that's a positive in terms of just limiting the scoring opportunities to some extent of these two. But as you said, it's a change in mindset of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen as well. It's just a matter of trying to build a partnership, and that partnership building, because of the time that they have in the game, they can actually sacrifice that scoring rate to some extent, all in the sake of actually putting on a reasonable platform for the other batsmen to follow, to really build on.
They have set a wonderful platform so far. They are 97 for 1. And we see the reintroduction of Darius Martin. He's bowling from the old airport end. He'll be bowling to Django, who's not out on 33. So a change in bowling. Looking for another wicket is Sunil Ambris. There are 2 slips, a gully, a sweeper, backward point error on the sweeper fence. Mid off, mid on, square leg and a fine leg. So Darius Martin has been reintroduced as Net makes way for Stacyan. Stacyan, welcome back. Good evening. You had some lovely dinner on the other side to show what you took part or you had. So, but welcome back into the commentator's booth. Force delivery been driven. True covers. 4 runs. What a start to this innings.
Yeah,
what a start.
Good evening, and I've been greeted by a glorious drive there from Amir Django, showing all his class late in the evening here. Martin reintroduced, searching for a wicket for the Windward Islands, and he's been greeted with a full-blown drive. Splendid off the bat of Django.
Yeah, full pitch delivery right in his half. He just had to press it through covers. No man move into the fence for 4. So Django, a lovely shot. Basically a half volley really bowled by Martin. It seemed like a warm-up delivery really. And he dispatched that. He moves on to 37 from 69. And that brings up the 100 for Trinidad and Tobago. They're 101 for 1. Excellent reply. He's cutting this time. There's a sweeper who comes around. He's challenging for 2. They get 2 easily. So the runs are coming here now. Just a while ago, it wasn't from the spinners. And all of a sudden, 2 deliveries, you have gotten 6 runs so far.
Yes, and a boundary as well. We haven't seen a boundary in a very long time off the bat from these 2 batters in the middle. It's really showed the sort of control that Daryl Cyrus and Lee John, young spinners operating in tandem, had on the controlling the scoring rate of the Trinidad and Tobago batters. All of a sudden, pace introduced, and they have collected 6 of 2 deliveries.
This time he's driving it back past him, over his head. 1, 2, 3 bounces down to the boundary for 4. 4 more runs to him. He moves up to 43. So, rather expensive over here. Reintroduction of Martin, and the runs are flowing.
Yeah, that was met with aplomb and style from Django. Over pitching on that occasion. Delivery before was too short. Overcorrection coming from Martin. It's as if he was prepared for that. He predicted that length from Martin, and he was well in position and well in control of that drive down the ground.
What would the reply be? He's around the wicket. He's gone for 2 boundaries so far. This one is played with some finesse. Down to third man. Get over the fence. Yes, it does. With some finesse. Down to third man. A third boundary into the fence for 4. So a rather expensive over here by Martin. And really, Django has marched up to 47 from 72 deliveries. Another lovely shot by him.
Yeah, we've seen it all so far in this over from Django. We've seen some power, we've seen some class. On that occasion, depth touch from him to pick up another boundary, and it's as if he's been waiting for the pacer to get back into the attack. 14 runs coming from the over so far.
He has pounced on him. Martin, again, he's playing with soft hands to the man at gully, changing field, just taking that second slip out and placing him at gully. Could have been another 4, but he's there. Save that. So, expensive over so far. Reintroduction of the pace. Trinidad and Tobago have rushed up now to 111 for 1. Need another 55 runs to get past this first inning total by Windward's, the Volcanoes. So good batting by these two. Cooper already past 50, he's on 58. And Django getting close to that landmark. Outside the house, don't leave it alone, and this plays a shot after the ball has gone through. That brings you over to an end. So after 30 overs here at Arnesville in the evening, under the lights, it's 111 for 1. Cooper is on 58 from 98. Django is on 47 from 74. John has bowled 5 overs for 12 runs and a rather expensive over. Reintroduction by Martin. Trinidad trail by 55 runs.
Yeah, and I was wondering if this was going to be the move from Sunil Ambris, bringing Daryl Cyrus from this end. Yannick Karaya, when he operated, he bowled just from this end, from the media center end, and he picked up 4 wickets. But the difference is Cyrus is bowling a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Karaya, he was actually flighting the ball, trying to get it to spin as much as possible. So he should be looking to take a page out of his book. He's now operating from this end.
Back to the old ways, flat and fast, not giving it much air. There's a sweeper in Martin who does the feeling. Another run, 112 for 1. He moves on out of 59, bring Django into strike. So a switch of ends for him. Would it work for him? But a really solid partnership between these two so far. Django and Cooper. But it smartly, they have not given any opportunities at all.
Yeah, you look at the field for the Windward Islands, they've certainly gotten themselves into a precarious position. I mean, there's not a lot of runs to play with. The opposition, the opposing team has raced up to 112, quite unbothered so as well.
This one is flighted and just hitting the inner portion of the bat station. We called for it, we got it, and it caused a little bit of problem there for Django. Trying to hit that one through mid-on, but went to square leg. But
yes,
picks up another single.
And because of the rate at which these two batters are scoring, you had 3 fielders actually on the onside when Django was batting. 3 fielders out at this time of day. You have Solozano on the square leg boundary, a man at long off and a man at extra cover.
Easy pickings, easy pickings. Another single.
So really, no sort of pressure being applied on the Trinidad and Tobago batters. Should be searching for wickets, but it'll just be easy for them to milk it at this stage of the game.
Getting down the leg side, he's sweeping his jungle. When he get to the fence, he's sprinting around. He doesn't make contact. He goes over the ropes into the fence. The signal comes from the umpire. 4 runs. 4 runs to Django. That brings up his 50. A well-played 50 by Django. And really a bad delivery there by Cyrus being dealt with by Django. And it brings up his half century from 77 balls.
Yeah, Django actually moved from 30 to 50 within the space of about 10 deliveries or so.
Reintroduction of these bowlers pretty quickly. Again, he's cut into the backward point. Seems to be enjoying himself between the introduction of Martin and now Cyrus from the other end. Windwards, I think they have lost the plot somewhat when it comes to this game. Introduction of Martin, a very expensive over. I think he went for about 17, if I could recall. Then this over from Cyrus. Martin is 6 overs for 38 already. 1 made and 1 wicket. Cooper is on 60 from 100 deliveries. Django is 52 from 78. And Trinidad and Tobago 118 for 1. Looking very strong here at Arnesville in the evening under the lights. And they need another 48 runs to eclipse this first innings as Martin is bowling second over. And this is second spell. There's a slip, a gully, a square cover. He's on the boundary. He sweeps. Short extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And the man at fine leg. Martin runs away. This one is short. Looking to go through mid wicket. Didn't time it well. But finally that man at mid on who comes young and feel really picks up another single. So the runs keep coming here for Trinidad and Tobago. No signs of easing up at all here, these batters. Windward just need to get the plot, need to get things right here. 120 for 1.
Yeah, and it's good to see from Trinidad and Tobago perspective and West Indies perspective as well, a brand of cricket that Trinidad and Tobago, they are playing. It's an imposing brand. They are showing that. As Martin runs in, I'll continue after this delivery. This one is played not in full control. It was hit aerially, but it lands safely in the vacant area, and he picks up 1.
He challenged the bowler on that occasion, walking down the pitch. He went into the deck, and he was rather cramped for space, ballooning into the mid-wicket area. Picks up a single. He moves up by 1 to 61.
Yeah.
To 53, and Cooper is on 61.
Yeah, and just to continue what I was saying about this imposing brand of cricket that Trinidad and Tobago seem to be playing just 2 games in so far. And you look at the hour of the day, it's very close to the end of the day's play, but they are still looking to maximize, capitalize on any bad deliveries and create scoring opportunities as well. You see Django opting to go down the track to Darius Martin. Yes, he bowled that shorter pitch delivery, but it just shows the mindset of these 2 batters in the middle.
Bowling for the Windwarders have looked rather flat this evening. Nobody really threatened any batters. And besides that wicket that Darius Martin got pretty early, we have not seen many deliveries going across the bat. That was a quick shot one there to Django.
Yeah. That's interesting as well. 2 short deliveries that he wasn't able to control well. So we might see the Windward Islands deciding to bowl shorter to him on more occasions.
Doesn't seem too comfortable with that delivery. But he moves up to 54. His partner Cooper is on 62 from 102 deliveries. He has backed 80 deliveries so far. He has been rather quiet, Cooper. Django has rushed up to a half century in just about 78 deliveries as Martin continues. This one is short and he's pulling it, just hitting him somewhere in the rib area. So Martin implying that short delivery causing some pain to Cooper, striking him somewhere in the rib area. Saw him bowl that delivery to Django a while ago, caught him very high on the glove. Wasn't in control either, but Cooper is in a little bit of pain. Signal coming from the dressing room as he wants a physio, but not too sure if he would take the chance to do so.
Yeah, didn't get up as high as he expected it to. Wrapped him on the glove. Bit too early into the shot as well.
So Martin around the wicket, bowling to the man who seems to be on a mission, Django. So a short lifting delivery down the leg side. Martin telling him that I'm still here, I'm still around. It doesn't matter what time of the evening it is. I'm called a fast bowler. And I have a 5.5 ounce kookaburra in my hands. Stay in your crease and bat.
Yeah, and that short pitch delivery, I think Django will be expecting it now. On that occasion, just deciding to let it go through. Showing some awareness for the situation, Django. And playing into the hands of the Windward Islands. Two fielders on the boundary, waiting for the mistimed pull shot.
Delivery on top of that one. So Martin has changed his length here. This is second over in his comeback spell. Batter's not looking too comfortable with that length. But he doesn't really have the support in the field there with the man short. He has some boundary riders. Another single carries the score to 125 for 1. So Trinidad and Tobago has really dominated today's proceedings thus far. Physiotherapist comes out now. Medical staff to deal with Cooper, who was struck a while ago in the ribcage area from Martin from that short delivery. Probably a little bruise. Need some ice after this game, Stacey.
Yeah, he's batting well for his team. Probably we might see him getting an ice bath or so later on. A bit of discomfort after being hit struck on the glove. That delivery from Martin in the previous over. And not a lot of time left in this first day's play here at the Annisville playing field. Windward Islands Volcanoes, they'll be disappointed with their batting effort so far. If you're just tuning in, they won the toss, decided to have a bat first. They were bowled out for 166. I was highlighted, 166 was highlighted by 126 by Kavim Hodge. No other batters were able to get into double figures. The next best being 9 runs for Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Well, a disappointing time at the crease for the Windward Islands have gotten them into this position. They scored 166, but a brilliant innings by Hodge, as you mentioned, was the highlight of that innings. Now we have 2 batters from Trinidad in Django and Cooper. Both have half centuries so far. We have not seen any sort of penetrative bowling from the Windward Islanders. They have not really caused any threats. They have not really challenged the batters. The 2 spinners bowl in tandem tightly, but haven't picked up a wicket. As continues, and these batters just continue to bat normally here at Annisville. A good batting strip here at Annisville, and really they're making maximum use of this lovely batting strip. 125 for 1. Late in the evening here, Cyrus continues. Windward's really lacking that penetration from the bowlers. I'm not seeing anything going past the bat causing the batters any trouble really. So that is something that they may have to look at. Their bowling attack. The batting is struggling really badly. Hodge coming back from West Indies duties strengthens the batting but really left much to be desired from the others today. So that opens a whole lot of questions to be asked about the Winning Islands batting and their team. As Trinidad keep piling on the runs here. 126 for 1. They need another 40 runs to clip first innings. Cyrus continues to bowl. He's flighted and he's driving. Martin comes in quickly off the fence. Good feeling. Good return. Good arm as well. And skipper Ambris backs up. Another run. 127 for 1. So besides that first wicket, Windward had no opportunity to rejoice about anything. For the rest of the evening, it's just been Trinidad's day. I think Trinidad and Tobago have won all sessions thus far in this cricket game in this the first day. Stifle appeal.
Yeah, and speaking about sessions, as that over is completed, 127 for 1. Comfortable position for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, they trail by 39 runs. Trinidad and red force. They are really forced to be reckoned with. Just remind you that there are 8 teams in this competition. They'll be playing 7 games apiece. This is round number 2. We had some good scores coming out from the other games. Brathwaite getting himself 100 in that game in Barbados. Also have another 100 from a youngster from Barbados as well. So 200s there. Jamaica had 300 plus. The youngsters playing against Guyana had 260 odd for 6. So that seems to be a very good game. But here at St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Windwards have really faltered and faltered badly. 166 all out. But Trinidad is making best use of the opportunity. They are now 128 for 1. 128 for 1. 33.1 overs bowled here at Arnesville under the lights. Pink ball being used. A new addition to this West Indies 4 days tournament here. Played in the Caribbean. As John has been reintroduced, flat and fast. Hasn't caused any trouble really to the batters. Just easy pickings as things continue to roll on here, Stacey.
Yeah, the Windward Islands searching for that late lift in the afternoon. Trinidad and Tobago, they've been on top throughout this entire match with ball in hand earlier and now with bat in hand from these two, Django and Cooper. That one badly lined. Played to that area there at deep fine leg. Shadrach runs around, does the cleaning up, keeps it to 2. But just not able to exert any sort of pressure, any sort of hold on the Trinidad and Tobago scoring. Yeah, at one point in time they were scoring above 4 and over. Scoring rate went down to around 3.38, sorry. But that was a combination of good bowling, miserly bowling from Lee John and Cyrus in operating in tandem, and maybe just a change of approach, just to see what the spinners have to offer. These two batters, but now they're comfortable and looking to go big for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, as we wind down this evening's proceedings here at Arnesville, it's a flighted delivery which we have not seen so far. That brings you over to an end. Really, just to let you know what these teams are competing for in this tournament. They are playing 7 rounds of games. They're playing in, just to let you know what is happening during the rest of the tournament. They'll be playing in Guyana. Guyana is scheduled to have 2 games. Trinidad and Tobago is scheduled to have 5. Antigua is scheduled to have 6 games. St. Vincent, they are playing the final game, 2 games here. Barbados is scheduled to have 4 games. Dominica has 1. St. Kitts has 3 games. And Jamaica has 2 also. And St. Lucia, I think, has 2 games. So those are the places that this tournament would be taking place and playing. As Trinidad continues here, 130 for 1. And the cash prize at stake stays here for this year's tournament, $250,000 at stake for the winners, 100,000 for runners-up. So a lot is at stake here. Guyana, the defending champions, have won this tournament 9 times. They have won it 7 occasions. Guyana. So Trinidad and Tobago and these other teams looking to defeat Guyana this year. Guyana has a lovely start so far for the tournament. So coming into the second round of games, Trinidad won by an innings and 75 runs. Jamaica won by 178 runs. And Leewards won by 402 runs. And Guyana won by 10 wickets. So those are the teams on top. And Leewards so far 402. And from the last updates, we had some very good scores coming out of Barbados and so on. So interesting tournament. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trailed by 35 runs. Day number 1. So Cyrus, he's into his 10th over. He has 21 runs, 3 maidens. Haven't picked up a wicket as yet. Flat trajectory, keeping things rather tight. But they need wickets here, Windward, to pull themselves back. He's pulling that one through square leg. And Martin comes in and field. Go through to wicket keeper Benjamin. Cleans it up. So after 10 overs, Cyrus has 3 maidens, 22 runs, no wicket. Trinidad and Tobago 132 for 1. 35 overs bowled. Healthy run rate, that is. They need another 34 to eclipse first innings. Cooper has 65 from 108. And Django has 59 from 95 deliveries.
Yeah, you look at the way both of these batters have played the spinners so far. They've largely scored off of deliveries that's been shorter. They've been quite respectful to anything that's been on a fuller length, unless it's been over-pitched. And that's really what you call selection at the end of the day, Martin.
Indeed.
That's what the Windward Islands lacked in their batting efforts.
Had none whatsoever. Poor cricket was displayed by the Windward Islands batters. Very poor cricket. No lack of support for Hodge. Hodge played magnificently. And the thing is, you can't understand why one batter could get to 126 and the others can't get to 10. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. A lot to think about, Windward Islands. This one is pressed through covers, picks up another single. It's an easy batting track, as it's been shown here by these 2 batters. There's no devil in the wicket. So Cooper has gone on to 65. Django is on 60. Before that, Kevin Hodge scored 126. So what is happening to the batters from the Windward Islands? So very quiet time here at Arnisville. See, big up to the spectators who are still here. Really happy to have you. Different conditions being exploited here by Trinidad and Tobago, I should say that.
Yes.
Because they have the upper hand, the advantage.
Some tone on that delivery there for Lee John. Just not threatening the stumping up. Maybe need to get that delivery, that sort of tone starting a bit wider on the off stump. started it a bit too straight. So it was easily turned into the onside by Cooper.
This one is flighted and driven to covers. Nobody move. It will rush across the ropes now. Umpire Butler signals 4. So 4 runs to Cooper. And that was a flighted delivery, over flighted, really.
Yeah, he tried to bowl it wider as well and get that turn. But it was just too full and too wide from Lee John. Just need to clean up his lines a bit and his length if he's to threaten the bat of Cooper. But you see what he was trying to do, the young man.
The intentions were there, but he just has to execute. Unfortunately for him, he didn't do it well. And Cooper took advantage of that and played a lovely shot through covers. He's gone back to the flatter trajectory. Cooper goes back and plays it. And I think that's the end of the day's play, really, as the umpire takes the bails off here at Arnisville under the lights. 137 for 1. Here in reply to Windward Islands, 166. They trail by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, trail by 29 runs. Unbeaten is Car Hooper. See Hooper, he's on 69 from 111. Django is on 60 from 98. And John Here's bowled 7 overs, 20 runs, no wicket. Earlier in the day, Windward Islands were bowled out for 166. Kevin Hodge, he got 106, 126. Really excellent innings by him. And really, it was a pleasure being here this evening. And the first game on the lights, pink ball between Trinidad and Tobago and Windward Islands. Really, Trinidad and Tobago has taken advantage of the situation and really played a wonderful game. It was a pleasure being here at Stumps, Red Force 137 for 1, 36 overs bowled. We will be joining you tomorrow at 1 p.m. as we continue coverage here in the second round of the West Indies 4 days tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Good evening.